Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was god of all 5 elements? Part 1. James Evans woke suddenly in the night. His bed was sweat-soaked, as if he had a fever, or had been having a nightmare. He concentrated on the link he shared with his twin. Rose was gripped in the throes of a nightmare, and it was her terror that had woken James. He sent soothing emotions down the link, trying to ease her out of it, but she was past the point where that would work. He got up and put on his robe. James's room was the room of a boy with many assorted interests in both the Muggle and Wizard worlds. A computer shared desk space with spell books, and a shelf held a baseball bat and a Nimbus 2000. On his table, the unfinished model of a '57 Chevy crowded a simmering potion. James was an average-looking boy of 10, of middle height, and the athletic build of a boy who spent most of his time outside. His one truly outstanding feature were the vividly green eyes that marked most Evans, although something in the lines of his face suggested he might be very handsome when he grew up. His robe on, he opened the door to room, and stepped across the hall to Rose's room. His twin's room was a near mirror image of James's, from the sporting gear to the models, although Rose was working on a Muggle aircraft model. James crossed to her bed and reached out to shake her gently. As he touched her, Rose uttered a piercing shriek and sat up suddenly. James was so startled he tripped over his own feet as he leapt backward, and fell. From his position on the floor, he looked at Rose with wide eyes. She was sitting up, but her eyes were blank as she spoke. "The patient child has the doomed one's knowledge." With that rather cryptic statement, Rose lay back, apparently asleep again. James considered the feel of her mind, and got up. He watched her for a minute, making sure she was not falling back into her nightmare, and turned to leave. Closing her door, he felt another presence, and turned to find his father standing there. "Another nightmare?" Robert Evans asked, keeping his voice low. James looked up at his father. "Yes, and a rather unusual comment." He told his father what had happened, and Robert stiffened. "She said what exactly?" James repeated it word for word. Robert closed his eyes and sighed, his face a mask of resignation and dismay. He looked again at James, as if he had never seen him, and James studied him in return. Robert Evans was an older version of his son, neat black hair and green eyes, but where James had only the promise of future handsomeness, Robert had it. His body was tall and muscular, with a natural grace many envied. Running a hand through his hair, he told James to go back to bed. "We're going to be busy tomorrow." James considered him thoughtfully. "Are you finally going to tell us about Rose's nightmares?" His father nodded slowly. "Among other things, which I had hoped not to have to tell you for 10 or 12 more years." With that statement, nearly as cryptic as Rose's had been, Robert hugged his son, and turned back to the bedroom he shared with Mary. James stood in the hall for a minute thinking, and then returned to his bed. Sleep, however, was long in returning to him. In the master bedroom, Mary Evans waited for her husband of nearly 15 years. When he entered the room, she asked what had happened. Robert looked at his wife for a minute, admiring the beautiful woman that had consented to marry him all those years ago. Mary was tall, only 3 inches shy of his 6 feet 2, with a silky mass of brown hair falling past her waist. Despite nearing her 4th decade, and raising 2 children who sometimes got into unbelievable situations, there was no gray in that hair. And her warm brown eyes were still filled with love for her mate. "What happened?" she asked again, and Robert shook off the reverie he had fallen into. "Rose has the Evans sight, and she quoted the prophecy," he replied. Mary looked at him, eyes filled with dread. "Are you sure?" she asked, in a voice touched with fear. "It's not an exact quote, but she referred to line 6. The Potian child has the doomed one's knowledge, is what James heard," he told her. Mary closed her eyes, as she queried Robert. "Now what do we do? What can we do? We have to start looking for the rest of the 8, and alert the family." Robert kissed his wife softly. Get some sleep, Lovelight. Tomorrow is going to be busy. Mary lay back down, but like her son, sleep evaded her. Robert went into his office and took a seat at his desk. Accessing the internet, he sent a pre-written message that he had long hoped to be able to delete. After it was gone, he grabbed a dozen scrolls, and went to the owl. Where the owls for his business were kept, and sent the scrolls off. Back in the office, he carefully opened a case on the wall, and removed the old parchment inside. Setting it in a holder, he booted a file up, and compared them for the 100th time. After an hour of study and double-checking, he sat back with a sigh. 800 years this has waited, why couldn't it have waited another 800? He asked the parchment rhetorically. He rose and crossed to the large picture window. He was still standing there, lost in thought, as the sun rose over the Montana mountains his family loved so well. The peaceful serenity of the dawn was broken, though, when he saw the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. The next morning 3 somber faces were gathered in the kitchen making breakfast when Rose came in. "Good morning everyone. I had the strangest dream last night." They stiffened, and Rose caught it. Not another nightmare, this one was just strange. Robert smiled at his daughter. "Why don't you tell us about it, while you and James set the table for breakfast?" "Okay, well, James and I were in this really strange room with a bunch of other people, but I could only see a few clearly." Robert looked at her sharply. "Can you describe them for us?" Rose thought for a minute. "Let's see, there was an old man, with a long white beard, and some kids our age. There was a girl with eyes like ours, Evans green. But she had red hair, and another red-headed girl, with brown eyes, who was sitting with a blonde girl and a huge boy, nearly as big as Dad. There was another boy there, who looked really sensitive, and a girl with black hair and eyes." She paused, considering her dream. "I felt as if I had known them forever." Robert and Mary exchanged glances, and Robert Sked rose to describe the room they had been in. It was really cool, the ceiling was the sky, or an illusion of it. Robert frowned as a thought crossed his mind. He left the kitchen, and returned with a picture. "Is this the room you were in?" Rose looked at the picture. "That's the room. Where is it?" She turned the picture over, and read the caption on the back. "Hogwarts. Dining Hall." She looked up, puzzled. "Why do we have pictures of a British wizard's school, even if it is Harry Potter's school?" Mary answered her. "Because one of your relatives went there. One of the British Evans, Lily Evans to be exact, and in her youth. She and your father corresponded." Rose looked up, eyes gleaming. "Was she there when Harry Potter was there?" Robert grinned at her. "Not exactly. Cousin Lily was Harry Potter's mother." James and Rose exchanged startled looks. "We're related to the Potters?" James asked, surprised. Robert shrugged, distantly. "I think you're 5th or 6th cousins. Gee, they have one of those adult reasons for not telling us this." 2 nearly identical faces waited expectantly. Robert grinned. "We didn't want you making a big deal about it." "We were right," the younger Evans chorused. Breakfast was a quiet meal, with everyone busy with his or her own thoughts. James and Rose were thinking about their famous relative, Robert was considering Rose's dream, and Ma Rye was thinking of the danger about to engulf her children. The meal went quickly with everyone occupied, and when the dishes were done and left to dry, Robert gathered everyone in the office. Robert passed James and Rose a printed copy of the parchment he had been caretaker of for more than a decade, and told them to read it. The twins sat, and pored over the short text. James looked up. "What does riven mean?" he asked. His mother answered him. "The word is riven, and it means torn apart." Rose asked the only other question. "What does smote mean?" "It means hit, dear," answered their mother. When they were finished, the twins looked at each other, eyes full of the silent communication that they used in place of words. When they were done, James turned to their parents. "It's creepy, but what does it have to do with us?" Rose's nightmares." Robert sat back in his chair, and began to speak. "That prophecy was written 800 years ago by one of our direct ancestors, and no. Mally, you would not have seen it until you graduated from the North American Wizards Academy. Every Evans gets a copy then, and you would not have been any different except that it appears that the time of the prophecy is here now." He paused, sighing heavily. "I'll run you through what we know, or think, about it line by line." He looked up at the ceiling, gathering his thoughts. The first THR.E.E. lines refer to Harry Potter and the Dark Wizard Voldemort. Mary quoted them. Wizard's darkest days coming, foreseen by the one that appears to prevail. 4 times 9 are the years he shall try, his only fate to fail. His defeat at the hands of the one marked by lightning. Here Mary paused. That would be Harry Potter, said James. But it wasn't 36 years, was it? Robert nodded. If you count it from the first time he killed. Yes, it was. The next 2 lines deal with the time that has passed since his defeat, and the birth of the enemy. Once again, Mary quoted, "Shall bring peace as joy, where most find nothing frightening. Enjoy this era, for the patient child is born." Rose looked troubled. "I think I've dreamed of this child, and some books." "You have, Rose, and will again," Mary said quietly, "but that comes later." Quote. Robert took up the thread. The next 3 lines describe the patient child, and they are disturbing, because nobody can really agree on what they mean. With the doomed one's knowledge. The peace is torn. Pity the patient child, unfit for the fire, not meant for the path given. Fear the patient child, healing heart and iron hands riven. Doomed ones know. W.L. Edge refers to the spellbooks of Voldemort, which are still missing despite having more than 100 Aurors looking for them full-time. Fearing this enemy seems natural, but the line about pity doesn't make sense to me, Robert said. After all, we're not trying to destroy him, but him us. 3 times 7 years shall the peace hold, then time returns for the people bold. This is the timeline before the next war starts. What the prophecy calls Wizard's darkest hour. 21 years from the fall of Voldemort is the accepted answer, which means we have about 8 to 10 years. Mary frowned. I wish we had an extra 20 years, but this is what we have. Robert reached out for his wife's hand. The next 2 lines deal with the start of the war. Patient child using means that few can know. Strikes Wizard's world a devastating blow. These 2 lines are argued fiercely. Some of us think the patient child will use Muggle weapons. Few wizards know anything about Muggle weapons, and fewer could defend against them. Other people say he'll use new unforgivable curses. Mary gave a small smile. Now for the light. These lines tell us about the people that will save us. In this darkest hour, shall rise a new force, 8 who are one, setting their own course. Just 8 people shall save the world. That will be a heavy burden on them. Mary said. The next 7 lines describe the 8. 2 born a world apart, yet blood the least of bonds tight. Robert frowned. A soul-bonded couple is the generally accepted answer, which opens a whole can of worms of its own. That's a long story, which we'll get into later. Suffice it to say, a soul bond would put a very short time limit on us winning. Mary continued the dissection of the prophecy. The seer, looking within for knowledge with other sight. That's Rose, isn't it? Said James. That's what the dreams are, some form of foresight. Yes, Rose has a gift we call the Evans sight. I'll give you a book WITH all the information we have on the site, but that's still not a lot, simply because it's a rare gift. Said their father to Rose. One only half human, saving where it will count. This line is about someone like Cheryl Penwall, whose mother was Avila. The Fireheart, bravery that danger cannot mount. A very brave person, but that's not a lot to go on. Robert commented wryly, although, being too brave can be as dangerous as being a coward. The observer, a warrior's soul, with an artist's eye. Again, this is not a lot to go on, without knowing who it's about. Mental wizard, even over kin, no coin this honor can buy. Mental wizard means a very smart person, far brighter than anybody we know, added to a strong sense of honor. Not that this tells us much more than the last 2 lines. After 10 years of looking at this, I hate prophecy. Robert grinned. It's worse than that book of brain teasers you got me. He sobered suddenly. Not to mention, this has far more drastic consequences. The rebel, healing hands with a heart that will not lie. Mary spoke for the first time in a while. The rebel part is not clear, but healing hands and open heart most likely means somebody with the healing gift. Although that's even rarer than the animage talent. The next 4 lines are about the 8 as a group. On these 8 rests the whole world's fate. Trust their compassion. Teach them not to hate, with honor. Trust and love, they must be true. Without them, the patient child wins past anything you can do. These lines also raise debate. A minority thinks this means everyone, Muggles included. I am one of them, and so is your mother. I think that if the enemy used Muggle weapons, he'd be familiar with the Muggle world, and might want to rule both worlds. James and D. Rose stared at each other for a long minute, and then turned back to their parents. It includes the Muggles, we think, or at least Rose has a hunch that way, and I have nothing to offer against it. Mary looked at Rose. Trust those hunches and feelings, Rose, it might be your gift trying to tell you something. The rest of this section is almost too easy, she added. Honor, trust and love, wit. How these we would be no better than the patient child or Voldemort. Robert commented on the next few lines. These 2 lines deal with how the 8 should be. Travails, sorrow and loss shall be their fate, unless within each other they find heart's mate. This is the only line your father and I disagree on. I believe that it means the 8 will form 4 couples, and he thinks it means the bonds of people who go to war together. Which is a closer bond than blood many times. Again, the silent conversation passed between the twins. We disagree also. Rose agrees with Dad, and I agree with you, Mom. In all the ways of the world, train them well, for with their victory shall ring peace's bell. The biggest point of debate in the entire thing. Most of the Evans clan agrees with Uncle Alexander on this. That the 8 should be trained as wizards and in Muggle warfare. I hate to say it, but I agree. As much as I hate the violence of Muggles, if nothing else, using those tactics against unprepared wizards would give our side a major advantage. This warning we give, for those who will be, though most will ignore, and few will see. Robert was grim as he spoke about this. I started tracking the signs 14 years ago. I've tried to build a network for when the war starts. In all that time, I've gotten less than 120 people, and most of them are family. Trust in yourselves, and aid the 8. Else the whole world rues its fate. Fairly simple instructions for everyone that believes in the prophecy. The last few lines are a warning to the 8, and everyone that depends on them. Rose is one of the 8, and we think you could be another James, so you should both pay particular attention to the end of it. Of this last verse, take serious note. Should death or despair one of the 8 smote, victory over the patient child will be hard to do, worse it will be, never to win if the 8 lose too. When Mary was done speaking the lines, there was a long silence. James and Rose were locked in another of their silent conversations, and their parents waited. Mary and Robert were very aware of the youth of their children, and this task would be a heavy weight at a time when they should be thinking of games and hobbies, rather than saving the world. Finally, they ended their silent talk and looked at their parents. James spoke quietly. So what you trying to tell us is that in a few years we're going to be in the front of a war that will make anything that has gone before like a child's argument? Robert nodded slowly. Yes, that's just about it. The twins glanced at each other yet again, and turned back. Something in their eyes was changing even as they spoke in tandem, becoming older. What do we do now? Robert and Mary reached for them. Looking at each other over the heads of their children as they held them, they mourned the loss of childhood, and the innocence of youth. Finally, the quick tapping of an owl's beak of the window drew them back. And James went to get the owl, passing the letter to his father as he fed and watered the bird. Robert set the message down and moved to his bookshelf, looking for a particular book. He drew down a slim volume, and handed it to Rose. In that book are the personal records of every person to have the Evans site for almost 720 years. He smiled whimsically. All 5 of them. It's yours now. Until you die, when it will be saved for the next seer of the blood. I wish I could offer better training, but the site affects people in different ways. Dreams are just the first manifestation. It will mature, and change, becoming another type of sight. It has been a trance state, showing what will be, and an inner sight, allowing you to track the future actions of people by the choices they make. And only time will tell how you will see the future. Robert looked gravely at his daughter. Foresight is a heavy burden for anyone, Rose, and you will need to be strong to bear this gift. Robert was speaking quietly, but he was not surprised when his answer came from James, caring for another owl that had arrived while he spoke to Rose. That's not quite right. We will need to be strong. Because I will always be there for Rose. James came over and handed the second message to his father. Robert skimmed the 2 messages and then checked his email. I have a bit of business to clear up. And I should be getting the first of the answers to my owls of last night fairly quick, so I'm going to be busy for a couple of hours. Mary came over and put her arms around his neck from behind. Then I could take the children out of your hair for a while, and we could meet at the final port for lunch. Rose looked up from the book. Where's the final port? In Tribune, answered Robert. The twins jumped up, grinning widely. Tribune. Really? You're so cool, Mom. They rushed out to get ready for a trip to North America's biggest wizard community. Robert looked at Mary and pulled her into his lap. What's in Tribune anyway? Quote, it's time for new robes, and the grand opening of Weasley Wizard Wheezes is today, so I thought they'd enjoy that. Mary nuzzled his neck for a minute before continuing. Plus, I thought I might take them by Constance's place. Robert pulled back far enough to look in his wife's eyes. Going to have James tested for the healing gift. Yes, I am. We need to know if he's one of the 8. And which one he is. Said Mary. He may be one of the soul-bonded, and there's no way to test for that. Mary looked worried. I know, and I would rather he was not part of the prophecy than one of them. Mary, began Robert, but she interrupted him. Don't you? Mary, me Robert Evans. You know the facts of bonds as well as I do. Even if he and the other one get past the input and the frenzy. You and I both know no soul-bonded couple has lived more than 15 years past the bonding. If he bonds in his first year of school, he won't live to see his 27th birthday. And I do not want to outlive our children. Mary, listen to me. Right now he could be any of them, or he and Rose could be the first line. It was Mary's turn to pull back and look at her husband. Rose's dream has me thinking. If, as Rose's dream suggests, they attend Hogwarts, we might have been wrong about Rose being the seer. There are at least 3 large families in Europe that have far more seers than the Evans do. Including the Clearwaters, where we got our site in the first place. Robert stopped and thought about his new idea carefully, seeking logic flaws. Follow my thinking here. The prophecy was given in England 800 years ago, and modern America and medieval England are worlds apart. Plus they have the tightest twin link I've ever even heard of, and they share so many gifts. That being brother and sister is the least of their bonds. What about the seer, Robert? Like I said, there are at least 3 families in Europe that are known for the gift of sight, and why of them could have the child who will be the seer? In fact, the Evans site did not show up until Elric Evans and Cassandra Clearwater bonded and married, and the site only shows up in their descendants. None of the rest of the Evans clan has it, not even the ones descended from Elric's brothers. Elric Evans, he wrote the prophecy, though. How could it be from Cassandra's blood? Legend has it that Elric lived for a day or so after Cassandra died, still the only soul-bonded to have done so. According to the letter that came with the prophecy, the Metawizard in charge of his case found that they were sharing the bond, with Cassandra's spirit actually in Elric's body. So technically, I suppose she wrote the prophecy. Mary considered this thought, so even though Rose has the sight, she might not be the seer. Maybe. Robert grinned at his wife. If she is the seer though, I plan to ask for nice clear prophecies, with names, dates, and no ambiguities. Sure, Dad, just like a computer, right? Rose's eyes were alight with humor as she and James came back into the room. Robert pretended to wince, as he looked over Mary's shoulder at his children. Are you ever going to let me forget that? James smirked as he and Rose slipped into the back and forth speech that drove most people crazy. Well, it was a nice clear prediction, I suppose, even if it did predict good sales on heating charms because of snow in July. Hey, I've already admitted trying to use a computer to run a wizard business was not my best idea, okay? Robert kissed Mary again, and set her on her feet. He rose from the chair and hugged the twins as he spoke again. Now that you've reminded me, go help your mother. Spend money while I work, and I'll meet you in Tribune later. He looked at Mary speculatively. Are you going to Portkey to Tribune? Yes, why? Mary asked, looking at Robert curiously. Robert smiled. No reason, I just thought the kids could use my key to return. And you and I could have a family business meeting in the apartment later. Mary smiled back, even as she blushed. Throwing a quick look at the twins, she spoke softly. Who's going to be here with them? Alexander will be here by noon. Mary kissed Robert goodbye, and gathered Rose and James, pulling a large, old-fashioned skeleton key from her robes. They all took hold, and disappeared. Robert stared at the wall for several minutes, and then sat down again. He pulled a scroll and a quill from his desk, and began a long letter to Albus Dumbledore, headmaster at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Tribune. Tribune. The trio appeared in the living room of a nice apartment. Neither of the twins had been in their mother's old place before, and they took a minute to look around. That their mother had decorated the apartment was obvious to the twins. It was done in a comfortable homey style, with one exception. In a corner of the living room was an old black chair that had seen better days. And better decades. Rose looked at the decrepit and battered chair, which didn't even come close to matching anything else in the room, then at her mother. "What's with the chair?" she asked, looking at it again. Mary followed her gaze, and smiled. Her eyes were far away, as she answered absently. "Before I married your father, I was not the richest woman, and that was part of the furniture I had then." James and Rose looked at their mother, and back at the chair. They sensed an evasion, and James continued the question. "I believe what Rose means, is why is it still here? You've got enough furniture to get rid of it, and it is kind of beat up. Brother mine, that chair passed, kind of beat up, before we were born." Mary smiled again as she answered them. "When your father and I were dating, we spent a great many hours curled up in that chair, reading and cuddling. It's still his favorite chair." James was looking at the clock. "If we're going to get any opping done before the opening of Weasley's, we have to go, Mom." Mary grinned at her son. "How did you know about that?" "Please, it's only been in the paper for a month, and we were going to ask to be here. But then Rose started with the nightmares, and that was more important. Then we should be going." Mary led them out onto the street. This part of Tribune was mostly little stores, with apartments above them and about 5 blocks long. Under Mary's apartment was a bakery, and Mary felt a wave of nostalgia as she recalled many mornings sitting in front of the bakery discussing everything and anything with her friends. One of whom had introduced her to a tall green-eyed man some 18 years ago. "We have to stop in the bakery for a minute." Inside the bakery, Mary grinned at the twins and motioned them to silence. When she spoke, her voice had the tone of an old money snob. "Goodman, something low-fat, and without sugar." James and Rose watched the proprietor to see what he's do. At first, it seemed that he had not heard her, and then they saw the red flush crawling up his neck. Without turning around from the tray of pastries he was working on, he placed a rock on the counter. "That's the only thing in this store without sugar, lady, and low-fat too." His voice was low and raspy, as if he was growling the words he spoke. When their mother spoke again, her voice was back to normal. And filled with affection and mirth. "Really, Kevel, are you ever going to make anything that doesn't make me fat?" At her first words, Kevel had stiffened, and by the time she finished, he had turned and was grinning an impossibly large grin. "Penny child." He tried to look stern, but the effect was ruined by the smile on his face. "So, you leave me for years, and come waltzing back in, probably wanting credit. And expect me to be happy about it." Mary's attempt to look pathetic was ruined for the same reason Kevel's stern act had been. "Well, I am just a little short this week." The baker reached out with an arm that looked as though it would reach the front door from where he stood, and dragged Mary into a hug. James and Rose were examining him with interest. Kevel was only about 5 feet 6 inches. But he was nearly as wide as he was tall, and from what the twins could see, the rock was not the only low-fat thing in the store. His face was broad and looked as if it had been carved from the rock on the counter. Mary was trying to return his hug, but where his arms were wrapped around her almost twice, Mary's arms wouldn't even touch behind him. Releasing her, the shopkeeper looked at the twins. "No need to ask who these two are, not with your face and those eyes. Kevel, this is James and Rose." "How do you do, sir?" Two voices spoke as one. Kevel looked around. "Sir, who is this, sir?" "My name is Kevel." Mary spoke again. "Kevel, I want my usual, and kids, what do you want?" While the twins inspected the myriad goods on display, Mary leaned close to Kevel. "Did you get Robert's owl?" "Yes, and my response is on its way back." He examined the twins as thoroughly as they had done him earlier. Are we sure about this? Yes. Mary's answer was short and Kevil looked sharply at her, but let it pass for now. Which are they? The seer and who? Right this minute we're not even sure of the seer. Mary looked sideways at him. Is Constance still in the same shop? Kevil appraised her. Testing for the healing gift. Quote, yes, and despite what you think of her, she's the best healer in the country. Kevil blushed suddenly, and muttered something Mary didn't quite catch. What did you say? I said she's not that bad. Kevil was avoiding her eyes, and his face was even redder than when she had been teasing him. Mary stared at him, taking in the blushing, and the way he was avoiding her eyes. Her jaw dropped and her eyes went round with astonishment. Kevil, you and Constance, or does she know? A new voice entered the conversation. Does Constance know her fiancé is HEA? D to head with some man-stealing actress you mean? Two sets of blazing green eyes examined the short heavy-set woman that had entered the store unnoticed. A split second's thought, and James and Rose joined the three adults at the counter. With James passing close to the middle-aged blonde woman, and Rose moving up closer to Kevil and Mary. The whole thing was done in less than 10 seconds, and they looked at their mother. Who was laughing? Mary was completely dumbfounded. Excuse me, she finally got out through the giggles, but weren't you the two that were asked to move your shops at least 5 blocks apart? So you wouldn't argue in the streets anymore. Kevil's blush was deepening, but Constance brushed the comment aside. That was in our younger days. She grinned, shooting Kevil a wicked look. Since then we've found better things to spend our passions on. Kevil closed his eyes, and his face got even redder. He mumbled something about baking to check on, and fled into the rear of the shop. As the two women embraced and began talking about friends, the twins were regretting their sudden actions of a few minutes prior. Silently they decided to confess, and James moved up next to their mother. The two women looked at them. So these are your twins? Constance said, and James and Rose were introduced again. Mom, we've got something to tell you. James muttered. Mary raised one eyebrow as she recognized his embarrassment. What is it, James? James spoke in a rush. Well, when she made that actress comment, Rose and I were upset, and might have acted a bit hastily. Mary figured out what he meant quickly. Which one did you use? James grinned a bit sheepishly. Actually, it's a new one Rose and I have been working on. Constance was following the exchange and broke in. Whatever are you talking about? Am I going to blow up or something? She looked down at herself. That would make an awful mess, you know. Mary smiled at her. No, the twins' pranks are more annoying than painful. She looked at James and Rose again. So, what exactly is going to happen? James grinned, and began explaining with the pride of an inventor. It's an adaptation of the SP, eculum dorsum, spell that people use to see their own backs. I put an activator disc on Constance, and Rose put the other half on Kevil. The next time Kevil comes close to you, your image will be cast over him, and all you will see is you. As if you were looking in a mirror. Constance thought about that. That might be surprising the first time, but not really funny. James grinned, and his eyes were alight with a twisted humor. Well, we thought so also, so it has one more little twist. You are the only one that will see it. Imagine trying to explain to people that Kevil looks like you, when none of them can see it. And casting a finite incantatum won't work either, because the spell itself is not on the person, but on yourself. Constance thought about that. That could drive somebody crazy. I like it. Do you have another you can place on Kevil? James grinned, and brought out a small pouch. Reaching inside, he pulled out a handful of small wooden discs about ½ an inch wide. A CH disc was marked with a green rose on one side and various other markings on the other side. Checking the markings, he held up a disc. Mary grinned at Constance. I always told you your mouth would get you in trouble. Constance was unrepentant. What can I say? I was not expecting bodyguards at Kevil's shop, and certainly not from my friends. Mary looked at her sharply. How did you know I'd be here anyway? I only decided to come this morning. Her friend merely rolled her eyes. I'm not stupid, youngster. Robert sent the alert out, and from our correspondence of the last 3 years, figure ing out you'd be bringing the kids to me for testing was a no-brainer, and I don't think you can come within 100 miles and not stop in here. Although, 2 years is far too long between visits. Mary nodded. I think so. I mean, you and Kevel, I thought you and Johann were an item. Fell for a dancer from the floating platform. As the two women sat at a table chatting about old friends and places, James and Rose moved to a table at the front of the store to watch the people passing by. Kevel came back out, and took care of some customers that had come in. Seeing the women talking, he took them a tray of drinks and pastries, and brought another to the twins. He smiled at them. Those two will be at least an hour, you might as well enjoy the wait. Rose thanked him for the tray, and tea. He twins began eating as they used their nonverbal speech to talk. They finished deciding on a name for the new prank, and their talk turned to the prophecy. As they discussed it, the hot chocolate and pastries were forgotten. And Rose pulled her copy from her robes. Setting it on the table, they began going over it again, one line at a time. Mary and Constance were watching them. Will you test them for the gift? Constance just looked at her. I don't have to Penny. Even you should be able to see they don't have even a touch of it, just by looking at their aura. Mary grimaced. Auras never were my strongest point. And I haven't even looked at one in 10 years, I might have missed it. Constance watched the flow of emotions over Mary's face and spoke sympathetically. Mary, don't let your fears as a mother inhibit them. This is going to be hard enough on them without you holding them back. I know that, but it's so hard. Mine. Constance turned bitter for a minute. Not that you could help them anyway. This war will be for the young. Swords and arrows are not for older people like us. Bullets either. Mary said grimly. The older wizard was skeptical. I still don't think that will work. Most of the wizard's world is charmed to prevent those kinds of things from working. Mary took a deep breath and let it out in a sigh. That's just it. Robert and I have been testing those wards. And if you fire a bullet from outside, it will still hit its target. Plus, Mary lowered her voice even further. Robert found an old charm that allows muggle things to pass the wards. Constance stared at her in shock. How hard is it, and how many people know about it? Not hard at all, and the basic theory is in at least 2 old books that are uncommon, but not rare. Said Mary quietly. Any more good news for me? Asked Constance wryly. No, I think that covers it. Mary looked at her watch, and told Constance they had to be going. She stood up, and Rose caught the motion. Both of them looked at her and she inclined her head towards the door. Kevel came over to say goodbye, and as he did, the disc that Rose had stuck to his sleeve put his image over Constance. Kevel jumped, and stared at her. Mary had to shake his arm to drag his attention to her. They said their goodbyes, and Mary had a request. Kevel, you made a dinner for me a long time ago, that first dinner for 2. Mary blushed and slapped his arm. Your memory is entirely too good, but if you could deliver that dinner again, around 7. For you Penny child, I will do it. Kevel looked at her severely. Although, if it takes you 2 years to come back and see us, we won't invite you to the wedding. Mary grinned. Oh the horror, how could I miss that? Robert is never going to believe it unless we're there. Constance was looking at Mary with an impish gleam in her eyes. Mary, you're quite red over a dinner. You wouldn't be CK-ting tonight, would you? Mary turned a darker shade of red at the verb. Al slang they had used years ago for cuddling, kissing and touching. Not exactly. Robert and I are just going to have a family business meeting. As they talked, Constance caught Kevel staring at her again. She knew why he was staring, but pretended to be annoyed. Kevel, what is your problem? We're saying goodbye, not dancing nude in the streets. Kevel mumbled something as the Evans left, and their last sight of the two was a confused Kevel trying to explain what he was seeing to a seemingly unbelieving Constance. As they headed for the street where all the larger shops were, James asked Mary. Neither of us have the healing talent, do we, Mom? Mary walked on a few steps before replying. No, and that's all we say in public. James tried to say something else, but Mary cut him off. Not another word. James blinked at the firm tone and left it alone for now. As they walked down the street, passing shops that sold everything from potion supplies to used books and even Muggle artifacts, James asked. Mom, why does Kevel and Constance call you Penny? Mary was silent for a few minutes, and her eyes were far away. She shook her head and answered him quietly. That's a long story, James. And this is not the time to go into it. I will tell you all about it soon though. James and Rose looked at each other, putting together a few facts and many guesses. When you do, will it explain in why we've never met any of your family, Mom? Rose asked. Mary looked at the twins sharply, and smiled wryly. Yes, it will, but that too is a subject better left for home. At the next corner, they turned on to the main street of Tribune. Here there were no apartments, only the biggest businesses in the wizard world. Gringotts had a branch here, as well as Binklestock's, the bookstore that had a copy of every book ever written. And would make you a copy, if you had the money. As they came to Gringotts, Mary told the kids she had to stop in. James grinned. That's good, Rose and I have some business with them also. Mary smiled at them. Going to try to beat your father? Not yet, but this is too good an opportunity to pass up, and Dad helped us with the strategy. We should be able to work something out, and if we do, we'll need that vault. Cumulus was the name of the Evans family businesses, and it had many fingers stretching into all lifestyles, and even holdings in the Muggle world. While the Evans holdings were not as large as the. Along the way, the younger Evans were busy refining their plan to attract the attention of Fred and George Weasley. As they approached the crowd gathering, the twins were picking out targets for their discs. Rose turned to James. Which one? James grinned. Rainbow friends. I'll get the wizard in the green and lilac robes. I'll get the witch in yellow over there. And meet you in front of the stage. The two split up, worming through the crowds as only young children can do, making sure to pass within arm's reach of their chosen victims. In front of the stage, they watched as Fred or maybe George put the final changes on several displays. The other Weasley twin came out of the store, and joined his brother. George and Fred had remained youthful, with only a few lines and a sprinkling of gray hair to show the passing years. George was looking over the crowd, estimating how many were gawking and how many would buy, when two small heads caught his eye. Something about them was familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on what, and he was about to say something to Fred when the boy looked up at the stage. The green eyes brought back a memory 20 years old. Then the other head turned his way, and he got another shock. Fred, look at this. Those two kids there by the Ginny Gems table. Fred looked, and swore softly. That looks like Harry that first year. Almost. But his hair was never that neat. Now, put red hair on the girl, and think about Harry's picture album. I thought so too. I wonder if we'll get a chance to talk to them. I don't know about talking to them, but right now, it's time to open. The two had the opening down to an art after opening 7 branches in Europe, and as Fred gave a short humorous speech, George threw various small pranks into the group of children standing near the stage. As Fred finished his speech, there was a commotion in the back of the crowd. From their vantage point on the stage, Fred and George looked out, and quickly spotted the problem. A number of wizards and witches standing there had suddenly turned colors. Not just any colors, but loud screaming neon colors not found in nature. Electric blues clashed with screaming yellows. After a few seconds, the colors switched places, jumping from person to person in a circle. From their higher viewpoint, the Weasleys could see the circles were centered on 2 people, and they looked at each other. Fred was chuckling softly. Not a bad prank, although it could use a few touches. As they watched the show, they didn't not ice the sable-haired pair they had seen earlier approaching the stage. George grinned as the show ended. That would be a good addition to our product line. A young voice from the front of the stage spoke. That sounds like our cue. Fred and George looked down to see the 2 people they had been discussing. You see, my sister and I invented the Rainbow Friends. Fred and George looked at each other. Why doesn't that surprise me? Fred murmured rhetorically. After they finished talking to the Weasleys, James and Rose went looking for their mother, and found her just outside the store, talking to an older wizard. They slowed as they came close, noting 2 things. Judging by the cut and material of his robes, the haughty wizard was very well off at least, but far more important to the twins, their mother was quietly furious with him. They moved up on each side of her, staring at the older man. Mary was speaking in a tightly controlled voice. No, you don't understand. 20 years ago, he lost the right to order me around. I made an attempt at peace 15 years ago, and again 10 years ago, and was snubbed both times. So you just run on back to the patriarch and tell him that if he wants to talk to Robert and I, he can damn well come to us. James and Rose blinked as they heard their mother swear for the first time. Mary put an arm around her children. Now, if you will excuse us, my children and I have things to do. Something in the way she stressed the words, my children, made the older man flinch. As they started to turn away, he spoke again. Don't you dare turn your back on me, Marilyn P. Mary twisted, cutting his sentence off as if she had used a knife. Are you stupid, or merely so arrogant that a new thought can't penetrate your skull? My name is Mary Evans. I neither acknowledge nor answer to anything else. As the silver-haired wizard started to lose his regal bearing, James and Rose took a hand in the situation. They moved up next to him, and each of them gripped the sleeves of his robes, pulling him down to where they could speak quietly in his ear. They used the back and forth speech that always made people stop and listen to them to be sure they heard correctly. Sir, we don't know you, but you're annoying our mother, and we don't like that. So unless you want us to cause a very messy and very public spectacle in the street, you'll leave right now. They let him go and moved back to stand next to their mother, pulling a handful of discs from their pockets as they did so. The older wizard stared at them, flushing an angry red. He looked around at the people watching them, and spoke again. You have not heard the end of this, Marilyn Elizabeth Pendragon. With that parting comment, he dissipated away, leaving the twins in shock. Mom was a Pendragon. The Pendragons were the oldest and largest family in the wizard world with the sole exception of the Merlins, and the two families had intermarried so many times over the years that they were practically one family. They put the discs away, deep in the silent link they shared. Mary sighed, looking at them. I think we'll be having that talk a little sooner than I had planned on. She took a deep breath, pushing her anger down as she started walking again. The twins trailed after, and after a few steps, began giggling. Mary looked at them, instantly recognizing the signs. What did you do to him? Rose spoke first. When we had his sleeves, I planted a dirty face on his robes. James attempted to look innocent, although the mischief in his eyes ruined the act. It should go well with the tattered robes, one I planted on him. Mary burst out laughing at the thought of the regal wizard looking like a beggar. He grinned at Rose. That leaves just 6 more to go. Mary raised an eyebrow inquisitively. James was checking the book again. We've got just 6 families left, and then possibly 5 more, where the person we pranked was only married into the family. Mary shook her head. The Book of Gold. You aim high, don't you? The Book of Gold was a list of the 30 oldest and biggest wizard families in North America, and held such families as the Pendragons, Merlins, Penwall and more. You know what Dad says. Always reach as high as you can. James and Rose chorused. You may not succeed, but you'll get somewhere at least. As they reached a tie, Lore's shop and Mary stopped to go in. She smiled at her children again. I believe he was talking about business when he said that. The twins turned identical innocent looks on her. But Mom, pranks are our business. Mary laughed, and warned the twins that these people were old friends, and not to prank them. Flushing at the reminder of their misguided prank on Constance earlier, they agreed. Inside the shop, Mary led them towards the back, waving at some of the people working. The smell of fabrics filled the air, and there were a goodly number of people being fitted for robes. In the back of the store, an old man was sewing a robe, and murmuring quietly while he did. James and Rose caught the flash of magic around his fingers and the needle as he sewed and looked at each other. Mary spoke to him, using the same pathetic tone she had tried to use on Kevil earlier. Pardon me, but do you have a job for me? The old wizard's fingers kept sewing even as he looked up at Mary, smiling broadly. For you? No, I don't think so. Last time I gave you a job, you were here barely 3 years, and you left to get married. Now you have children. Come see me when they're grown and gone. Mary sighed theatrically. Then who should I see about fittings? She asked. The tailor looked at the twins, and sobered. Without taking his eyes from them, he questioned Mary. I suppose you'll be wanting the special robes. Mary was just as sober. Of course, I could have gotten regular robes anywhere, and not come halfway across the country for them. The old man nodded, finished with his inspection of the twins. See Ronald then, and tell him what you want. Mary touched the elderly tailor, and thanked him. The affection was back as he shooed them off. "Go, child, you're interfering with my profit margin." When the twins were done, they moved to the front of the shop to watch the street as Mary was measured for robes. After they were done, and the robes paid for, they headed to the final port to meet their father for lunch. Along the way, Mary cautioned them about the inn. "Kids, this is a strange place, but two things will never change about it. Everyone in there is a good person, no matter what they look like. And you'll always be safe there." Despite their attempts, that was all Mary would say. By the time they reached the entrance, the twins were wildly curious. The entrance to the port was in an alley, and was a simple door, with no sign or anything to show what was inside. When Mary knocked on the door, a man opened it. Possibly, he was a short giant because the man that opened the door had to duck to stick his head out, and his shoulders were every bit as wide as the door. James was certain he could have taken the door's place quite easily. He looked at them, greeting Mary, and then looked at the twins. For one brief second, they felt something, as if his eyes looked under their skin, into their very souls. Eyes wide they stared at him, until he nodded slowly, and moved aside to let them in. Inside the door, James and Rose looked around slightly disappointed. After the cryptic comments their mother had given, they were expecting a dim smoky hole in the wall, with strange beings and sneaky bearings. What they saw was a well-lit and clean inn, with about 15 tables, most of which had normal-looking people at them. Robert waved at them from one of the tables, and they joined him. Chatter about their morning took them through lunch, which was a savory stew with warm breadsticks and a tart cranberry juice to wash it down. Robert nearly choked on a bread's tick when he heard they'd pranked the Merlin. "Pompous fool needs it," was all he would say about it, although there was an undercurrent of anger in his voice when he spoke of the Merlin. As they were eating the strawberry pie that was dessert, James frowned. He had just seen a wizard appear from one of the 3 booths he could see from his seat. He caught Rose's eye and they spoke silently. Watching the booths, they soon realized there was some sort of spell on them. When a person went into the booth, you could not see them until they left it again. When James said something to his father about it, Robert just shrugged. "Not all of the clients want to be seen," was all he would say, and then he changed the subject. After lunch, they spent a pleasant couple of hours wandering through the smaller shops, looking at rare things. And many strange things. Robert bought Mary a magic backscratcher that sent the twins to whispering together. Their parents just shook their heads, knowing that a new prank was being born. Based on the backscratcher, somehow, in a bookstore, James found a nearly unread copy of a book and bought it for Rose, telling her that if she was going to dream about it, she could read about it too. Rose looked at the cover. "Hogwarts, a history," she read, and flipped to the index. "Look at this, Lily and Harry are mentioned in here." Mary and Robert had to drag them away from the book at that point. The twins found a Muggle thing, and bought it after playing with it for a few minutes. They gave it to their father, saying it could replace his computer. After looking at the Magic 8 ball, Robert laughed, and agreed it would work just as well for wizard business. After a while, Mary gave the twins the port key, and they said goodbye, with hugs all around. As the twins ported home, Mary and Robert smiled at each other, and headed for Mary's old apartment, unaware of the bright red hearts on their backs, which read, "We're in love," every time they touched. Back at the house, James and Rose pulled out the little book and made a notation. "That gives us a Pendragon by birth, and an Evans." The voice that came from the shadows was low, and very menacing. Quote, "And 2 dead children who don't pay attention to what's around them. Knees okay. See you next chapter, dear readers." Beginnings. Preparations. James and Rose jumped, spinning to face the large man in the corner of the room. Before the voice registered, they relaxed, and Rose was the first to speak. "Why the scare tactics, Uncle Alexander?" Uncle Alexander was a near copy of his younger brother Robert, but he had the muscles of a man that did hard physical activity for a living, and the ramrod straight posture that said military to anyone that knew. As the oldest brother, Alexander would be the head of the Evans clan. But Alexander was a squib. Born without any magical talent at all, he had gone on to an exemplary career in the American Muggles army, and had long advocated closer ties between the two worlds. After his retirement from the army a couple of years back, he had opened a bookstore in Billings, Montana that catered to both worlds. Robert has brought me up to date. That means that in a few years, you two are going to be front-line troops in a war. Learning a little simple caution won't hurt you a bit. He grinned suddenly. Or at least not much. Alexander swept the two into a hug. I assume your father has gone over the prophecy with you, but I am going to lay a different view on it on you. Alexander smiled again. I love Robert, but once he gets an idea in his head, it take a large stick to dislodge it. For example, he thinks we have 8 to 9 years before the war begins, and I disagree. I think we have less. James and Rose stared at him. How much less, and why? Asked James. 4 or 5 years less. I think the peace era began when we started pushing Voldemort back, and he was no longer attacking. After all, that is when most people saw nothing frightening. Recognizing the quote from the prophecy, James and Rose pulled their copies out and began looking at them again. As they were sitting down, James made a small protest. Wait a minute, if the war is going to start that soon. Where are the 8? Read it again. It says they rise in the darkest hour, after the patient child strikes the first blow. As they began going over the prophecy again, there UNCLE took a minute to look around the room. The large fireplace was the focal point of the room with a large sectional and several easy chairs angled so that everyone could see each other and the fireplace. A number of lamps and lanterns were scattered around, and the room could be made ready to entertain muggles or wizards in a very few minutes. Alexander moved over with the twins, and once again, they went over the prophecy line by line, but this time, their uncle offered them all the different ways to interpret it. Long into the night, they spoke, with Uncle Alexander giving them advice, and telling them where they were going from here. The next morning he began showing them exercises to strengthen both mind and body. Books by authors from both worlds on strategy and tactics came out and he advised them to read them carefully. 2 things are more useful than anything else when you're preparing to fight. The first is discipline. I can't make you do the exercise, and I can't make you study those books. You have to do it on your own. That is called self-discipline, and it is the first step to victory. Proper preparation is the next most important thing. Know your equipment, know yourself, and what you can do with what you have, and the battle is half over before it starts. Alexander paused and looked at James. You are going to have to control that temper too. James started to say something, and his uncle just stared at. Cannot lose that temper in a fight. In fact, you cannot even lose that temper after you've been training for any amount of time. I am going to teach you to fight with your hands. A discipline called Aikido. If you use that on somebody you can kill them. James and Rose looked at him wide-eyed. He raised an eyebrow, and spoke gently. I know you're young to hear that. But if this war goes down the worst-case path, and I think it will, lots of people are going to die. I am going to show you how to make sure it's not you. The summer passed quickly with the new training. Rose was also reading the Evans sight book, and trying to refine her sight. It was still too vague to be of much use, but the book suggested that that would not always be the case. Between the martial arts classes and the gymnastics, the twins were beginning to build firm, graceful bodies, and the mental exercises their uncle had them do were shaping their awareness of the world around them. Memorization was one of the key exercises. Alexander would lay out a number of items on a sheet, and have them look at them for a minute. Later, that day, or the next day, he would ask them to write down what had been there and where it was in relation to everything else. Something their uncle called situational awareness was also heavily trained. Uncle Alexander would have them walk through an area, and then quiz them on what had been in that area. Reaction drills, tactical drills and a host of other training techniques culled from a long career as a Muggle soldier ensured that the twins were very busy over the summer. This set the pattern for the summer, until the middle of August, when Robert announced that they were taking a week off for a trip. They would be leaving the next day, and he warned them to pack formal robes as well as daily robes. When the twins asked him where they were going, all he said was that patience was a virtue. Early the next morning, the twins sent off the last of the pranks they had licensed to the Weasleys, and waited impatiently for their parents to be ready to go. The twins had packed the night before, and about 8 a.m., Robert portkeyed them to the East Coast. and then pulled a second portkey out. A few seconds later, the family appeared in a small wizard village, and Robert smiled. Welcome to Hogsmeade, allies. Any words in italics are purely mental, and cannot be heard with the physical ear. Right now, James and Rose are the only ones that can do that. Once again with the disclaimers. I do not own anything but the plot. A few names and a couple of plot gimmicks. Allies. Rose looked for the school she had been dreaming about for over 2 months, but Hogwarts was not visible from here. James was looking towards Hogsmeade, and he grinned as he saw the WWW of the Weasleys' joke shop had replaced Zonko's. He made a mental note to check the Green Flowers profits as they looked at the town. Albus Dumbledore and I have been owling for some time now, and we decided to meet, and I thought we'd make a vacation out of it as well. We have an appointment in about 2 hours to meet with Albus and some people he has brought into the project. Robert ran his hand through his hair as he finished speaking. The Evans family walked over to the pub, a place called the Three Broomsticks. They sat down and ordered a tea and coca, mostly because Robert didn't think Europeans could make real coffee. He shrugged when James innocently pointed out that such an attitude was prejudiced. I know it, but I like my coffee a little different than they make it over here. And I can never get anyone to make it the way I like it. Rose looked at the ceiling. Maybe that's because the way you like it, you need a steel cup and wards to keep it in the cup. Hey, my coffee is not that strong. Their father protested. Mary looked over at Robert. Robert, your coffee is so strong we have 2 coffee pots, one for you, and one for the rest of us. Robert rolled his eyes. If all of you are going to gang up on me, I'll just drop it. They chatted for a while, and then James and Rose asked to be excused. They were told to be back in an hour, as they still had the meeting to go to. James and Rose wandered around the small village discussing James's idea. Since they were alone, they used the silent speech. Do you really think we need this, brother? I don't know, but I would rather have it, and not need it, than need it and not have it. You know Mom and Dad would help. Yes, but the idea is a place nobody but ourselves knows about. How do you plan to do that? A new business, financed by the Green Flower, but entirely separate, like the Jade Lily Holdings or some such. I think you're paranoid, brother mine. Hey, even Noids have enemies. Wandering down a side street, they found what James had been looking for. No, 8 Quaffle Lane was a nondescript older place, with an air of disuse and a heavily overgrown garden. Rose, can you see anything? Rose concentrated, trying to see the house with her other sight. Nothing. Good enough. There's nothing bad, at least. Nothing good either, brother. Calculated risk, sister. Rose rolled her eyes at James's favorite phrase, one he used every time they were doing something with an uncertain outcome. James, one of these days, your calculated risk is going to seriously bite you on the butt. And I'm going to rub it in for months, but I'll be nice enough to wait until after you get out of the hospital to do so. Why, sister mine, are you saying I'm careless? The injured tone of his mental voice was accompanied by an image of his best innocent look. Careless. You, no, but you walk, no, run where giants and dragons think twice about going. I need you, James, and now. It appears the whole world will need us, so try not to get us killed, okay? I'm not that bad. His protest was met with skepticism. Pardon me, aren't you the one that went into a cave after an injured Wolverine? The one that climbed the Daggerfall cliff when that stupid muggle shot the eagles? Just to rescue one chick. All of that was carefully thought out, and I didn't get hurt too badly either time. More important, I saved the Wolverine, her cubs, and the eagle, didn't I? Rose shook her head. She knew that James had a streak of white knight running through him just a little smaller than the Nile River. And even more unstoppable. They rejoined their parents for the walk to Hogwarts, still carrying on their talk. Robert and Mary had seen this many times, and the walk was in silence. At the front door of Hogwarts, a wizard with oily black hair and an arrogant demeanor that had James fingering a number of discs in his pocket met them. Rose sent him a quelling thought as they followed him to the headmaster's office. James, that may be one of our teachers. Do you really want to prank him when you can't hide who did it? James sighed, and left the disc in his pocket. At a gargoyle statue, the wizard muttered a password, and led them up a flight of stairs to an overcrowded office. There were 10 or 12 people in the office, but Rose only had eyes for the old wizard sitting behind the desk. She had never met Dumbledore, but after 2 months of dreaming, his face was as familiar as her own. Albus Dumbledore looked at the twins that would soon be his responsibility, and saw 2 children. Much like any other children that had attended Hogwarts through the years, until you really looked into their eyes. First-year students had an air of innocence that came from being naive. But these 2 had none of that. They had scanned every person in the room when they came in, and then looked at him. The 3 evaluated each other for a minute, and then Albus spoke. I.B. Leave some introductions are in order here. Starting on my left, this is Fred and George Weasley, Ron and Hermione Weasley, Reuben Hagrid, Dustin and Valerie Clearwater, Jose Amigo, Harry and Virginia Potter. Richard and Penelope Longbottom and Professor Snape, McGonagall, and Hooch. Everyone, this is Robert and Mary Evans, and their children, James and Rose. The next few minutes were murmured hellos. And everybody looking at everyone else. Harry Potter, of course, was familiar to everyone, as was the Weasley clan, but Hagrid was a bit of a surprise. Standing close to 2.5 meters, He looked as though he could pick himself up with one hand. Dustin and Valerie Clearwater were an average couple, so utterly nondescript as to be invisible. Richard Longbottom was another famous face from the Voldemort War, as was his wife. And the twins managed to avoid looking at the brutal scarring that covered both of them. Had it not been for a daring rescue pulled by Harry and the Weasleys, the Longbottoms would have gone the way of Neville's parents, their cousins, and they still showed the effects of more than 4 days spent at the mercy of the Death Eaters. James and Rose grinned at Jose Amigo, the slightly criminal wizard that worked with their father, and had many contacts among the criminal wizards. While most wizards were good people, there was an underground of thieves, fences and other crooks. And Jose seemed to know every one of them. The British wizard saw 3 people cut from one mold, with black hair and the vivid green eyes that marked an Evans as if it was written on their foreheads. And a tall regal woman with warm brown eyes and hair. After everyone settled down, Robert and Dumbledore took turns bringing everyone up to date on where they stood. The Adu LTS discussed options and plans for an hour or so, while James and Rose listened. Only once did they interrupt, because Rose had seen something about the topic they were discussing. When they finished, there was a moment of silence, before Hagrid asked the question that most of them had been thinking. Can we put a name to the 8 yet? Dumbledore pulled a list of the first-year students out of his desk. Rose, if you would be so kind, tell us about the people in your dream again. He said. Rose closed her eyes, calling up the scene in the Great Hall with her other sight. There is a girl with the Evans eyes and red hair. And another redhead with brown eyes. The Potters and Weasleys looked at each other. Ginny Potter was saying, Tiffany, even as Hermione was saying, Emma. Dumbledore nodded. So I have thought. It would be strange indeed to have something like this going on, and not have those 2 involved, given their parents. Rose continued. There is a really big boy, nearly Dad's size, sitting next to a pale blonde girl, and a girl with black hair and eyes. The last 3 are James and myself, and a boy with brown hair and eyes. Hagrid grinned. The big boy would be Hangeld, my son. Everyone looked at Dumbledore, who was frowning. The brown-haired boy could be any one of a dozen on this list, although I favor Colin and Blaze's son Daniel. The black-haired girl only fits one student, and that is Melissa Xavier, of the Xavier clan. The problem is, the Xaviers have always been Hufflepuffs. Dumbledore shook his head. None. That, though, is a minor problem compared to the last name. The pale blonde girl can only be Lisa Malfoy. The British wizards flinched, and hatred blazed in most of their eyes at the Malfoy name. The Evans looked blank, except for Robert, who merely looked resigned. Seeing the blank looks, Dumbledore explained the problem. During the Voldemort War, Lisa's father and grandfather had been on Voldemort's side until the tide turned, and Voldemort started losing. When things were at the worst, Draco Malfoy had cut a deal with the Ministry of Magic. He gave up his father, a high-ranking Death Eater, and a map to Voldemort's hideout. He also gave the mom a map of the buildings. And in return, Draco got a 3-year sentence to Azkaban, and all other penalties dropped. While the Malfoys had been very quiet since the war's end, hatred for them still ran high in the European wizard world, as Lucius and Draco had betrayed the mom's plans in the beginning, causing the deaths of nearly 20 wizards, including Percy and Charlie Weasley. Rose flashed on the future. She followed the path as far as she could, and then spoke. "Excuse me, but would anyone be interested in something we can do to Draco?" The Weasleys and Potters stared at her. Ginny Potter had a dangerous glint in her eye. Charlie had been one of her favorite brothers, and anything they could do to Draco was just fine with her. Rose's eyes were blank as she followed the paths in her sight. Draco Malfoy will try to make up to this wizard, just as he did with Voldemort. If Lisa is with us, the price of his joining the patient child will be turning her. But Lisa is the mental wizard. Rose looked around at dawning comprehension. Albus Dumbledore put it into words. Mental wizard, even over kin, no coin this honor can buy. Rose nodded, still in the paths. The Patty-Ent child will not be happy with Draco's failure. She came out of the future paths and looked at the adults. Before this war ends, the Malfoy name will end forever. None of the adults looked upset at that idea, and Ginny in particular was smiling, although anyone she turned that smile on would not have been happy. Robert spoke. That will also give us one more advantage when the war starts. We know that Draco will be in contact with the patient child, and if we can follow him, we can find the enemy's location. James was frowning as he thought it through. Not that it matters anyway. We need her, and I for one will not judge anyone by the actions of their parents before they were even born. His last sentence was rather pointed, and the adults looked at him. He stared back, refusing to flinch under the stares of most of the room. Robert winced. As much as I hate to admit it in his hearing, James is right. If we judge this girl on her family, not her actions, we are no better than the pureblood bigots. The meeting broke up a short time later, and on the way back to Hogsmeade, the Potters invited the Evans to stay with them while they were in England, but Robert turned them down, saying they had reservations and he had some work to do anyway. At the Three Broomsticks, the Evans used the Flow network to travel to the Leaky Cauldron where they would be staying while they were in England. The next 2 days were pure fun, as the Evans played tourist, going to both worlds, and allowing the prophecy to move on without them. This routine was interrupted on the third day when Dustin Clearwater showed up. He had been watching the Malfoy estate, and Lisa Malfoy was in Diagon Alley right now. One of the problems they had been facing was talking to Lisa without her father knowing before they wanted him to. James and Rose went to talk to her, as 2 children would be less conspicuous than an adult. They found Lisa Malfoy in a bookstore, and James stayed up front while Rose went to talk to her. As Rose went to talk to Lisa, James noticed the man behind the counter giving them both an odd look, as if he half recognized them but was not sure why. Rose took a deep breath and stepped up next to Lisa. Before she could say anything, Lisa spoke. "Yes, I am a Malfoy. No, I don't know what my father was thinking, and it's none of your business anyway." Her voice was sharp, and tinged with an acid bitterness. Rose smiled gently. "Actually, I want to talk to you about something that has nothing to do with your family, only who you are." Lisa had turned to examine her as soon as the accent had placed Rose as an American. An American, from somewhere near the middle of the country. Athletic build, with calluses from hard work or martial arts training. The robes are well made, and expensive. You are either the youngest Auror I've ever seen, or something outside my experience entirely. Rose was impressed with the accuracy of her observations. "Do you do that often? Show off how smart you are." "Too often for my parents, not often enough for me." Lisa examined her again. "What do you want anyway?" Rose handed her a copy of the prophecy and began talking. The two talked for nearly an hour, and at the end, Lisa would not commit, but did say she'd think about it. Rose was somber as she made one last comment. "You know there will be those that will not be happy about you being involved." Lisa looked at her. "So, no one can cause me half the pain my father has already done." For one brief instant, 11 years of anger and bitterness showed before Lisa closed herself off again. As Lisa headed for the fireplace in her home, she looked back at Rose, and suddenly grinned impishly. "I do envy you that link with your twin though. It must be nice to have one person that you can always count on." No matter what, she flowed away before Rose could ask her how she knew about the link or James, who had stayed away during their talk. As Rose thought about that last comment, she had a sudden flash. She smiled softly. I don't know how yet, but one day, Lisa, you'll know what it's like too. James and Rose spent a few minutes in the bookstore after Lisa left, looking through the books. Rose found one and they snickered as they set it aside to buy. Finding a box of books marked down, they went through them looking for older books, as Uncle Alexander was always looking for old books that might be rare or just out of print. At the bottom of the box, they found a book and they stared at it and each other before lifting it out. James, that's the family code on the spine. I know. I am curious as to what an Evans clan book is doing here. They opened the book and read the first page. When they were done, they stared at each other for a long minute and took th. At book and the others they had found up to the counter. The middle-aged wizard behind the counter packaged the books for carrying, not saying anything until he reached the book they had gotten such a shock from. He looked at them. Your names are James and Rose, and you're from America. His comment was not a question, but a statement. They both blinked. How did you know that? He reached under the counter and pulled out an account book. Turning to the front of the book, he spoke in a conversational tone that had a hint of fear under it. My father bought that book 73 years ago, under some very odd circumstances. According to this, a couple came in one day and sold him the book for a single canute. They told him, and here I quote, many years from now, a pair of twin children will come in the store. You will know them easily. For they do not talk to each other, but laugh and act as if they do, and they will be Americans. Their names will be James and Rose. Tell them the story of how you got this book, and they will give you 50 galleons for the book, if you tell them our names. The bookseller looked up at the twins. Cassandra and Elric Evans sold us this book. The twins stared at each other, and then at the book. James was the first to speak. Rose, I believe him, even if Elric and Cassandra have been dead for over 800 years. The story is too weird to be made up. I agree, and that means we're paying an outrageous sum for a book, and then we're going back to the inn. I've had enough of the alley for today. Sister mine, I couldn't agree more. They paid for the books, and headed back to the inn. Mary and Robert came back from their wandering to find the twins lying head to head on the common room floor, reading a book. They had never known if one twin was reading to the other, or if both of them were reading the book when they did that. They watched their children for a minute, and Robert smiled down at Mary. It appears that they look comfortable enough until dinner, he said, with a certain tone that Mary knew very well. She looked sideways at him. Why, Mr. Evans, do you have something you want to do? Robert leaned down and whispered something in her ear that made her blush and smile. Hand in hand, they headed up the stairs to their room. As they disappeared up the stairs, two heads turned to watch them. I wonder why they never had any more children, commented Rose. I'm not sure, Rose. I think it has to do with that thing Dad showed us. Sister mine, do you really think you can? James was dubious. I can try. Rose was willing to try at least, because the thing in the vault gave her bad dreams sometimes. Good luck, and if you do figure out how to forget it, let me know. Emma Weasley and Angeld were in the second car they came to, and James and Rose joined them. They talked quietly for a while, just getting to know each other. The train pulled out of the station, and the friends watched London recede. A few minutes later, Daniel Creevey and Lisa Malfoy joined them. Lisa had a tight look around her eyes, and Daniel was fuming. What happened? Asked James. Lisa smiled thinly. Let's just say that a couple of students had opinions about my family. James looked at her, and his eyes were flat and cold. Deep inside them was a fire that only Rose had seen before. Would you know the names of these students? He asked in a deceptively calm voice. Somehow, I don't think telling you right now would be the smartest thing to do. James nodded. Okay, no problem, I'm sure they will point themselves out soon enough. As the six young people chatted, and the fire slowly died in James's eyes, the door opened again, and a slender sable-haired girl came in. They looked at her, and Rose knew her right away. Hello, Melissa. Melise. Saw Xavier looked at the people her parents had been telling her about, matching faces and descriptions. The two black-haired children with the green eyes had to be the Evans twins, and the red hair on The other girl marked her as one of the extensive Weasley clan. The nearly 2-meter tall boy had to be the son of the famous Reuben Hagrid, and the short stocky boy that blended into the background so well was a Creevy. She knew what they were seeing, a tall slender girl with long black hair and eyes to match. She sat down, and the introductions started over again. The trip to Hogwarts was uneventful, and they dismounted the train at the station. Hangeld started looking for his father, who was gathering the first years for the tradition trip across the lake. As they entered the boats, 1-0. The other first years pushed Lisa into the water. As the friends started towards him, Hagrid reached out a long arm and picked the student up by the back of his shirt. I saw that boyo, and I think the professors might have something to say about it, especially your househead. I do believe you're the first student to ever lose points before you've even been sorted. Lisa stared at the student that had pushed her. As James muttered something in her ear, she turned and looked at him, and an evil grin passed over her face, a grin that matched the ones on James and Rose's faces. In the boats, Lisa pointedly stayed far away from the student, and as they watched Hogwarts come into view, nobody noticed James sticking a disc to the student's robes. Waiting in the hallway before the doors to the dining hall, James and Rose looked around. Rose, where's Tiffany? I haven't seen her. Relax, James, she's here somewhere, she'll be sorted with the rest us. James nodded. He grinned suddenly. Sister mine, can you see the sorting yet? Yes, why? Asked Rose suspiciously. I was thinking of placing a few bets, James suggested hopefully. Forget it, James, the site is not for you to swindle your year mates with. Rose was not. James shrugged. Just a thought. The students standing nearby looked at him, puzzled, but before anyone could say anything, Professor McGonagall and a short red-haired girl appeared. My name is Professor McGonagall, and in a few minutes you will follow me through the doors to be sorted into your houses. When your name is called, step up to front of the hall and sit on the stool you will find there. She looked over the new students, picking out the ones that they thought were involved in the prophecy, standing in a group. The only one missing had been Tiffany Potter, and she had been at Hogwarts all day, as Harry and Ginny Potter were consulting with Dumbledore. Harry Potter was replacing Professor Hooch as the flying professor and Quidditch instructor. Virginia Potter was going to be working in the Medwing with Madame Pomfrey, who was retiring next year. As a fully qualified Medawizard, Ginny was going to take her place. Everybody follow me now. Professor McGonagall led the first years into the dining hall. In the hall the sorting began after the sorting hat sang its song for the year, and the friends were watching carefully, waiting to see where they would go. While they waited, James nudged them. Watch that jerk, the one that pushed Lisa. Crabbe, Martin, had been called, and as he walked up the aisle he suddenly tripped over nothing, sending a wave of laughter through the crowd. Crabbe got back up and continued to the hat with his face a bright red. Slytherin, called the hat, and Crabbe was done with the hat, although the laughter was not done. As he fell again on the way to the Slytherin table, James was grinning as the embarrassed Slytherin sat down, and it was only when he turned to Rose that he noticed her frown. Rose, what's wrong? Asked James, feeling her confusion. James, did you see that first Gryffindor? Adam Brooks. What about him? He's the last face in my dream. He and Daniel look similar, but he's the one. James looked over at the Gryffindor table, but older students hid Adam. Are you sure? Dumbledore said Daniel was the last one. He said he thought he was. Apparently, Dumbledore was wrong, or my dream is. I don't believe the dream is, but we'll see how many of them get in Gryffindor. Even as they finished their conversation, Creevy, Daniel was called, and he barely placed the hat on his head when it shouted, Gryffindor. He smiled broadly as he walked to an empty seat. After Fudge, Carrie, was sorted into Hufflepuff, Evans, James, was called. James walked up to the hat and placed it on his head. A few seconds later, he was a Gryffindor. Evans, Rose was next and she was under the hat long enough to start a murmuring in the hall. After nearly 3 minutes, Rose was sorted into Gryffindor. James visibly relaxed. The rest of the sorting went as they had expected, although the sounds and murmurs when Lisa was sorted into Gryffindor had James marking a number of faces for future pranks. Xavier Melissa was the last name called, and as she sat down next to Emma and Adam Brooks, James grinned. We got them all, Rose. Dumbledore stood up after the sorting and spoke briefly. Welcome back to our returning students, and welcome to Hogwarts for the new ones. I have several things to say. First, the Forbidden Forest is just that, forbidden. Second, Mr. Filch has added several new items to the list of banned items. The entire list may be found posted outside his office. I also wish to announce 2 new professors for this year. Professor Potter will be taking over the Quidditch instructor and flying classes, and Madam Potter will be working with Madam Pomfrey, who is retiring next year. This year, due to circumstances from outside the school, both the Ravens Law and Gryffindor House teams will need entire teams. In order to give them a chance to play, any first-year student that has a broomstick already will be allowed to try out for the teams. I have a list of students that have broomsticks, and only those students will be allowed to try out. Dumbledore swept the hall with his eyes. Many students have passed through these halls in the history of Hogwarts. Some have gone on to do great things, both for good and for evil. However, while the students are here, they will not be treated differently than any other. To enforce this, I have instructed all teachers to take 100 house points from any student caught judging another student in a biased or prejudicial way. And with that said, we shall eat. The feast appeared, and the hungry students dug in. Although the ones around Hangeld had to eat fast, Hangeld had an appetite to match his size, and entire dishes were disappearing in his vicinity. When everyone was full, and even Hangeld was looking less like a ravening dragon, Dumbledore instructed the prefects to take the first years to their houses. As they headed up the stairs, James and Rose closed around Lisa, making sure none of the other students pulled anything on her. At the fat lady's portrait, Prefect Moore gave the password house cup and led them all into the common room. In the common room, the 8 new students gathered in a group to listen to Prefect Moore. He had just begun talking about the house cup when James and Tiffany met for the first time, and looked at each other. 2 sets of green eyes met and locked. Something passed between them, and Rose felt it dimly. It was as if everything that made each of them what they were, who they were, jumped from them to the other person in the blinking of an eye. The rush of emotions, feelings, thoughts and sensations overwhelmed them, and they slumped, unconscious before they hit the floor. Hospital wing. Early on, soul bonding is the rarest bond 2 people can have in the wizard world of prophecy, and one of the most hazardous. James and Tiffany are the 20th soul-bonded pair in history. 7 couples couldn't handle the dual input, and went insane. 6 couples went berserk, and killed each other. And of the 6 couples that made it into full bonding, none of them lived more than 15 years after the bonding. The soul bond ages people at a 3-to-1 ratio. For every year that passes, they will age 3 years. Therefore, if James and Tiffany make it to full bonding, by the 1st of September next year, they will be physically 14, and mentally only 12. Revelations. Again, all those disclaimer thingies apply. If you recognize it, it's not mine, I'm not making any money off of it, and since I'm a freshman in college with a part-time job, there is no point in suing me anyway. Revelations. The common froze as the 2 students fell, and then a babble rose as everyone tried to crowd around. Rose was leaning on a table, eyes closed. Her link with James was pushing a lot of what he was experiencing at her, and she was trying to block it out, but she had never tried to block James before, and she wasn't sure where to start. Emma noticed her distress and came to her. Rose, are you all right? Not really. James and Tiffany just soul-bonded, I think, and the twin link is pushing his thoughts at me. Melissa Xavier was pushing through the crowd. When she reached James and Tiffany, she cast the Perlego Anima Viscus spell that told her his vitals, and then cast it again on Tiffany. Somebody get Madame Pomfrey, and some of you help me start them to the Medwing. Melissa was issuing orders with the unthinking assurance of the healer. When a 6th-year prefect tried to say something, she rounded on him, eyes blazing. Do you know anything about healing? Or any medical spells? Do you know what happened here? No. Then get out of my way. Prefect Moore pulled the other prefect away. She seems to have this under control, go get Madame Pomfrey. The prefect disappeared through the door of the common room. Melissa cast the Corporis Tabula spell, and the unconscious students were lifted into the air, and hovered there. You take James, and you take Tiffany. Do not bump into anything with them. That last comment was reinforced with a glare that would have done credit to an angry griffin. Emma was already helping a disoriented Rose out the door, and Melissa and the two students she had chosen to guide the pair followed. Close behind them were the rest of the first-year students from Gryffindor, including Adam Brooks. In the Medwing, Madame Pomfrey and Ginny Potter met them, and the two were soon in bed. Melissa gave Madame Pomfrey a rundown on their condition so far, and released the vital signs spell to her. Albus Dumbledore was there, having been alerted by Madame Pomfrey as soon as she knew they had patients. He looked at a visibly worried Ginny, and pulled Melissa over to the side. The Xaviers have been meta-wizards and healers for almost 1,000 years. Would your family have any ideas about helping them with the soul bond? Sir, there is nothing anyone can do now. They have to come to terms with the dual input first. Where before they saw things as we do, now they will see through two sets of eyes, and the same with all their senses. Everything they experience will be doubled, and they have to accept that or they'll go insane. Melissa was speaking in a detached tone, trying not to think that the people she was talking about were people she knew and liked. She continued, after they accept that, and I think they might, simply because of that strange bond James has with Rose, they will have to accept the harder part. That somebody else knows everything about them, every evil thought, every time they did it. That they never wanted anyone to know. If they get through that, they will settle down into the soul bond. Then they have to learn to live with the fact that they will age 3 years for every year that passes. Something about the soul bond causes accelerated aging. Dumbledore nodded, thinking about what she had said. 2 questions. First, how do you know all of this? Sir, you might know that Deborah Xavier was the meta-wizard that treated Elric Evans after Cassandra died. Since then the Xaviers have tracked down everything known about soul bonds, and when the prophecy fell to me, I studied the soul bond materials. Melissa looked at him. We have our own copy of the prophecy. Dumbledore smiled faintly. I think I will have you talk to Madame Pomfrey before you go, so she knows what to expect. Second, what do you mean strange bond? I was under the impression that what James and Rose had was merely a strong twin bond. Melissa snorted. Horseflies. I'm not sure what they did, but that is not merely a twin bond. There has never been a twin bond strong enough to carry on conversations like they do, and when you look at their auras, you can see where they did something, although I haven't figured out what yet. Dumbledore considered that carefully. Madame Pomfrey came over to talk to Dumbledore. Headmaster, the soul bonded are resting, but they are just starting their bonding. And it is much too early to tell you anything about it. So could you please get the rest of these students out of the wing? Albus Dumbledore looked around. Counting the 3 in beds, there were first-year Gryffindors and the 2 older students that Melissa had drafted to help. Dumbledore sent everyone but Melissa off to the house, and introduced Melissa to Madame Pomfrey. He left the 2 them discussing the soul bond and what they could expect out of it. He went back to his office and cast a spell available to the headmaster. The spell allowed him to look at the aura of any person in Hogwarts. And he used it now to look at the new Gryffindors. Dumbledore came away from his aura readings a troubled man. In the 1,000-year history of Hogwarts, almost every variant of aura had come through the school. And all of them were recorded in a magicrystal that each headmaster passed to his or her replacement. His reading of the 9 had been shocking. That all of them would be strong wizards he had expected. But the raw power in Adam Brooks had dwarfed anything he'd ever seen. Not even Harry Potter had had that much raw power. He came to a quick decision and sent a house elf for Professor McGonagall. When she arrived in her bathrobe, the Gryffindor househead was not happy. This had better be important, Albus. She said acidly. I do believe it's 3 o'clock in the morning. My dear Minerva, I believe you're right, but I have a few things to tell you. And I thought since I was going to have a sleepless night, I would share it. McGonagall sighed. This is about the 8, isn't it? No, about the 9 new students in Gryffindor. Adam Brooks has more power than anybody I've ever seen, including myself and Harry. McGonagall stared at him. You're not serious. The Muggle-born boy. Oh yes. Also, James and Rose have somehow transformed their twin bond into something far more. Emma Weasley is a budding warlock, and Hangeld has magic from both sides of his family. The professor stared at him. A warlock, are you certain? There has not been a warlock in nearly 900 years. Albus called up Emma's aura, and showed it to her, alongside the aura of the last warlock. See, right here and here, where they match perfectly. Then, here and here they match again. Emma Weasley will be a warlock when she hits puberty. Professor McGonagall thought about what this would mean for Emma's training. She thought about warlocks. Warlocks were the single rarest talent any wizard could have. Something inside a warlock replaced the need for a focus tool, allowing the warlock to cast any spell without the wand a wizard needed for any but the most basic spell. She looked at Albus. Hangeld has magic from both sides of his family, you say? I can safely assume you mean he has the giant magic also. Correct, Professor. Hangeld carries the elemental magic of his giant ancestors. We'll have to find him a teacher. Giant magic was strictly elemental in nature, and each giant mage used one type of element. Fire, water, air or earth, though, a wizard could not teach it, because the magic was vastly different. Do you have any other good news for me? Professor McGonagall waxed sarcastic. If Dumbledore noticed the sarcasm, he ignored it. As a matter of fact, I do. All 9 have animage potential. Melissa is a healer and empath, Rose has the sight, and a soul-bonded couple has always developed unusual abilities. Lisa Malfoy is the most normal wizard in the bunch magically, but her mental gifts more than make up for that. To top it all off, Tiffany Potter something G in her aura that is not in the aura crystal here. She has something I can't identify. Professor McGonagall stared at him again, and then dropped her head into her hands. Albus, can I take a leave of absence? Minerva, look at the interesting time we're going to have. As each of them begin puberty, and their gifts manifest, it's going to be very interesting around here. She looked at him sourly, and then sobered. Albus, why do they need all this? Who or what is the enemy, that they need this much power? Dumbledore sobered as quickly as the Gryffindor house head had. I've been asking myself that for nearly 3 months now. I still have not found an answer. Until the war starts, and you meet all of the enemy. Right now, I give them no better than a 40 chance of winning. What's that? No, actually, I don't know who's going to win the war yet. I haven't written the end of the story yet, and my original outline was destroyed before I finished interlude. You see, I feel sorry for Alex. And so I'm now trying to keep Alex alive and sane at the end, while destroying Jezebel and the others. I know you understand the problem there, or you need to go over interlude again. Once more into the begging and pleading thingy. Beg, have I done enough begging for this chapter? Good. Now, just click the little button in the bottom of your screen that says, Go. And is next to T. He menu box with the words, Submit Review. Trust me, it doesn't hurt, and if you review my story, I'll review yours, if you have any. Retribution. Anybody may freely use any spell or person of mine, with only one restriction. James Evans and Tiffany Potter are soul-bonded. Only death can change that. I think. It's possible, I guess, that they remain linked after death. Nobody has returned from death to tell us what goes on past that door. Anyway, use what you want, if you want. After all, I am using Jaker's world and people, and it would be rude of me to tell others they couldn't use my people. Please though, if you do use something I created, let me know, so I can read your story. Teammates. The next morning when the first years went to breakfast, they found Rose already there. In response to the deluge of questions, she told them that the soul bond had passed too deep to affect the twin link she had with James. She could still feel his distress, but it was not the overwhelming cascade of sensations it had been the day before. They chatted through breakfast, looking at their schedules. The first class of the day was Transfigurations with Hufflepuff. After that, they had Defense Against the Dark Arts with Slytherin. Lisa was looking through her bag, and had to run back up to the room for some parchment. The friends kept talking for a while longer, until Adam looked around. Isn't it taking Lisa a long time to return? The group looked at each other, and they all got up to go look for her. On the second floor, they heard someone laughing. It was not a fun laugh, but more the laugh of somebody humiliating somebody else. They looked at each other, and headed for the sound. Whomever it was heard them coming and ran. Just around the corner of the hall, they found Lisa immobilized by a spell, and hung in a picture frame. With a hastily scrawled note tacked up over her head. Traitors. Blood. was the entire note. The group quickly got her down and cast the finite incantatum spell that released Lisa from the Petrificus Totalis spell. The next few minutes were an education of a new sort for most of the group as Lisa vented her anger and embarrassment by describing the habits, ancestry, probable destinations, and life expectancy of the first-year Slytherins that had done this to her. Some of the things she alluded to did not sound possible even with magic. After she turned the air blue for a bit, and making a few of the people in the portraits run away with their hands over their ears, she stopped. Taking a deep breath, she looked at the silent group. I believe we have transfigurations. We should be going. It would not be good to be late to the first class with our house head. Lisa started walking, and the others followed her. As Lisa talked about the class, Emma watched her. Lisa, are you all right? Lisa looked at her. No, I am going to get some revenge for that. I am going to make them sweat until I know exactly what I'm going to do. The first part that is pretending nothing happened until I decide exactly what form my retribution will take. The group reached the classroom with a few minutes to spare, and Professor McGonagall was nowhere to be seen. So they talked quietly about James and Tiffany. It appears that some people need to take history of magic very badly. That way, they will know who can be trusted. Emma Weasley stood up and faced the speaker. A tall, angry-looking Hufflepuff. Would you care to explain that? Challenged Emma. The boy sneered at her. You of all people should know what that one's family did, or do you have so many brothers that losing a couple doesn't matter? Emma glared at him, and then started laughing at him. What has the actions of her family before she was even born have to do with Lisa today? The Hufflepuff looked at Lisa as he replied to Emma. Everyone knows the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Emma gave a short barking laugh, more of disgust than humor. Your apple must be rotten. Lisa is a Gryffindor, which says she's different than the rest of her family off the top, and I worry more about someone that is so close-minded as to insult people that he hasn't even met. Proof T. Had if the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, your tree has no branches. As Emma finished speaking, the lamp standing next to the professor's desk suddenly shimmered and turned into Professor McGonagall. You are not going to be a popular young man. The headmaster told you what would happen to anyone making prejudicial remarks. 100 points from Hufflepuff. Miss Weasley, I am considering taking those points from Gryffindor for the comment about his family tree not having any branches. Professor, I did not prejudge him. My comment was based on quick observation, and his own words. I do admit to insulting him. Emma was quick to protest. 10 points then Miss Weasley. Professor McGonagall began the class as they returned to their seats. When the first-year Gryffindors reached he defense against the dark arts classroom, the Slytherin students were already there. The classroom had been cleared, with only a few chairs along each of the longer walls. The Slytherins had taken the chairs on one side, and the Gryffindors took the others. Why Lisa? Came a falsely sweet voice. Aren't you just as pretty as a picture? Laughter came from the Slytherins. Lisa colored, and then turned to Martin Crabbe, who had spoken. Very amusing, Marty, but it would appear that the Slytherin intellect has fallen badly this year, or you would realize I hold your house in my hand. Martin Crabbe stared suspiciously at Lisa. What do you mean? The Slytherins were watching her with their dislike clear in their faces. Lisa smiled at them. The headmaster said last night that anyone pulling a stunt like you did this morning would lose 100 house points. Now, I can identify 9 of you involved this morning, by name, face or voice. Using Dumbledore's pensive spell I can prove it. Now, I ask you, what will the older students do to you after they lose 900 points in one day? The Slytherins paled as they absorbed her meaning. Martin turned red and spoke through gritted teeth. Fine. What will it take to keep you quiet? Lisa smirked. I'll let you know. Now, run along and play, I have more important things to do. She turned back towards the Gryffindors, whom were all grinning broadly at the Slytherin group. By the way, Marty, I do suggest that you refrain from annoying me anymore, or I might just decide that watching your house mangle you every day this year would be more fun than anything you can give me. Martin turned back to his group and they began talking quietly, shooting nasty looks back at Lisa as they discussed their problem. Adam Brooks was looking at a short, dark-haired Slytherin sitting well away from the rest of the students. She had her head buried in a. Emma looked where he was pointing and frowned. I don't know, I've never seen her before. None of the Gryffindors had. And with the Slytherins studiously avoiding them, there was no way to ask them. The dark arts instructor walked into the classroom. Since the end of the Voldemort War, Professor Alan Moody, son of Mad Eye Moody, had been the defense against the dark arts instructor. Good morning, class. I am Professor Moody. He looked at the two groups of students, his eyes pausing on the quiet girl in the corner. And then continuing, I see the house rivalries are still firmly in place, so today we'll start with the Expelliarmus spell. Professor Moody gave a quick class on the Disa RMING spell and then paired Lisa with a Slytherin girl for the first practical exercise. A word of warning, students, my father taught me an interesting spell for students that try a spell we're not working on. I have not had a chance to use it yet, but I am interested in seeing its effects, so feel free to try. Lisa and the Slytherin girl stood in the center of the room, and Professor Moody counted to 3. At 3, Lisa pulled her wand from the sleeve of her robes and pointed it, even as she spoke. Expelliarmus. Her hapless opponent had not even gotten her wand aimed when the spell hit, and her wand was sent flying. Nicely done, Miss Malfoy. The two girls sat down, and the practical portion of the class continued until Adam Brooks and Martin Crabbe were up. Adam stood there waiting. As Professor Moody had a few words with the last two students. Martin sneered at him. In a low voice, he mocked Adam. You're going to get it, mudblood. I've been using a wand for years. Adam merely smiled thinly and held his peace. When Professor Moody counted down for them, Adam blurred into motion. Flipping the robes away from the right side of his body, his left hand reached for the wand at his waist. Slung there with the butt handle up. Half a second later, Crabbe's wand was flying one way, and the power of Adam's spell had Martin flying the other. Adam looked at the dazed boy and Rais. Ed the tip of his wand in front of his face. He blew across the tip of it and grinned at the quiet class. I always knew a fondness for Louis L'Amour books would come in handy someday. Rose and the quiet girl were the only ones that caught the Muggle reference. Professor Moody helped Martin to his feet and grinned at Adam. Excellent job, Mr. Brooks. 10 points for Gryffindor. He came closer. Would you mind showing me that again? But a little slower. Adam demonstrated his wandslinger technique, and Professor Moody grinned. Very novel and very effective apparently. At lunch, Melissa asked Rose how James and Tiffany were. Rose opened her link to James carefully but shut it quickly. She considered what she had caught in that glimpse. They're still struggling with the link. The meal passed quickly, and they went to their next class, which was care and use of broomsticks. They had the class with Ravenclaw, and the start of class found them standing around waiting on Professor Potter. The school brooms were there, but Harry was nowhere to be seen. They were starting to fidget, when a spot in the sky came down, and turned into Harry on his broom. He grinned at the class. Good afternoon. Sorry about that, I was flying after eating and didn't realize how late it was. He started them on their lessons, and the class went well for most, although Adam was not as good as the wizards that had been flying for years. At the end of the class, Harry told them that since they were going to be allowed to try out, any student that wanted to try out for the house teams had to get his approval. From what I see, most of you will get it, except for you, Mr. Brooks. I'm sorry, but you're just a bit too inexperienced for Quidditch this year. Adam grinned at him. I'm not sorry, I'll watch it, but I'm not much for playing. Harry nodded, and grinned at an old memory. It's not everyone's cup of tea. Hermione still doesn't like it much, and Ron's played for the Cannons for 6 years. With classes over for the day, the group trooped into the common room to work on homework. Rose excused herself, and went to the Meadowing to check on her brother. When she came back, her face was tight. They have passed into the frenzy, was her only comment before going upstairs to her room. The others looked at a suddenly tense Melissa for an explanation. The frenzy is the part of the bonding W. Here so many couples learn everything about each other, and a lot of them have gone berserk during it. If they don't come to terms with the bond here, they will try to kill each other. Even if we could stop them. The bond is already too deep. They can no longer live without the other person. Dawn found the first-year Gryffindors waiting in the common room. They had started coming downstairs nearly an hour earlier. And the silence was testament to their worry about their friends. "We need something to take our minds off of our friends," Lisa said quietly. "Sitting around here doing nothing will not help them, or us." Rose looked at her. "What do you suggest? I really can't concentrate on the schoolwork." "What have you got in mind?" asked Adam. The rest of the group turned to him. Adam was the only one of the first-year students that did not know about the prophecy, although Rose had realized at the sorting ceremony that Adam and not Daniel was the last of the 8. Her problem was, she didn't know how to break that to Daniel. She suspected Daniel might be slightly peeved to find out he was not the one foretold, especially after they had told him he was. She was hoping James came out of his illness before she had to tell Daniel, so she could talk to him about it. Lisa looked at Rose, and raised an eyebrow. Rose looked around to find everyone looking at her. "Why are you all looking at me?" Melissa shrugged. "Until we find somebody better. James leads this." She looked at Adam, searching for a word. "Project of ours. He's not here, so it falls on you, because you know what he's do better than anyone." Rose groaned. "Thanks." She looked at Adam, and grinned. The group had just handed her the perfect opening. It would be a pain to try to hide what we're doing from Adam for however long this project takes. "We'll tell him about it also." Rose began a rundown on the prophecy, and the events that led to the group sitting there. Adam stared at them when she was done. "You're all barking mad. Prophecy is as fake as wizards, or magic?" asked Emma dryly. Adam blinked, and grinned suddenly. "Right then. This is a different world." He considered the story. "I was wondering why all of you seem to know each other, even the Americans. I assumed it was a wizard thing. Actually, a lot of us were wondering the same thing." The voice came from a couch pushed up in the corner, and a head appeared over the edge of it. Prefect Moore looked at the group, sleep still evident in his eyes. "Sorry about eavesdropping, but I fell asleep studying, and didn't wake up until you started talking. The story was quite interesting. Can you prove any of it?" Rose looked at him, weighing her options. James would simply wipe his memory, but something in Rose told her to trust this boy. Her coldly pragmatic side also reminded her that having a prefect working with them would simplify a few things. The prophecy is a matter of public record. It is in the books because Elric is the only soul-bonded person to survive the death of their other half for more than a second. "Look it up." Prefect Moore nodded. "I will. After I do, I'll be looking for you, Rose." Prefect Moore got up, collected his things and started up the stairs. He stopped at the foot of the stairs and turned back. "By the way, I was asked to tell you something, Lisa. You were the focus of quite a bit of talk among the older Gryffindor students. A lot of them wanted to talk to Dumbledore about removing you, and more wanted to make your life hell, until you left the house. However, 2 things spoke for you. You are different enough from the rest of your family to be in Gryffindor, and the families that should be ready to kill you are your friends." Prefect Moore smiled as he continued. "We didn't understand it, but we're going to leave you alone, unless you pull a Slytherin stunt." He turned and went up the stairs. "That helps some, although I would have preferred that they just accepted me," commented Lisa. "At least they won't be running around trying to cause trouble." Rose grinned at her, feeling better about the coming days. "Speaking of trouble, I believe this all started with a comment about troubling the Slytherins." The group began planning a bit of revenge for Lisa. At breakfast, they were still plotting in low voices. Lisa suddenly grinned, and moved up the table to speak to Prefect Moore. Prefect Moore was smiling by the time she was done, and stood up to speak to a Slytherin prefect. The 3 of them talked for a few minutes, and everyone saw the Slytherin stiffen at one point. "And look at the first-year Slytherins." Lisa spoke to him for a few more minutes, and finally he nodded and walked back over to his table. The look he shot at the first years had them huddling and whispering. "What was that all about?" Lisa grinned as several people asked the same question at the same time. "Well, I told him about the situation, and what I could do. Then I told him I would not do it, on 2 conditions. First, the older students don't help the first years at all, no matter we do, and second, they stay away from me." Lisa smirked. "Isolating a victim is just good sense." "Me." Lisa was the only one who knew exactly how much danger James and Tiffany were in, and she had an inkling of what else was bothering Rose, even if Rose hadn't said anything yet. Rose and James had something to multiply the effects of the twin bond, and they were closer than any two people Melissa had ever heard of. Tiffany, though, was becoming even closer to James than Rose could ever be, and that had to bothering Rose at some level. In the meadowing, Rose sat beside James, and reached for his hand. She cautiously opened the shields she had put on the link that bound her to James, and tried to reach him again. Anger, fear, hate, love, affection, embarrassment, violation. Rose pulled back, breaking the link. She held her twin's hand, trying to figure out how to help him. It's always hard to see someone you love in danger, and not be able to do anything about it. Rose didn't turn, staring at her twin. Will they pass this, sir? Albus Dumbledore moved up next to her, and looked at the students lying in bed. I cannot see the future as you do, Miss Evans. What does the sight show you? Rose sighed. Nothing. Rather, it shows me too much. This is a pivotal point, and too many paths branch off here. Dumbledore looked at her. I don't understand what you mean. Rose thought about how to explain what the sight was to her. Think of my sight as a path. Every decision somebody can make creates two paths, or more, depending on how many options they have to choose from. Certain events and decisions are more important than most, and there are literally thousands of paths leading from those points. When that happens, I can't follow any path, because it gets lost too quickly in the maze of what could be. Albus Dumbledore thought about that carefully. This merging of theirs is such a point then. Rose nodded. There are so many paths here, I can't follow them. All I can see is that about half of them led into a darkness I don't want to look at. She looked at Dumbledore. The prophecy says that if we lose two, we cannot win. Dumbledore smiled faintly. True, but the prophecy also says that the 8 will rise in our darkest hour, and that has not arrived yet. Rose turned serious eyes on Dumbledore. I hope you're right. Speaking of the prophecy, sir, I have something to tell you. Daniel is not one of the 8. Adam Brooks is. Albus looked at her, considering the ramifications of that. Are you quite sure? Rose nodded. I saw it at the sorting ceremony, but I don't know how to tell him. Telling him will be hard. We might have been wrong to tell the ones we thought were the 8. Without you meeting them first. Albus frowned as he spoke. Let me think about it, and I'll get back to you on the problem. Dumbledore stayed a few more minutes, and then left, leaving Rose with James and Tiffany until Ginny Potter chased her out. On the way back to the Gryffindor common room, Peeves dropped a large water balloon on her head. Rose stared at him. You know, Peeves, you have been a pain in the neck of every student to walk these halls for much too long. Peeves smirked. What's the Ickle going to do? Cry to mommy. Rose gave him an evil smile that would have done credit to any dark wizard. And Peeves drifted a little further away. No, Peeves, I'm going to find a way to prank a ghost. And when I do, you're going to get it, in front of everybody. With that comment, a dripping Rose walked back to the common room, and gave the fat lady the password. House Cup. In the common room, Rose found the rest of the first years waiting to hear how the two were doing. But her face had all the answers they needed. They headed off to bed, while Rose sat before the fire. She was thinking morbid thoughts, and those thoughts were dragging her deeper into a pit of despair and self-pity. You know, thoughts like that make it awfully hard for an empath to sleep. Rose stared at Melissa blankly. What is an empath? Empathy is the ability to feel what others feel. The stronger the emotion, the better I can feel it. I can't read minds, just emotions. Melissa sat down beside Rose. Care to talk about it? Rose just looked at her. You should be able to figure out what I'm worried about. My brother is in there suffering, and there is not a thing I can do. Melissa watched her for a few minutes, examining Rose's feelings with the empathy that was part of the healing talent. That's not all that you're thinking about, and it's not what is scaring you. Do you want to talk about that? Rose examined her hands. I've never been alone, you know. All my life. James has been there in the back of my head, and to be honest, I'm not dealing with this well. Melissa frowned at her. I thought you could still feel him. I can, for now. For how much longer though? No soul-bonded pair has ever lived more than 15 years because of the burnout. Therefore, at some point in the next 15 years, I am going to be alone for the first time ever, and I don't think I can handle that. James is the alpha of our link, the strong one that decides what we're going to do and when. Rose's eyes were wet, and Melissa reached for her. Almost everyone is alone in their heads, Rose, and they all make it. What if that's because they have never been linked? Everyone that has ever had a link tight enough to send words down has died when the other half of them did. Rose said. Melissa blinked. You can send words through your twin bond. I've never even heard of a twin bond that strong. Rose avoided the question, and changed the subject. Isn't there anything your talent can do for them? Melissa shook her head. She explained, the frenzy is not a physical thing, but mental. From interviews with soul bonds that make it past this stage, they have already adapted to the dual inputs. At this point, they are trying to deal with another person having total access to everything they are. Rose looked puzzled. James has always had me, why is it a problem? Melissa looked at her for a minute. Until Rose thought about it. Tiffany hasn't had this, and isn't taking it well. Melissa shrugged. I don't imagine James was ready for somebody that knows everything about him either. Rose frowned. But before she could speak, Melissa continued. You and him need to send to each other, right? Like talking, but with your minds, not your voices. Tiffany has total access to everything, thought, emotion, action. Everything he's ever done, and even the stuff he would never tell. You. Rose was still disbelieving, and Melissa continued. Have you ever thought that James was a git? Rose looked at her, raising one eyebrow. A what? Melissa asked. Even had an urge to do something you know is wrong, or done something wrong, that nobody knows about. Rose had a sudden memory, and blushed darkly. Melissa nodded. Right now, those two are dealing with having everything, every thought and emotion seen by what amounts to a total stranger. Rose thought about the things she had thought or done, that not even James knew about, and considered having a total stranger. Know all of it. She shook her head. I can see where that might be a bad thing. Melissa smiled faintly at the understatement. Rose sighed, and turned her mind to other things, in an attempt to forget the two in the meadowing. She asked Melissa to explain the healing talent to her. Melissa just smiled. Can you explain your link to James to me? Rose tried, but it was not easy to explain it. It's the same way with the healing talent. It's a feeling you get when you touch a hurt person. The two girls spent an hour trying to explain the link and healing talent to each other, and when they started yawning, they had only the slimmest idea of what the other girl was trying to describe. They walked up the stairs to the room they shared with the other first-year girls. As they reached the door, Melissa stopped Rose. I noticed how you avoided talking about whatever you and James did to your link, but I would like to know when you can talk about it. Rose just shrugged, and put on her best innocent look. I don't know what you mean. Melissa stared at her, feeling the difference between what Rose was feeling and the air she was projecting. Melissa grinned at her. That probably works better on people that can't feel your emotions. Rose maintained the innocent look and grinned back. You can think whatever you like. But unless you can read minds, I still say it's just a strong bond. Rose opened the door, and went into their room, leaving Melissa thinking hard. Melissa considered the emotions Rose had felt, and her sleep-fogged mind finally figured out that James and Tiffany must have come out of the frenzy. She woke the other girls, and they dressed in a rush. Melissa went down to the common room and found a male Gryffindor. She asked him to get the other first-year boys, and tell them that James and Tiffany were awake. The first-year girls waited impatiently for the boys, and the whole group went to the infirmary when they came down from the boys' side. Ginny Potter and Madame Pomfrey were examining the patients in the infirmary, and Rose was sitting nearby. The three green-eyed children had faraway looks. As they talked through the two links, James noticed the other first-years, and smiled at them. Ladies, we have guests, and it's rude to be excluding them. Ginny and Madame Pomfrey moved away to converse in low tones, and the group crowded around. James and Tiffany looked the same as they had at the sorting ceremony, but there was a vague difference, not something you could put your finger on. Rose was looking at her brother. Tiffany looked at her. He's fine, Rose, trust me on that. Rose blinked. How did you know what I was thinking? Tiffany looked at her and smiled wryly. I have his every memory, and I know you as well as he does. Rose raised one eyebrow as she thought about that. She was silent for a minute, and then smiled at Tiffany. This is not fair, you know me. And I don't know anything about you. The rest of the first years were crowding around, and everyone was trying to talk at once. James held up a hand. "Pipe down," he ordered. "Yes. Have you figured out how to tell Daniel yet?" "No, I've had other things on my mind." Rose sent James a short version of the last 4 days. James considered what she'd sent, but Tiffany was the first to speak. "I love the vengeance prank. Y'all are going to." Tiffany trailed off, and shook her head. She stared flatly at James. "You've corrupted my English, you bloody Yank. Y'all is not a word." James just smiled at her. "Oops." Tiffany shook her head. "Right then. As I was saying, I love the prank, and you will let us help now that we're awake." Lisa smiled evilly. "Of course. After all, we can't allow the Slytherins to be one up on us, can we?" Madame Pomfrey and Ginny Potter came back to the beds from their talk. Ginny smiled, her relief at Tiffany waking up bright in her eyes. "If you lot would allow us to finish examining these two, I think they'll be in the hall for breakfast," said Madame Pomfrey in a rather pointed way. The students between her and the two in bed hastily moved out of the way. Ginny gently shooed the other students out, after Rose hugged James again. On the way back to Gryffindor House, Rose kept a running commentary up, as she spoke to James, and passed things along. "James wants everyone that can to try out for the house Quidditch team. It will give us all practice in teamwork if we can get enough slots." She blinked and held a long conversation with James over their link. By the time she finished, they were back in the common room, and sitting around the fire. Prefect Moore came down the stairs and sat near them. He checked that none of the older Gryffindors were close, and asked after the two in the infirmary. Rose's eyes were bright as she told him that they would be at breakfast. Prefect Moore nodded. "I had hoped they would come out of this soon. There are a couple of us that would like to talk to all of you about this project of yours." Rose felt James's anger over the link as she relayed what he'd said. "Rose, ask him who he told." Rose sent that to James. "He's right, you know. This thing of ours might lead us into breaking a school rule or two, and having them cover for us would help a lot." "Maybe so, but I would There he waited until you and Melissa could talk to the people he told. Your sight and her empathy would give me a better idea as to their nature, and whether we should trust them. James, surely you can trust the Gryffindors." "Sister dear, I'm with Uncle Alexander on this. We shouldn't trust anyone. I know we'll have to trust some people sooner or later, but I want to be the one that chooses who." Prefect Moore was watching Rose intently, and spoke abruptly. "You can talk to James, can't you? Not just emotions, like most twin bonds, but actual words." Rose put on the innocent look she and Mies had perfected when they started pulling pranks on people. "You're the second person to say something like that, and I still don't know what you mean." Prefect Moore started to say something else, but Rose cut him off. "James and Tiffany are heading for the Great Hall, we should go now." The first-year Gryffindors headed for the portrait, followed by Prefect Moore. He looked at Rose as they walked down the stairs to the Great Hall. "I wonder what James would say, if I asked him about your twin bond." Rose grinned at him. "Well, if you are right, and we talk down the bond, he'll say the same thing I do. If we don't, how should I know what he'd say?" In the Great Hall, the friends were reunited for the first time since the sorting ceremony, and the ones that had known each other for a long time spent a few minutes hugging Tiffany. Angeld and Emma engulfed Tiffany, and Rose caught a strange look on James's face as they did so. "What's the matter, James? I can feel them hugging her. And it's a bit weird to feel people hugging you when nobody is touching you." Rose grinned and spoke. "I can fix that." Rose wrapped her arms around James, knowing he could feel her relief at his RN and trying to keep her dismay at what would happen to them under the level their link could feel. James looked at her a bit sadly, and she knew she had not succeeded. He just smiled though, and flashed her a family hand sign for later. James and Tiffany had taken seats at the end of the Gryffindor table, and the rest of the group slid into seats around them. There was an open area between them and the rest of the Gryffindors. And James merely lowered his voice a little, as he began speaking to them all. "I hope you've been studying the materials we gave you all. Adam, we'll get you the same things as well. If you're going to be in on this project with us, you should know what we are doing, and that includes the lessons. Rose, you've been tracking their progress, right?" Rose was used to James and just grinned at him. Brother mine, you're going to scare them away. They are studying, but can we at least give them a week before you get obsessive with them? James frowned. Rose, he began. Rose cut him off. James, they're working, but we also have schoolwork, and you want us to try out for the Quidditch team, so not everything can be like we had it at the house. James looked frustrated, but conceded they did have other things to do. Emma was staring at the twins as they argued. Excuse me, she said, but are you telling me that his first thought after a week in the infirmary is to give us a test on the stuff you two gave us? Rose and James both looked at her. Rose rolled her eyes, and answered her question. Of course, I love James to death, but he's a compulsive perfectionist. And he'll drive you completely nuts if he thinks you're not working hard enough. James protested mildly. I am not a perfectionist, I'll let them make one mistake. Emma looked at Tiffany. He's not really that bad, is he? Tiffany looked abstracted for a minute, as she examined James's memories. While she had all his memories, and he had all of hers, they had to think about them. Their own memories were just there to use. But using the other person's memories meant think about it. She finished thinking about the way James was and looked at Emma. Yes, he is. James just looked at them all. Yes, I am that bad. In just a few years, we will be trying to stay alive, and defend our family and friends against a wizard that makes Voldemort look like a boggart. If you're not worried about yourselves, learn the lessons to save them. He stared at them until they looked away. After breakfast, they went to their first class where the tall Hufflepuff that had insulted Lisa the first day was waiting for them. As he started to say something, 3 sets of green eyes made him stop. Tiffany joined the twins and they surrounded him. Tiffany, whatever it is, Rose, that you were about. James, to say to Lisa. Tiffany, you can say, all 3, to us. He looked at the 3 of them and found an unnerving sameness to the look in their eyes. Without another word, he sat down. James looked at him as if he was a loathsome bug James was planning to step on. I am not from around here, he said in the flattest American accent he could manage. But where I come from, we stand up for our friends. If you, or anyone else has a problem with Lisa, I'll be more than happy to talk to you about it. James's tone was cold, and more than one person shivered as he spoke. He stared at the Hufflepuffs they had transfigurations with, but none of them said anything. Finally, he sat down, and began chatting with the other Gryffindors as if nothing had happened. As they arrived at Defense Against the Dark Arts, Lisa laid a hand on James's arm. I have the Slytherins in hand, James, you don't need to threaten them. James looked innocent, and protested. I haven't threatened anyone yet. I merely offered to discuss it with that Hufflepuff. Lisa rolled her eyes, causing Rose to choke. Lisa looked at her, and Rose grinned. If you only knew how many times I've had that same expression on my face, when I'm talking to James. Lisa just sighed and asked Rose how she dealt with him. Rose smirked. Usually, with a very big stick. The group continued into the classroom, and found Professor Moody already there. James had looked around the classroom out of habit when they entered, and had spotted the dark-haired girl nobody knew. He watched her for a minute, as the rest of the Slytherins came in. Who's that Rose? Nobody but the Slytherins knows, and they won't say a word about her. All we know is that she's a first year, she wasn't at the sorting ceremony, and Melissa says she's hurting badly. Have you tried talking to her? James, nobody can find her, except during classes, and then she stays away from everyone. Just then, Professor Moody started class, and the subject was dropped. At the end of class, James looked for the girl, but she was already gone. The group took the same seats they had used during breakfast, and began a low-voiced conversation about the NK they were planning on the 9 Slytherins that had been involved in humiliating Lisa. James and Tiffany were brought up to date on the prank, and they began figuring out how to make it work. James suddenly stopped and stared into space. And he began smiling in a way Rose knew well. She groaned, even as Tiffany began giggling at whatever James was thinking. Adam looked at the 3 of them, and Riley inquired if they'd care to fill in the people that could not read each other's minds. Rose looked at him, and indicated James's expression. Every time he gets that expression, we get grounded for something. James looked wounded. Not fair, sister mine. We didn't get grounded for the spider prank. Rose rolled her eyes. Only because that was our first time delayed prank that worked perfectly, and they couldn't prove it was us. Tiffany spoke up, defending her soul bonded. This one shouldn't get anyone grounded. In fact, if it works, it may keep us from being grounded, or serving detentions. Angeld spoke then. Why don't you tell us what it is, and then we'll decide. James grinned, and started explaining what he had in mind. It's really very simple, and it will help with our project also. Tiffany's memories have a group in them, called the Marauders. They were a group of students that hung out and did things together. I want to form a similar group. Our group though, will have just one goal. He grinned at them all before continuing. I want to pull a series of pranks on everyone in the school, that will become legend. But, I want to do it without anyone knowing who it is, until we leave school. Daniel blinked. How do you plan on letting people know who did it then? James thought about it, and shrugged. Simple. We pick a name, and create a signature to go with that name. If we do the signature upright, we can sign them all, and not give ourselves away. The group began discussing possible names but had to go to class before deciding. After classes, they continued the discussion as they set up a table in the corner of the Gryffindor common room to study at. Tiffany was looking through the Care of Magical Animals book when a picture caught her eye. How about this one? She asked, pushing the book around for everyone to see. The book was open to the section on Chimera. Emma was puzzled. Why that one? Tiffany was skimming the text, as she answered Emma absently. The Chimera is a fusion of several animals, just as we are a fusion of several types. 2 Americans, 1 Muggle-born, 1 half-giant, and so on. She pushed the book around again. We are 9 different people, with different goals and ideas, brought together and fused into one. The rest of the group looked at each other. Heads began nodding, and the Chimera name was taken. Lisa was looking puzzled as they talked about ways to sign the pranks. James, you said this will help us with the project. How will it do that? James stared off into space as he answered. I asked everyone to try out for Quidditch so we could get practice working together as a team, and learning how we'll react under pressure. The pranks though, will require careful planning and execution so we aren't caught. That is how it will help. It allows us to practice strategy and tactics without having to wait until summer training with Uncle Alexander. Chimera. Yet more disclaimers. You know how it goes. I have based the story on things and places from JKR and a dozen more. I own the plot I think. Then again, I might have borrowed the two. Look, I am not making anything from this, it's just to amuse myself, and maybe a few readers. If anybody doesn't like that, I'm sorry. Retribution. Chimera had already prepared the prank, and the last thing they were waiting for was the Slytherin house password. They were discussing ways to get it at lunch and finally Lisa spoke up. I know how to get it, but I would rather we were the only ones that knew I had this. Lisa led them to a small courtyard, and when she had checked to be sure that only the friends could see, she pulled a small crystal from her robes. The crystal was a milky white, and looked like a piece of quartz, except for a dim glow coming from it. James and Rose knew what it was, and exchanged looks. Rose asked, how is a communication magicrystal going to help us? Lisa grinned, and told them. Simple really. This is not half of a set, but a different kind of communication crystal. It records sounds within 10 feet of it and sends it to this ring. All we have to do is get it close to the Slytherin house entrance, and the next time one of them speaks the password to their common room, we'll know what it is. Adam and Angeld were looking confused. Pardon me, said Adam, but would somebody fill me in on what that thing is? Angeld nodded his agreement, and Lisa turned to them. Have you ever heard of magicrystals, Adam? The look of confusion on his face was all the answer Lisa needed, and she began explaining just what it was. North of here, near the border of the giant lands is a small village called Drakenlar. It serves a couple of purposes, but it's mainly there to mine a rare crystal. Indicating the one she held, she continued. They are very similar to quartz, but these can hold a spell. Not only that, but they absorb small amounts of magic. This allows the spell to be self-sustaining, and the spell will last indefinitely. Or can be used over and over. Adam thought about that and then asked, why doesn't everyone just use those then? It seems much easier than always casting a new spell. Lisa shrugged. The crystals are rare, and only 50 or so are found each year. This one cost my grandfather 1,000 galleons. Adam blinked, and stared at the crystal with a new expression. That thing is worth 14,000 pounds. The wizard-born looked confused. Pounds of what? Asked Melissa. Adam explained that pounds, in this sense, referred to British Muggle money. When my parents and I got my school supplies, we had to exchange them for galleons at 14 to 1. Emma was staring at the crystal intently. That's how your grandfather was always one step ahead of my grandfather. He had that thing in Minister Fudge's office, didn't he? Lisa nodded. Yes. Since the Malfoy name had respect then, Minister Fudge had to sign anything that concerned them, and Lucius knew all about it and could take steps. It was not this one though. He had 3 of them, and this one he used elsewhere. I took it to use in the house. The other wizards stared at her. Lisa looked at them, and guessed the direction of their thoughts. Just because somebody can have children, does not mean they should. Not every house is a home. James nodded. Right then, he stopped and blinked. Bloody. He trailed. Dee often turned to stare at a smiling Tiffany. You can stop infecting my perfectly good English with those British slang expressions now, thank you. He considered Tiffany's mirth and suddenly grinned at her. Unless you want me to spend the next week thinking in Valley speak. Tiffany stared at him as she looked at his memories. You mean that, like totally gag me with a spoon, stuff? Totally for real, dudette. James smirked as Tiffany winced. His expression turned thoughtful as he considered the crystal. He looked at Tiffany again. I think you and Rose will take Lisa to plant the crystal. Tiffany grinned as she followed his thoughts. You want me to use the Marauder's map to find the entrance, and Rose to use her sight to avoid Slytherins. Yes, and since this is for Lisa, and it's her crystal, she should get to plant it. Don't you think? James and Tiffany didn't really need words between them, being aware of each other's thoughts as they thought them, but it was easier to put their thinking into conversation, as it was what they were used to. Excuse me, but would somebody tell me what a Marauder's map is? Melissa was looking confused. Tiffany explained about the map that allowed its user to see everyone moving around Hogwarts and find the secret passages. Adam was enthralled with the idea. When you are done with that thing, may I have it for a few days? The group headed to class, making the last of their plans as they walked to class. James, Rose and Tiffany were carrying on a 3-way conversation during Professor Bin's lecture, as they began working on the signature spell for Chimera. The rest of the first-year Gryffindors were becoming very familiar with the abstracted expression the 3 got when they used the links to talk to each other. When they had the crystal planted and the 3 girls back, they headed to the library to do the homework for the day. Lisa was wearing the small chip of the crystal that was the second half of the crystal, set in a ring. Every time somebody spoke within the range of the larger half of the crystal, Lisa heard it like a whisper in her ear. It took barely an hour before they had the Slytherin house password. Purebloods, and they set their final plans. At dinner, Lisa was frowning slightly, and left the table when the Slytherin prefect that Prefect Moore and she had spoken to got up to leave. She spoke to him for a minute, and then came back to the table. Facing the inquiring stares, she shrugged. I had to warn him to leave a couple of empty seats around the ones we're going to get with the prank. After all, I don't want them getting caught up in this. The group was distracted that night in the common room as they waited for everyone to go to bed. Finally, only Prefect Moore and Chimera were left. Prefect Moore grinned at them as he moved from the corner he's been sitting in to a chair within easy talking distance of the 9 first-year students. I have checked your story, and done some research. Either this is the most elaborate prank ever conceived of, or you are on the level with your project. James and Tiffany stared at him, and James's voice was cold as he spoke. Did you read the research on soul bonds? Prefect Moore nodded, his eyes searching their faces as if to see the aging that was affecting them. James and Tiffany were aging 3 years for every 1 year that passed. Only a week into the soul bond. They were not showing the effects of aging yet, except in their eyes. Both of them had a depth, an oddly adult look in their eyes. James had known before he came to Hogwarts what the fate of the soul-bonded couple would be, and Tiffany had learned during the bonding. Dealing with the fact that they would die before reaching 30 had been a large part of the frenzy during the bonding. While they had dealt with it, they were aware of their mortality in a way most 11-year-olds were not. Rose's eyes reflected that oddly adult thinking also. James measured Prefect Moore with his eyes, even as he spoke again quietly. Then you know what we face, and why. Do you really think this is a prank? No, I don't. What can I do to help? Was the quiet rejoinder. James slipped into the links, speaking to both of the girls. What do you think? Can he help us, besides being a prefect? Brother mine, we're going to war. We can always use more troops. Sent Rose, who was examining the paths. Nothing I can see yet makes him a threat, and in the short run, he's going to be helpful while he's here at Hogwarts. James frowned as his desire to have some help warred with his paranoia about telling other people what they were doing. While nothing they were doing was breaking any rules by wizarding laws, it was odd enough that the authorities might decide to do something about it anyway. With Fudge still in the Ministry of Magic, and the experiences of Harry and Ginny Potter during the Voldemort War as a warning, nobody wanted the project coming to his attention. Ames considered Tiffany's thoughts and what Rose had said and made his decision. Rose, you wanted him, he's your responsibility. Be sure you make him understand I will not tolerate any breaches in security. Tiffany smiled at James. I knew you could share if you tried. Prefect Moore felt a shiver crawl up his back as he regarded the younger boy. Something in his voice, or the way James was evaluating him made the prefect sure that he would not like James's attempts at damage control. He had run across the Evans name in the American wizarding papers, and one of the stories had been very disturbing. Prefect Moore grinned as another story came to mind. He wasn't sure what he was going to do with it yet, but that little tidbit was simply too good not to use at some point. He looked at them curiously. Why are all of you still up anyway? It's quite late, even for a Friday. Chimera looked at each other, and then at James. James buried his head in his hands and groaned. He knows about the project. He might as well know about this too. Rose filled the prefect in on the prank they were about to pull, and about the magical signature they would be using to cover their tracks. Prefect Moore considered this thoughtfully, and then his eyes narrowed as several little things he'd found during his research fell into place. He looked at the twins, and worded his question carefully. UTW. O wouldn't know anything about a new line of pranks at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, would you? The group grinned at him. Lisa arched an eyebrow. You mean the green flower line? What makes you think we know anything about that? James shrugged. You must have dug fairly deep to find that. Rose and I actually own it, but our parents will run it until we finish with the project. We're going to use it to finance this little undertaking of ours. Prefect Moore looked at them for a long minute. Tell me something. How do two 11-year-old children know enough to create all those pranks? You haven't had enough training to know all the things you have to do to create those pranks, and some of that is very high level magic indeed. The spell that allows the time delay feature is very difficult. In fact, I'm not sure I could do it. James. Tiffany and Rose held a quick three-way link, with James relaying what the girls said to the other one. Tiffany was the first to speak. I know why you can't say anything. But why don't you want me saying something? Our friends deserve to know this. It is going to have a major impact on the project, and I haven't sworn any oaths not to tell anyone. James and Rose both disagreed with her. James said, Tiffany, this has been one of the best-kept secrets of the wizard world for more than 5,000 years. You know only because of the soul bond, but we don't tell anyone that is not a part of it. That includes that thing. Tiffany thought about the secret that the Evans had been hiding for over 3,000 years, and reluctantly agreed to keep quiet. James and Rose put on their best innocent looks and said in unison, we just have a knack for charms. A gift, you might say. Prefect Moore stared at them. After 6 years at Hogwarts and a year as prefect, he'd seen too many innocent faces not to recognize the expression on James and Rose's faces now. Rose got the faraway stare that meant she was looking down the future paths. It's time to go. All the Slytherins are out of the common area now. Chimera smiled, and Tiffany got out the Marauders map. She laid it on the table, and they crowded around. Adam looked at it and spoke quietly. We need to split up. Since we have these three to keep in touch, Rose can stay with Melissa here, to keep track of anyone coming into the Slytherin area. James and Emma can do the actual spell in the Slytherin common area. And Tiffany and Lisa will collect the items we need from the first-year rooms. Emma looked at him. What are you, Daniel and Angel going to be doing? The three boys grinned at her. James, Tiffany and Rose were grinning as well, and Emma, Melissa and Lisa looked at each other. Emma sighed, and spoke again. I have the feeling that we were not told everything about this prank. James flushed. My fault. I am going to use them to make sure Finch has something to worry about in another part of the castle, and since we are going to be busy, I didn't tell you all about it. Tiffany was looking over James's memories. James, you're almost lying. You don't tell anyone everything, except Rose. James blinked and looked at his memories through Tiffany's eyes. You might be right, Green Eyes. I'll have to watch that. I can't expect us to work as a team if I'm keeping things they need to know from them. Emma made a suggestion. Adam, you're running the show, you need to have contact with the groups. I'll trade places with you. Adam thought about that and agreed. With the missions assigned, they left through the portrait and headed toward their areas. In the hallway at the Lost T intersection before the Slytherin house entrance, Rose and Melissa hid, while the three that would be creating the distraction took the map and headed for the North Tower. The rest of the group went to the Slytherin entrance. Lisa gave the password, Purebloods, and they went into the common area. The Slytherin common area was similar to the Gryffindor one, but it had more alcoves and smaller tables. James and Adam set up the items needed for the prank as Tiffany and Lisa headed up the stairs to the first-year girls' rooms. Rose was watching the paths, and relaying to James, who relayed in turn to Tiffany. The two girls came back with the things they had chosen to cast the prank on, and sat in an alcove, waiting for James and Adam to finish casting the prank. It did not take long, and they returned the girls' things. And went after the first-year boys' things. At the North Tower, Emma, Daniel and Angel were setting up the discs that would be used to keep Finch busy. Angel was keeping an eye on the corridor as Daniel and Emma worked in silence. With the wooden discs in place, Daniel cast the time-delayed activation and the two of them rejoined Angel. He was frowning. Motioning them closer, he whispered in their ears. Mrs. Norris just went into that room. We'll have to take the back stairs down. The three of them had just started down the stairs when a yowling started behind them. They spun around to see Mrs. Norris staring at them from the doorway of a room. The three looked at each other and fled. In the Slytherin common area, the prank was finished, and the group was heading out the entrance. As they got to the corner where Rose and Melissa were hiding, Rose sent a warning to James. The Bloody Baron is coming this way. James and Tiffany got the news at the same time, and looked at each other. They pulled Lisa and Adam into corners, and waited tensely. The Bloody Baron drifted down the hall past where Rose and Melissa were without seeming to notice anything. As he got to the area where the other four were, he stopped and looked around. I can feel your presence. Why don't you come out, or do I need to call Mr. Finch? James and Tiffany stepped out of hiding. No need for that, sir. James said calmly. Tiffany and I were merely exploring. The Bloody Baron looked at them. A light of recognition sparked in his eyes. You're that soul-bonded pair from Gryffindor. What are you doing down here? Asked the Baron. He looked past them to the hidden door of Slytherin House. I think it's a bit strange to find you down here. James shook his head. Actually, we were exploring all of Hogwarts. You just happened to find us here. If you had been an hour later, you would have found us somewhere else. The Baron looked at them and frowned. It's still Augury. NST the rules for you to be out this late at night. Go to bed. Tiffany spoke for the first time. Why? So I can lay there and stare at the ceiling. When the Baron looked confused, she elaborated. The soul bond does things to us. One of those things is that we only need about 3 or 4 hours sleep each night. Tiffany grimaced as she continued. So I can lay there for hours, staring at the ceiling, or I can sit in the common area. She grinned at James. Or I can join the Yank as he wanders around Hogwarts. Careful about being caught. Peeves would cause you trouble just to do so. With that final word, the Baron floated through the wall and disappeared. James and Tiffany waited a minute, and motioned the other two out. Lisa and Daniel joined them, and they headed down the hall towards Rose and Melissa. The 6 of them headed back towards Gryffindor House and waited in the common area for the others. When they did not show up after about 20 minutes, James asked Rose to look for them. Rose looked down the paths and found them trying to avoid Mr. Finch and Mrs. Norris. In the North Tower, the three had run down the back stairway, only to be stopped when one of the stairways was moving into a new position. Emma looked at the Marauder's map, and frowned. This is going to take us back towards the front of the tower now. They crowded around the map, looking for a way to avoid Finch and his cat. Emma traced a path. Look here, if we cut through this room, and take this first hallway, we can get around them both. The trio headed down the hall, looking for the doorway they needed. Daniel was the first to spot it, and he tried the handle. As the door opened, they pushed inside, and Emma looked back, searching for Mr. Finch or his cat. Because of this, she was the only one that missed the sight of Peeves staring at himself in the mirror. Daniel and Angeld exchanged disbelieving looks as they watched Peeves striking muscle poses in the mirror. Emma turned around saying, "I don't see Finch." She trailed off as Peeves spun around, still in his last pose. Emma smiled at him. "We'll make you a deal, Peeves. We didn't see you and you didn't see us." "Agreed." Peeves looked at the smirking first years. He started to say something and closed his mouth, considering what they had seen. "Deal. I didn't see you out of your house, and you didn't see me at all." Peeves rose, and vanished through the ceiling. The three friends grinned and headed for the door they needed. Opening it a crack, Daniel looked out in the hall. "It looks clear, let's go." Emma was looking at the map, and agreed with him. She led them out into the hall they needed and down to the left. At the corner of the hall, she looked at the map, and found Mr. Finch and Mrs. Norris approaching. Emma frowned. How long until that prank goes off? We're about to be trapped here if something does not distract those two. Daniel looked at his watch. We've got to avoid them for another 3 minutes. If we do, they'll be much too busy to bother us anymore. Imitation. Emma looked at the Marauder's map again, and grinned. James and Tiffany are at the base of the tower. I bet they're the ones doing it. She watched as Finch and Mrs. Norris went racing down the stairs toward the sounds still echoing up the staircase. We're clear if we hurry. She started for the staircase again, watching the Ma.P as she led the two boys around the staircase the caretaker and his pet were on. With the map, they were clear of the tower and almost back to Gryffindor when James and Tiffany met them. Tiffany was shaking her head at James. "James, if you keep leaving prank discs around, marked with the green flower or not, somebody's going to catch you," Tiffany was saying as they headed for the fat lady's portrait. James shrugged and gave a reply that was going to become very familiar to all of them before long. Calculated risk. If the green flower line catches on, soon there will be discs everywhere. I have a lot of them without markings. But without markings they can't actually blame Rose or I for them, because once you buy a disc, figuring out how to make one is not that hard. He smiled then. Besides, this is all in fun. And without taking a few chances, it wouldn't be as much fun. Angeld had the best hearing of the group, and he was the first to ask, "What is a Weema-Wop, and why would a lion sleep at night?" James and Tiffany just grinned. James cautioned them about listening to the song now blaring out of the tower. "It's contagious, you see. If you listen to it too much, it gets stuck in the back of your head. And you'll find yourself humming it for days." The group went into the Gryffindor area where the rest of the first years and Prefect Moore were waiting. With the portrait closed, the commotion from the tower was not audible, and they had fun explaining it to the rest of the group. Adam had heard the song before and shuddered. "Why did you place all those discs? Couldn't you spell the song into one disc?" Quote. James and Rose grinned as Tiffany answered him. "Of course, but with only one disc, it wouldn't be in stereo." Tiffany frowned, searching James's memories. She finally found stereo in them. And she looked at them. Looking at James, she frowned slightly. "It's going to take a while to get used to this. I could see the word when Adam asked the question, but I didn't know what it meant." "Questions," she said. James and Tiffany shrugged. Melissa got out her parchment, and began reading off questions she had been saving since the first night. Most of the questions were about the mental and emotional effects of the soul bond, and the pair took. "If I cut one of you, does the other one get cut, or just feel the cut?" The pair looked at each other, and shrugged. Melissa made a note to try that as an experiment later. How do you deal with physical sensations that you have not had? For example, what do you do when one of you has to use the bathroom? James and Tiffany both turned red. And James spoke. Melissa, save that question. We're still trying not to think about it. Melissa looked up from her notes, but her eyes were far away, as she spoke again. You really should come to terms with it. You do realize that you are the first couple to ever soul bond before puberty, don't you? And that you're going to experience all of it from both sides. James and Tiffany stared at each other, and then turned to Melissa. She was unaware of them, as she continued making notes. Green eyes, I never even thought about that, did you? Asked James. Tiffany was hiding her face in her hands. Are you kidding? I never even considered it. She raised her head and looked at James. What do you think it's going to be like? James could only shrug. Tiffany could feel his thinking. And she realized that they both had the same problem. They were the oldest children in their families, and they had no idea what happened when someone hit puberty. Tiffany had an idea though. We can ask Emma. She has older siblings. James stared at her. You can ask that question. Excuse me, but could you ask your brothers what going through puberty is like? I need to know because I'm about to do it myself. James blushed. It would be even worse for me. Excuse me, Emma, can you tell me if I'm feeling Tiffany's PMS, or just a stomachache from too many chocolate frogs? He sent. Tiffany blushed thinking about something she had overheard at the burrow. She buried her face again as she read James's memories. Please tell me that wet dreams are some sort of myth. Ames blinked and then buried his face in his hands. Somebody shoot me now. Melissa finished her notes and looked up. I envy you too, she said wistfully. You have the perfect opportunity to experience everything from the inside. She sighed. Do you have any idea how much a researcher would give for that chance? She looked at them, and raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? James and Tiffany stared at her. James glanced at Tiffany. She's serious, you know. She would love to do this. Tiffany was still thinking about the other thing. She's welcome to it. James saw what she was thinking about and blushed. He shuddered at a sudden thought. Is this something you will be doing? Tiffany saw what he was thinking about, and blushed again. She got up and started up the stairs to the girls' rooms. I can't look at you and discuss this. Yes, all women do that. We have to. She reached the room she shared with Emma, and began getting ready for bed. We're going to have to think of something, Yank. I don't really feel like going through Hogwarts with a permanent blush on my face. James had headed for the stairs when Tiffany did, and he was getting ready for bed when Adam stood up and went to his trunk. James had looked over there when he saw the movement. Tiffany flared into embarrassment as they saw Adam. James looked away quickly, but the sight of Adam in the boxers was already stuck in Tiffany's head. James got into bed and pulled the curtains closed. I never thought of this either. We will be seeing each other's roommates in situations we shouldn't. Tiffany was still embarrassed by what she'd seen. Hasn't anyone told Adam about pajamas? Why, I wouldn't be wearing them either, if it wasn't for the... Tiffany agreed, but didn't have any suggestions as what they should do. Is this something we should take to Professor McGonagall, you think? We were told to report any difficulties to the house head. Tiffany sent him a mental image of her sticking her tongue out at him. Just you wait. One of these days, you'll see something that embarrasses you. She thought about something he'd said earlier. Or maybe you will feel it. James winced as he followed her thinking. It's not that embarrasses me, but it seems unnatural. How can you do that? Tiffany smirked at him mentally. It's a girl thing. And with that thought, I'm going to bed, Yank. Tiffany smiled at James's parting thought, and drifted into sleep. Angeld walked carefully around the bleary-eyed Lisa. James looked at Rose, and tilted an inquiring head in Lisa's direction. Rose grinned, and settled into a deep windowsill next to James's chair. Lisa is not a morning person. We've learned to avoid her until after breakfast at least. James smiled as Lisa frowned at Rose. Our Lisa couldn't be that bad, could she? Lisa stared at James. I hate mornings. I hate happy people in the morning, and I seriously think they should be against the law. Lisa's voice held the utter convictio. N of a person roused before she wanted to get up. James smiled innocently. Then I take it you're not going to be happy when we start exercising in the morning before breakfast. The rest of the first years stared at James. Emma was the first to speak. What are you talking about? James grinned as he replied, we have to be physically strong for some of the things we're going to do, and physical training. Our PT is the only way I know to build strength. Lisa glared at him. Couldn't we do that after classes? James put on a pious expression, but the humor in his eyes gave him away. We could, if you'd like to do twice as much PT. It is more effective to do it in the morning. Lisa turned to Melissa. Is that true? Is it more effective in the morning? Melissa shrugged. I don't know. I've never studied it, and I don't know anyone who has in the wizard world. It's not something we normally worry about. I can find out easily though. Lisa groaned. Great. Not only do I have to get up early, I have to be active as well. Talk turned to the upcoming prank. As the rest of the Gryffindors started coming down the stairs, they were greeted with the sight of 9 laughing first years. P.R. Effect Moore was one of the first ones down, and he joined the group. Everything worked last night, I take it. James nodded but cautioned the older boy about talking about the prank. After all, we do. NT want anybody but us knowing about it yet. Prefect Moore agreed, but told them he wanted to talk to them later, somewhere they were not likely to be overheard. With that comment, he went to breakfast, leaving James to stare at his back. What's he up to, Rose? James asked his sister. She looked with the sight for several minutes. I can't tell. It's nothing bad to us, or the prophecy, but it reaches very far into the future. And I can't tell what it is. Rose looked absent as she followed the paths her inner sight opened to her. He's in all of our futures though, so we had better make sure of him. Melissa and I will speak to him today. The group went to breakfast early enough to get seats that let them watch the Slytherin table. James grinned at Lisa. When are you going to activate it? Lisa considered the matter. When the owl post arrives, I think. Everyone will be looking for mail, and I would rather nobody saw me pointing a wand at them when this goes off. People started coming in for breakfast, and the first-year Slytherins were among them. As was Slytherin custom, the first years sat at the end of the table. Breakfast started, and went normally until the owl post arrived. While everyone looked up to see if they had any mail, Lisa pointed her wand at the Slytherin table, and cast the spell that activated the spell they had set the night before. She turned to James W. Nothing happened after a few seconds, and James anticipated her question. There's a 90-second delay, so that you have time to put your wand away and be doing something else when it goes off. Lisa nodded, and the group went back to eating, although they were all watching the Slytherins. Exactly 90 seconds after Lisa activated the spell, all 9 of the first-year Slytherins turned a shocking green. It was a bright green, which nearly glowed, except for the broad yellow stripe running down their backs. Laughter started as people noticed the new color of the young Slytherins. As the laughter spread through the hall, they began looking around to see what people were laughing at. When they realized everyone was laughing at them, Martin Crabbe looked over at Lisa. Lisa smiled at him, and raised one finger to her temple in mocking salute. The Slytherin prefect that Lisa had been dealing with walked up to the 9 students. Studying their confusion, he spoke. You don't have a clue as to what's going on, do you? The group professed their ignorance to Prefect Gray, who walked away without enlightening the puzzled group. As Prefect Gray sat down, Phase 2 of the prank took effect. All 9 of the victims turned pure black, with a white stripe running down their bodies. From the startled looks on their faces, it was evident that the victims could see this color change. At the same time, a horrid odor rose from them, causing all of them to gag, and those people closest to them to choke and cough. The group rose and ran from the hall with loud laughter and that odor trailing after them. The pranksters were hard put to maintain their ignorance about the cause of the color and smell, as it was nearly the only topic of conversation for the rest of breakfast. As the group left, 2 prefects approached them. Prefect Gray, of Slytherin House, merely grinned at Lisa. Our deal still stands. The second year and up Slytherins will not touch the first-year Gryffindors, unless you start it. But next time, try not to make such an odor pranking them, please. Lisa grinned and put on an innocent look. I didn't do that to them. I wouldn't even know how to go about making something like that. Prefect Gray stared at her. Lisa smiled again. I swear I did not make that prank. Prefect Gray pondered that statement. He started to say something, and then shook his head and walked away. Prefect Moore just looked at Lisa. She grinned at him, and made sure Prefect Gray was out of earshot before answering the question in his eyes. I told the whole truth. I didn't make the prank, James and Rose did. I didn't do that to them, Chimera did. And as much as I hate to admit it, I wouldn't know how to make something like that by myself. Prefect Moore just shook his head, and told James and Rose that Dumbledore wanted to see them. Prefect Moore escorted them to a staircase hidden behind a gargoyle. He whispered a password in the gargoyle's ear and led them up the stairway. At the top of the stairs was a single door, which he knocked on. Albus Dumbledore's bid them come in. The group filed in. James and Rose had been in the office before, but the rest of the group looked around curiously. I believe I said James and Rose, not all the first-year Gryffindors, was Dumbledore's opening comment. Yes sir, you did, James said quickly. He continued, but since we'll just tell them all about it anyway, I figured it would be just as easy for them to hear it firsthand, as to have Tiffany relay it through the soul bond. Albus nodded thoughtfully as he looked at the students. I see. He told Prefect Moore he could go, and waited until the older boy was gone before speaking again. Have you heard from your parents yet? He asked, speaking to the twins. James shook his head. They said they'd owl us if anything important came up, but other than that, we're to study and work on our part, said Rose. Albus looked at Adam. How do you feel about all of this, Mr. Brooks? Adam frowned, and took a long minute to consider the question. I'm not sure, he said finally. I can't argue with the proofs they gave me, but it all seems very strange to me. He grinned suddenly. Of course, flying broomsticks and magic in general seems fairly strange to me also. Adam was the only Muggle-born wizard in Gryffindor this year, and had had less than 4 months to become accustomed to being a wizard. Albus nodded in understanding and directed his next question to the group at large. You all know that you are going to have a problem hiding what you're doing from the rest of the school, don't you? He said. Lisa responded. We will, but we've started working on that, and we have the Gryffindor prefects covering for us as well. Dumbledore looked at James. You actually told them about the prophecy. James shot a glance at Rose before he responded. I didn't. Rose did, and from what I understand, she didn't mean to. But once the cat was out of the bag, we decided to use the prefects. James regarded Dumbledore levelly. I am sure we can contain any problems that might arise. Dumbledore regarded James thoughtfully. Albus was already worried about the lengths Robert Evans would go to fulfill the prophecy. And now it appeared that James might be just as bad. If Albus Dumbledore had known just how far James was willing to go to win, he would have been much more worried. Fortunately for his peace of mind, Dumbledore did not have foresight. Albus opened his last topic carefully. That was an interesting prank this morning. I did however recognize the base spell used in the odor portion of it. He paused, but was confronted with 9 innocent faces, although some of them were not as good as others. The problem is, that some of the ingredients used to create that effect are not kept here at Hogwarts. In fact, they are not even allowed here. And there is a spell that should have warned me about the presence of those things. He spoke quietly, but there was a firmness that had not been there a moment before. You brought 2 of those things here. You are aware of what would happen if they collapsed, aren't you? Adam looked around, and cleared his throat. Could somebody fill me in on what a Merlin's hidden room is, and what might happen if it collapsed? He asked quietly. Lisa answered him absently, with her eyes on the twins. Merlin's hidden room is a space, created by magic. A wizard can make it any size, but it's a delicate spell. It has to be tied to a wizard's magic to be maintained. If the wizard's strength fails, the room collapses. When it does so, it destroys everything within an area equal to the size of itself. Dumbledore looked at the twins. Just how big are your hidden rooms? James and Rose began finding something very interesting with their hands. Albus looked at Tiffany, but she too was examining her fingernails with great interest. If you will not tell me, I will have no choice but to have your trunks sent home. I see and not have a potentially dangerous situation like this here. James sighed and looked at the headmaster. They're both the same, 12 feet square. Adam made the conversion to British measurements and paled. If they failed, they'd take most of our room with them. He said. Thinking a bit more, he looked at James. Just why do you have something like that anyway? James sighed again but didn't say anything. Albus looked at the three green-eyed children, finding attention that was all out of proportion to the subject. Dumbledore was filled with a sudden foreboding. "Mr. Evans, I think there is something I need to know going on here. You will tell me about it now." Albus Dumbledore's voice was stern and held a steely note that said he was quite serious. James turned to the rest of the first years. "I wish I could tell you about this, but I can't. Would you give us a few minutes with the headmaster, please?" The others blinked. Emma looked angry as she spoke. "You are hiding something from us. I thought you were going to be honest with us." James winced. "It is a clan secret, and nothing to do with the prophecy. In fact, I cannot tell you, as I have sworn not to, under the Pendragon Ice-binding oath." Emma lost her anger. The Pendragon Ice-binding oath was quite possibly the perfect oath, and it was the most feared. An outside force could not break it, and the only wizard that had ever broken it deliberately had never been seen again. The Pendragon wizard that had cast the oath on him had sworn until his dying day, however, that the oath breaker was still alive. The students filed out of the room, leaving James, Rose and Tiffany with Albus Dumbledore. James checked to make sure that the other were not hiding outside the door, and turned to the headmaster. "The rooms are safe. They are tied to the entire American Evans clan, every one of us bound by blood. All of us would have to die before the rooms would collapse." Dumbledore nodded. "Then I will not worry about that. However, that leaves open the question of what is in those rooms that requires an oath as serious as the ice binding." James looked at Albus hopefully. "Would you take my word that there is nothing in there that anyone can use to harm the school?" Albus raised one eyebrow and merely regarded the young American until James looked away. "I didn't think you would. We have some prank supplies in there. I'll give you a list later. We also have a copy of the Evans clan spellbooks, the Pendragon spellbooks, and a dozen more hard-to-find books that might help with the prophecy." Albus nodded, and spoke again. "I will want to see a list of those books, but nothing you have mentioned yet would require that oath." James muttered something, and Dumbledore asked him to repeat it. "I said we have the Draconian Codex in mine." Albus Dumbledore paled, and he stared at James with something very like fear behind his eyes. Behind Dumbledore, Fawkes stirred, looking at the group. Dumbledore took a deep breath, and thought about everything he'd ever heard about the Codex. The Codex was the ultimate spellbook, containing spells that could be found nowhere else. Wizard history said that the last time the Codex had been used, it had taken more than 1,000 wizards and witches to stop the single wizard that had it. In the process of stopping him, the island of Atlantis had been destroyed, and so why people had died that no accurate count could ever be made. Beyond history, legend said it was the first spellbook, used in the creation of the world. Albus stopped his racing thoughts and asked the single most important question on his mind. "What are you doing with that, and why is it here?" Rose had moved over to a window and was looking outside. She answered the question quietly. "The Evans clan has guarded the Codex for more than 3,000 years. Ever since the destruction of Atlantis, we have watched over it, and kept it from being used or stolen. It must be tied to one person though, and right now, James is that one person." James looked up at Dumbledore, and his eyes were tired. "Trust me, sir, I would rather not have it at all, but it is a trust given to our family. And I am the current holder of that trust." Albus Dumbledore sat and thought about the Codex, and the dangers of the book. Several pieces of something he had been puzzling over fell into place, and he looked up. "Have you heard the legend of the Guardians?" James and Rose shrugged. "Who hasn't?" asked Rose. "According to the legend, several thousand years ago, nearly every wizard and witch alive then got together and created a single family of wizards who seek out and destroy evil magics. To accomplish this task, they were given extraordinary power and gifts. If they cannot destroy them, they hide them forever." The twins blinked and looked at the headmaster. Albus Dumbledore was about to continue this line of questioning when all three of the children went blank. A presence entered Albus's office. The presence exuded power in waves that nearly brought Albus to his knees. "Albus Dumbledore, pursue not this question at your peril." The voice that spoke in Dumbledore's head was sexless and neutral, but still carried the feeling of power that filled his office. "These children will soon face the greatest evil ever to walk the face of the earth, and they do not need any distractions." Albus cleared his head, and took a deep breath. Who are you? Albus thought about that question and rephrased it. What are you? Who or what I am is not your concern. You must train these children to the limits of their skills. That is your task, Albus Dumbledore. The voice softened somehow, becoming compassionate. Far sooner than they think, these children will have their souls tested. I gave Elric T. Hat line about heartache because these children must have steel in their souls, and yet keep compassion in their hearts. Protect them, Albus Dumbledore, but think not to shelter them. The storm comes, and they will be the world's shelter. Or its destruction. With that final ominous note, the presence was gone as suddenly as it had arrived. The three students looked at Dumbledore. James shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. I must have missed that last question. Would you repeat it? Albus Dumbledore just shook his head. He needed some time to think about the things he had heard in the last few minutes. But he had one more thing he needed to know. Is there any chance at all that anyone could find that book while it is here? He asked quietly. James and the two girls held a long mental conversation. And then they all turned to Dumbledore. James spoke quietly, as if he feared being overheard. The shields around the room prevent any scrying or detection, and the only people that can enter the rooms are myself and Rose. Tiffany might be able to because of the soul bond, but even if somebody did get into the room, they could not use the book without Rose and I releasing the wards around it. I don't know about Rose. But the end of the world would have to be starting before I'd use that damn thing. Albus blinked in surprise to hear the normally polite James swear. Even then, added Rose, I think I might let the world end rather than open that book. James thought about that, and nodded agreement. Tiffany spoke up. I think I would try to stop them if they did try to use it. I have not even seen it. Only James's memories of it, and it scares me to death. Albus sighed. Then I will leave it at that, with one rule. You will not open the room that thing is in while it's at Hogwarts without telling me in advance. Is that perfectly clear? The three agreed and started to leave. Dumbledore stopped them. I know about your feud with the Slytherins, and as long as nobody is hurt, misses classes or meals. I will not interfere. However, if you get caught, I will have to do something about it. Is that understood? James grinned with the mischief bright in his eyes, and the two girls knew what was coming. Calculated risk, sir. But win, lose or draw, we're still going to play the game. James smiled, and then a thought passed through his head, and he regarded the headmaster carefully. Tiffany felt the direction of his thoughts, and shushed him mentally, promising to talk to him about it later. The three left, finding the rest of the group sitting around the gargoyle. The reunited group headed outside to talk. The idea came about as I thought about spell books. If you find, learn or acquire a good spell, you're going to write it down, and keep it. After a few generations do this. You have a whole collection of great spells. Thus was born the Evans family spell books, and the Pendragon spell books. The Codex is simply the ultimate spellbook. Wizard legend says it's the first spell book, used by whoever created the world. Wizard history can prove that 7,000 years ago, it was used to destroy an entire planet. The asteroid belt circles the sun where that planet used to be. A mere 3,000 years ago, it was used for revenge, and the island of Atlantis was destroyed. Ring is the physical side of the bonds that the Pendragons have. As for the presence, well, it will be back. But it's only a subplot in this story. Need I say it? You know what I like. Feedback, review, words, oh reader, that you type to me, telling me I'm great, preferred, okay, accept. D are the greatest huckster of farm fertilizer since printing. Sniff, sniff. I hope I don't get too many of those. 8 who are 1. 8 who are 1. The rest of the morning passed quietly, as the T. Re who had met with Dumbledore told the others what they could about what had been said. When everything had been discussed, James raised the thing that had bothered him in the headmaster's office. Did anyone talk about the feud or the prank to anyone besides Prefect Moore? The other looked at James curiously, but they all denied it. James frowned. That is what I thought, but I had to make sure. Nobody here said anything, which leaves just two options. Prefect Moore said something, or Dumbledore has some way of listening to conversations that happen in Hogwarts. James sent Daniel to find Prefect Moore and bring him here. As James said, he wanted to talk to us anyway, and now I want to talk to him. Emma was watching James and Tiffany, who were sitting back against the same tree. Why time their attention became focused on something, or they were distracted, they started touching. It didn't matter what body part they gravitated toward each other. When they realized what they were doing, they would pull back. Emma quietly pointed it out to Melissa, and the two of them watched the bonded couple for a few minutes. Rose became aware of the focus of their attention, and soon all three of the girls were having a whispered argument that involved a great deal of laughing and giggling. It did not take the boys long to figure out that they had lost the attention of the girls. They were staring at the girls, trying to decide what was so fascinating. Angel and Adam were watching the girls were watching James and Tiffany, and the soulmates were still trying to figure out what they were going to do about their roommates. Lisa was the only one present not involved in the watching, and she was even more unaware than the rest, as she had her nose in a book. That was how Prefect Moore found them. And he stopped to study the group for a minute. Physically, they looked like any other group of first years he's seen, with the sole exception of Angel, whose size would make him stand out anywhere. A closer examination would find only an oddly adult look in their eyes, as if people far older than their years lived in those bodies. Prefect Moore was aware of James and Rose watching him. Although the rest of the group had not noticed him yet, he moved up and sat next to the group. Daniel had come back with him, and sat back down with the group. Daniel said, "You wanted to talk to me." James nodded, but Tiffany that answered him. "Did you speak of the feud or the prank to anyone?" Prefect Moore denied doing so, and the group discussed how Dumbledore might have learned of the situation. Lisa came up with the only other option, saying that the Prefect Gray might have said something. Prefect Moore said he'd talked to him about it. Prefect Moore looked around and lowered his voice. "I wanted to ask you something. In every war, some things are lost simply because nobody keeps track of it all from the beginning. I want to record everything you do." Prefect Moore went on to explain he was going to be a historian, and that this was history in the making. "Of course, I will keep everything to myself until after the war is over, but being able to take notes before anything happens would make writing the accounts of the war much easier." Everyone looked at James. James was considering the older boy carefully as he linked with Rose and Tiffany. "I don't like the idea of everything we're doing being on parchment, so that anyone can read it," he said bluntly. "It does not sound like a bad idea, James. I think we could keep the records safe." Tiffany disagreed. Rose was still thinking about it. While they argued, finally Rose spoke. "James, she's right this time. All we have to do to keep the records safe is put them in one of the hidden rooms." Rose said. "Plus, if we say no, he might keep notes anyway. Being a historian is as important to him as the project is to us. This way, we can make sure we have control of anything he writes down." "I still don't like it. But I'll go along with the two of you. Rose, like I said earlier, he's your responsibility, and I can't open my room without telling Dumbledore anyway. Make sure you get all his notes, and destroy anything that he's not keeping." James decided. Rose rolled her eyes and sighed. James raised an eyebrow at her. "What did I do now, sister mine? James the first love you, but I did get exactly he same lessons in security that you did. Go teach the rest of the group about security, and let me talk to Moore alone." Rose backed her mental words with a shooing motion. James grinned at her, and got up. He led the rest of the group off a bit, and they settled in the grass again. Adam looked at James. "I was wondering why you wanted everyone to try out for the Quidditch team. Isn't that going to take time away from the project?" James shrugged. "Yes and no. It will leave less time for actual training, but at the same time, it will give most of us practice in working together as a team, and show me who handles stress the best." He looked at Lisa then. "It will also get people used to seeing you doing good things, or normal things at least." Lisa stared at him. "Why worry about it? We do have bigger things to worry about. And the only people that have to know what I'm like are right here." James shook his head at her. "Not really. When the project starts, we can't have people wondering about you. Or refusing to help us because of you. This will start things going right. All of Hogwarts will be telling their families about you, and if we can take the House Cup a few times, it'll leave a favorable impression on people." Angel was watching James thoughtfully. Do you do anything that does not impact on the project in some way? James looked at Hangeld and thought about it. He frowned. Hangeld shook his head. Never mind. If you have to think that long about it, I already know the answer. Hangeld looked at James again, and realized that he had lost James's attention. Hangeld followed the direction of James and Tiffany's stare. Near the lake, the unknown Slytherin first year was walking, and Martin Crabbe and another Slytherin boy, Michael Dunsutter, were sneaking up on her. James spoke to Melissa without turning his head. I think we're about to find out why she's so scared. The rest of the group looked at her and the two sneaking up on her. Emma's eyes were glittering as she started to stand up. Sit down. James's voice was barely above a whisper, but the coldness of it stopped Emma dead. I want to see what they do, and how she responds before we get involved. James was watching the two boys with a predatory look. After all, we don't want anyone to think we just bully people for no reason. Rose came up then, alerted by her link with James, and looked at him. James, what are you planning? He grinned mirthlessly without taking his eyes from the scene in front of him. James, said Rose warningly. James turned to Melissa. Melissa, read the young lady for me, and tell me if she is anything but a victim. Melissa frowned, looking at the girl. She'd never tried to reach the emotions of a person that far away, and she was not sure if it could be done. She reached with her empathy, finding the group around her easily, and recoiling from the burning fury building in James. That fury was also rising in Tiffany, although she was fighting it. James was letting it build, holding on to it with the stubbornness that marked everything he did. Past the group, she found the two Slytherin boys first, and the evil glee with which they regarded their target made Melissa ill. She reached past them, and found the dark-haired girl. She reached into the girl, and was nearly swept away on a tide of despair, fear and depression that swirled through every thought the girl had. Melissa pulled away from the girl's emotions, feeling dizzy, and Rose steadied her. Melissa looked at the girl again. Compassion warred with pity as she gave James his answer. She's a victim. There is not a single evil feeling in that girl, nor any of violence. Melissa considered the feelings she read in the girl in that brief tsunami of feelings. If somebody doesn't do something, I think she might do something drastic. Melissa shivered as the fury building in the soul-bonded couple edged higher, and the look on James's face was reflecting the heat inside. Tiffany and James moved up to the closest tree to the scene below them, and Emma watched her friend a bit nervously. Emma had seen Tiffany angry before, but this cold-eyed patience was new. Tiffany had always been the type to get angry, yell about it, and then get over it, sometimes in mere minutes. The girl standing there watching Crabbe and Dunsutter with cold eyes was not the Tiffany Emma knew, and she looked at James. Emma watched them, and suddenly she realized just how profound the changes of the soul bond were. Emma frowned as she abruptly realized she no longer knew her best friend at all. The rest of the group was watching the two Slytherins, who were finally in the position they wanted. They raised their wands and Crabbe struck first, immobilizing the girl with the total body bind. Duns. Utter cast a spell that the people on the slope above couldn't see, but Melissa felt the Slytherin girl's fear like a blow even at this distance. James and Tiffany were running down the hill even as Dunsutter cast. And Rose was half a step behind them. The rest of the group and Prefect Moore were late getting started, not having the links of the trio, but they were catching up, and so they were close. Say enough to see the knife in Crabbe's hand as he knelt by the girl and started cutting. Prefect Moore slowed and pulled his wand, but before he could stop Crabbe with a spell, James arrived, and what followed stopped Crabbe as surely as any spell. James hit Crabbe from behind, slamming his shoulder into the other boy's side, just under the arm he was holding the knife in. There was a snapping sound, much like a branch breaking, and Martin screamed in pain. The two rolled over the girl, and James ended up on top of Martin. He grabbed Martin's arm, twisted it up, turning the elbow up, and brought his elbow down on top of it. There was a sickening crack as Crabbe's elbow tried to bend backwards and failed. He dropped the knife, and James dropped the arm even as his other hand struck Crabbe across the face. James had used the knife edge of his hand, and Crabbe's nose gave way under the assault, which was followed quickly by a backhanded fist that struck Martin right at the hinge of his jaw. Crabbe's jaw popped as the joint was dislocated. James looked at him for an instant, and raised his hand to strike him again. Crabbe's eyes went wide in fear, and he whimpered. Melissa took Tiffany's hands, and began sending calming feelings at her, as Prefect Moore moved toward James and Crabbe. He was the only person that heard James speaking to Crabbe. When Crabbe had whimpered, James had halted his blow. He looked down at the bloody mask that Martin's face was becoming, and spoke very quietly. If you even look at that girl again, touch her, encourage someone else to, or hurt her in any way, I will get very, very violent with you. Crabbe stared at James, and fear flickered in his eyes. James smiled, and it was not a nice smile. Martin Crabbe's blood went cold, and his bladder let go as James continued. Maybe you think this was violent, but violence would be breaking half or more of the 216 bones in your body one at a time. Crabbe took a minute to think about that one and stared at James. And the fear was gone from his eyes. It had been replaced with terror. He held very still, even as the wetness on his robes testified to his fear. James rose, and never looked back as he crossed to the girl. Still lying on the ground under the immobilizing spell, James released her from the spell, and offered her a hand up. She took it warily, and stood up. The girl was short, with large dark haunted eyes, and a sweep of sable hair reaching nearly to her waist. She looked at James and then at Crabbe. She paled and moved further from Crabbe. James led her to Rose and Melissa and turned back toward Crabbe. He sighed. Daniel, would you get Madame Pomfrey please? I think Martin here is going to need her. Daniel started back toward the school, and James turned to the unknown girl again. Melissa and Rose were blocking her view of Martin, and comforting her. James's tone was gentler than anyone except Rose had heard from him. Are you okay? The girl looked up at him and nodded. James smiled gently at her and introduced himself. I'm James Evans, and this is my sister Rose, and our friend Melissa. Indicating the rest of the group, he introduced everyone. Melissa felt a spike of fear and resignation from the girl as the group was introduced. My name is Mercy. Mercy Riddle. Silence fell across the group as the British wizard-born heard the family name of Voldemort. Adam looked at the suddenly uncomfortable group, and at James and Rose, who were taking it calmly. Would somebody tell me why her name makes you look like she suddenly grew another head? Adam asked bluntly. She doesn't look any different to me now that I know her name. James sighed, suddenly understanding why Mercy had been having such a hard time. Adam, Riddle was Voldemort's family name. Adam considered that, and shrugged. So what? Lisa here is a Malfoy, and none of you look at her like she's a basilisk. Adam said pointedly. James added his bit. She's a first year just like us, which means she's 11. I believe the war ended before any of us were even born. So how can you treat her any differently than Lisa? He looked at Lisa then. How you can say anything is beyond me. In fact you should be sympathizing with her. War, and their words. The group's discomfort was set aside as Madame Pomfrey and Ginny Potter came up with Daniel. James and Rose stood to the side with Mercy, and after a long second, Melissa and Hangel joined them. A few seconds later, the rest of the first-year Gryffindors moved to join them, and they formed a protective circle around Mercy. Madame Pomfrey started checking Crabbe as Ginny looked over Michael Dunsutter. Dunsutter's injuries were merely scratches and a few bruises, and Ginny decided his healing could wait until they reached the hospital wing. Albus Dumbledore came walking up, his face somber as he took in the scene. He looked at the group standing there, and his eyes sharpened as he noted Mercy peering around them, but still protected by them all. He looked at Prefect Moore. An explanation would be nice, Mr. Moore, he said calmly. Sir, we were up there, said the older boy, indicating the slight rise in the trees. We saw these two sneaking up on Miss Riddle here. Ginny jerked at the name, and turned to stare at Mercy. She looked at her daughter, and Tiffany shook her head, mouthing. Later, Tiffany returned her attention to Dumbledore and Prefect Moore. We were not able to interfere before Mr. Crabbe there cast the total body bind on Miss Riddle, and the other boy, whose name I do not know, cast another spell on her. When we reached the area, Mr. Crabbe had that knife and was cutting at Miss Riddle. He indicated the knife still lying where Martin had dropped it. At that point, sir, I am not quite sure what happened. As it did happen in two places, and very quickly. James stepped forward, and spoke. Sir, I was the first one here, and I saw him cutting at that girl there. I did not know if he was cutting her, or just her things. And I felt that waiting to ask might be a bad idea. I tackled him from behind, and took the knife away from him. I then attempted to persuade Crabbe that doing this again might be a very bad idea. The capital letters in his last 3 words were clearly audible. Albus Dumbledore looked over his glasses at James, and looked at Madame Pomfrey, asking about Crabbe's injuries. He has 2 broken ribs. From where he was tackled, a dislocated jaw, a broken nose, and a broken elbow. She recited. The elbow is the worst, and he'll be in the hospital wing overnight. The other boy will be fine in an hour. Dumbledore looked at him. What happened to him? Albus asked. Tiffany winced, and began blushing even as she admitted doing the damage to him. Albus raised an eyebrow and inquired as to why. Albus looked at the group still clustered around Mercy, and the 2 boys being taken to the hospital wing. He looked around at the other students and suggested to them that they find another place to be. When the last of them was out of earshot, Albus turned to James. You used skills taught to you to fight a dark wizard on a couple of bullies. Dumbledore's tone was more disapproving than angry, and James flushed. His voice was firm though, as he answered the headmaster. Sir, what is the difference in evil? This act here was as evil as anything the patient child can do, if not as extreme. Little evils, big evils, it's all evil, and should not be tolerated. James turned to his friends and gently drew Mercy out of the group. Melissa tells me that there is not a violent or evil thought in her, and that she may be the best person in this school, judging by her emotions. To allow Crabbe to finish what he was doing, or to allow him to do it again would make me no better than the patient child. Albus Dumbledore considered James's words and suddenly realized why Robert and James Evans were willing to go so far in protecting people. Most people see the world in shades of gray, allowing small wrongs to pass. James and Robert saw the world in black and white, making no distinctions between various levels of wrong. This insight into the Evans did not make Albus happy, as he thought about all the things that could happen if James continued to allow that attitude free rein. Support for James came from the last person Dumbledore expected to be in favor of hurting people. I have to agree. From her emotions and observed actions since the beginning of the year, I would say they have been hurting her from the beginning, and it had to stop. Albus regarded Melissa as he wondered what she's seen in Mercy's emotions that made Xavier, one of a clan famed for their healing skills and pacifist natures, willing to condone violence and even support it. One by one, the other Gryffindors added their support, although Emma and Daniel were hesitant. Albus understood that, as they had lost more family to Voldemort than the others, that they were willing to speak up at all spoke volumes about their personal integrity. Professor Dumbledore looked at Prefect Moore then. Mr. Moore, you will escort Mr. Evans and Miss Potter to the Griffin, our common room, and ensure that they stay there until I send for them. I will have meals sent up if it takes that long. Before Prefect Moore could say anything, James spoke to Dumbledore. Sir, what about Mercy? If she goes back to Slytherin, they will only continue their assaults on her. Since she wasn't at the sorting ceremony, she was not sorted into Slytherin, was she? Dumbledore agreed that she had not been sorted. James then asked, why couldn't she be one of us then? In Gryffindor at least, she will not be picked on like this, and Tiffany and I will take care of her. Albus Dumbledore looked pointedly at the still unconscious Martin Crabbe, now being carried to the hospital wing for treatment. You might take care of her, but how many more students will join Mr. Crabbe? Asked Professor Dumbledore sharply. James grinned mirthlessly, and looked up the hill, where several dozen students stood around watching from just out of earshot. Sir, once the rumors start flying about what happened here, I don't think anyone will touch Mercy again, and certainly not if she's with us. Albus Dumbledore looked at James again, and saw the coldly pragmatic look in his eyes that he got anytime he was talking about the prophecy. Professor Dumbledore was suddenly certain that James had not lost it, and that he had deliberately hurt Crabbe that way, just to get this affect. He was correct about one thing though. When word of what had happened here got around, nobody would come near Mercy, James or Tiffany. Only time would tell if that was a good thing or not. Albus looked at the girl he had cared for since her birth, and then at the Gryffindors standing around her. Miss Riddle, would you care to join the first-year Gryffindors? No one at Hogwarts knew that Dumbledore had been responsible for Mercy. And both he and Mercy wanted it that way. Mercy looked at the people around her, noticing the eyes that were older than the physical ages suggested, and looked back at Dumbledore. No, Professor. I think I should let the Sorting Hat do its job. Maybe it will find a place for me, said Mercy quietly. Dumbledore nodded, but then his feelings for Mercy got the better of him. That is your choice, but until I can have the hat sort you, I suggest you spend a bit of time with these people, as I will have to do something about Slytherin, since you have not mentioned anything to anyone about what is going on in that house. Albus Dumbledore turned back to Prefect Moore. Mr. Moore, I am holding responsible for all three of them. Take them off now, and I will send for you when I want them. Prefect Moore started towards Gryffindor, with James, Rose, Tiffany and Mercy following him. After a split second of looking at each other, the rest of the first-year Gryffindors followed them. James looked back and saw them. He grinned at them, and made a hurry-up motion at them. Using the links, the two Evans and Tiffany fell in around Mercy like an honor guard, and the rest of the Gryffindors joined them. Mercy, however, looked so embarrassed that Tiffany and Rose moved up beside her, and each of them took one of her hands. Mercy smiled shyly at them, and the parade walked to the Gryffindor common room like that. In the common room, it was obvious that the story had already gotten there by the silence that clamped down on the room when they came in. James looked around and then an idea hit him, or Tiffany. Not that they could tell the difference anymore. They looked at each other, and after a quick consult with Rose, James stood up from his favorite chair and faced the other Gryffindors. You might as well hear it from me, so ask the questions. We have nothing to hide about what happened. A second year they didn't know by name looked at James. Did you really kill him? James's eyebrows jumped at that. No, I did break several bones, and dislocated his jaw, but like I told him, I didn't even get all that violent. Everybody stared at him. Emma's oldest brother Robert Weasley, who was a fifth year, looked at Emma. Your Yank has a different idea of violence than we do, I think. Multiple broken bones and dislocations sound very violent to me. James looked at him, and then swept the crowd with his eyes, looking at each one of them. His reply stunned almost everyone, for two reasons. As I told Mr. Crabbe, violent would be breaking half of the 216 bones in his body one at a time. Which is what I am going to do to the next person to mistreat my friend Mercy Riddle. The common room fell as silent as a tomb when James was done speaking. Everyone turned to look at the young girl standing with them for the first time. Mercy, feeling all those eyes on her, shrank back into the circle of first years, and they closed ranks around her, to shield her from those eyes. James moved up, and took a deep breath, assuming a balanced position. Does anyone have a problem with my friend? Again, the capital letters were clearly audible. A sixth-year student moved up. Is she one of those riddles? The contempt that laced his voice was just as plain as James's letters had been just a minute ago. James thought about the best way to answer that, when Rose took it out of his hands. Yes, she is. So what? Lisa is one of those Malfoys, but she has been nothing but a credit to Gryffindor from day one. In addition, if anyone in this room had any right to complain about Mercy, it would be these people here, whose families spearheaded the war. Tiffany, do you have a problem with Mercy? When Rose got a negative answer, she asked the rest of the first-year students one by one. At the end, she turned to the rest of the Gryffindors. We support Mercy. I would suggest you at least give her the same chance you gave Lisa, and find out who she is before you jump on her for who her parents were. Prefect Moore moved forward then, and the older Gryffindors moved over to a corner, and discussed the whole situation in low tones. Chimera sat down with Mercy and talked with her, while the older students debated. Mercy's story was enough to chill the blood, and more than one of the first years shivered as she told them how Voldemort had used her mother as a broodmare to bear his child. And the reason he did so. Only the end of the war before Tom Riddle's plans could be carried out had saved Mercy, although nothing could be done for her mother. She told them of her upbringing in a Muggle house that had a wizard child, and the boarding school she had gone to until receiving the Hogwarts letter. She also told them that she had avoided the sorting ceremony, trying to hide her family name, and that Professor Dumbledore had put her in Slytherin, hoping that her family name might protect her better in that house than in the others. What Dumbledore had not counted on was the number of families that had lost people in the war. Most of them were Death Eaters, but they had still been lost to their families, and the students had started taking it out on Mercy. James thought about it, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. Why didn't you just hex one or two? That would have ended the torment quickly. Mercy looked at him, and her eyes were every bit as determined as James's could be. I will not do violence to anybody for any reason. Not for this, not for anything. The group stared at her. James was very impressed. You held to that despite everything they were doing to you. James was reevaluating Mercy in the light of her vow. Prefect Moore had come up in time to hear the last exchange. Having been friends with Prefect Gray for nearly 12 years, he knew all about the things that could go on inside the Slytherin house doors, where the rest of Hogwarts didn't go. He shuddered as he thought of a pacifist in that house. Having the family she did would have only made it worse. Prefect Moore sat down with the first-year students. We have decided to give Mercy the same chance we gave Lisa. We will not bother her, or help her, until we see what type of person she is. James shook his head. You know, between Rose's sight and Melissa's empathy, we know more about people than anybody except maybe the Sorting Hat. You could just trust us. Prefect Moore nodded slowly. Those of us that know about the project do trust you, and it was our arguments that swayed the others to your point of view. He lowered his voice. You might consider letting the house in on your project. James stiffened. No way. He looked at Prefect Moore. Gryffindors may be brave, but this many people couldn't keep a secret if their lives depended on it. James, we could use help. Not to mention it would be easier to do the things we have to do, if we had more people. James turned to look at Rose. Before he could say anything, Tiffany joined in and the three of them had a long silent debate. Finally, James threw his hands up and spoke aloud. Look, you lot have agreed to let me lead, and I'm saying no. So quit arguing with me. Emma was looking at the three of them. You know, it would be nice to be able to hear what you're saying, so we would know what the argument is about. James turned to Emma and was about to say something, when he froze. He looked at Rose, and both of them looked at Tiffany. Once again, they shared a long look. While they were lost in their private talk, Tiffany pulled her wand out, pointed it at Melissa and cast a spell. Melissa flinched but then relaxed as she recognized the spell as an aura-scanning spell. The three of them were still ignoring everyone when the house started heading out of the common room for dinner. And James looked at the rest of the first years long enough to tell them to watch after Mercy at dinner. Like you need to tell us that. Emma snorted. Come on Mercy, let's show you how to ignore slimies. The entire group except Rose, Tiffany and James headed for the exit. Prefect Moore was sitting back and watching the trio left behind. They spoke not a word, but their actions told the story. They were arguing fiercely about something. James was on one side of the argument, and the two girls on the other. The other two looked at whoever was speaking, hands gestured and in every way, they looked like three people. Debating something. Prefect Moore was just on the verge of asking what was going on when James spoke aloud. Fine, we'll ask the others if they want to do it. If they say yes, we'll do it Saturday. If they say no, you two will drop it. Period. Tiffany nodded her agreement, while Rose watched James. I think, brother mine, that I will tell them about this. I think you might put a very negative spin on it. James shrugged. You can tell them any way you want, as long as you cover the disadvantages as well. Prefect Moore broke in. Pardon me, but would somebody kindle? Why fill me in on what you've been arguing about for the last 2 hours? Tiffany grinned at him. Nothing much. Emma's comment about being able to hear the links just reminded me that these two have a spell to allow that. It's the same one they used to be able to talk to each other in the first place. Prefect Moore froze as he thought about the implications of that. Having the aide able to talk any time and any distance sounded too good to be true, and he looked up at James. What's the catch? I assume there has to be one, or you would be all for this. James raised an eyebrow, and smiled sourly. 2 catches actually. One Tiffany and I have already found, and the other is temporary, but significant. He looked at Moore and Rose. This first one you don't say anything about, until Tiff. And I figure out what to do about it. He waited for their agreement, and then told them about Tiffany seeing Adam in his boxers. Tiffany was blushing during the story and Rose grinned at her. The second problem is a bit more important. While 2 or more people are linked with this spell, they cannot get more than a few miles apart, or they both start feeling nausea and headaches. What happens after that, we don't know. Because we've never pushed it further. Prefect Moore blinked. So, if you do this, all of you would have to be within what, 10 kilometers of each other or so. James made a waggling motion with his hand. A little more, if you can take the headache. It becomes a serious migraine at about. James converted miles to kilometers and continued. 15 kilometers. Staying with in about 12 kilometers usually keeps the pains down to an acceptable level. Prefect Moore thought about that. I can see some problems with it. What about holidays? He asked. Everybody is going to want to go home. And I don't think you all live close enough for that. James frowned. The summers are easy. We'll be doing some training then, and together anyway. Christmas holiday is a bit tougher. Not if we get everyone to stay here for the holidays, said Tiffany. James considered that, but Rose shook her head. And when were you planning on letting us see our families? Tiffany frowned. ND admitted she hadn't thought about that. Prefect Moore was still thinking about the first implication. Wait, you and Rose can't see what each other sees, can you? If you can't, then that should not be a problem. The distance thing is going to be a problem though. Tiffany was thinking about something else. James, what would happen if I cast that spell on Prefect Moore and Mercy? James stared at her, and thought. You can't. The spell has to be cast by the people involved in it. However, even if they cast it on themselves, I'm not sure. We designed it to affect 2 people that already had a bond of sorts. And I don't know what it'll do to 2 people without any kind of a bond. As they talked, the rest of Chimera and Gryffindor came back from dinner. Rose pulled them over to one side and told them about the spell. And what it could do. She also told them about the problems with the spell. When she was done, she told them that they had until Saturday morning to decide what they were going to do. Rose went back to James. And they began working on the spell, changing it to encompass more than 2 people. Late that evening Albus Dumbledore sent for James, Tiffany, Prefect Moore and Mercy. When they arrived in his office, Dunsutter and Crabbe were already there with Prefect Grey. Albus Dumbledore waited until they lined up with the other 3, and spoke. I have made my decision and this is what is going to happen. Mr. Dunsutter, Mr. Crabbe, you 2 have detention every Tuesday and Thursday until the end of school. You have also cost your house 500 points. Miss Riddle, you will sit under the sorting hat. And abide by its decision. Miss Potter, because of the circumstances of what you did, you have just 2 detentions, and a loss of 10 points. Mr. Evans, you have detention. Every Friday night until the end of school. You have also cost your house 250 points. The headmaster looked at all the students. Does anyone have any questions? Martin Crabbe started to say something, but Dumbledore cut him off. If you're going to ask why Mr. Evans's punishment is so much lighter than yours, it's because he was trying to help out a classmate. He is not being punished for that, but for going too far in helping her. He looked at James. I will say, Mr. Evans, that if you ever do something like this again, you had better be able to prove that whoever you do it to was causing as much physical damage as you do to them, or you will be expelled. Is that clear? James agreed, and Dumbledore had them all leave except Mercy, who came out a few minutes later. She smiled at James. I'm a Ravenclaw. James smiled back, and looked around before hugging her. If you ever need us, for anything, we'll be here for you. James whispered it low in her ear, and Mercy smiled again. That's a good thing, because I'm supposed to go back to Gryffindor with you tonight, she said. The Gryffindors headed back upstairs to tell the rest of the first years what had happened, until Mercy suddenly stopped on the stairs. Why are we hurrying? They already know what happened, don't they, James? The grin on James's face as the rest were reminded about his bond with Rose was very much on the smirk side. Prefect Moore watched the group over the next few days, and he was certain they were going to cast the spirit-binding spell. This left him with a dilemma. On the one hand, he wanted to record this entire sequence of events. On the other hand, James and Rose would be casting a spell that they had admitted was not made for what they were going to use it for. This was something Professor Dumbledore should know about. Of course, if he told the headmaster, James would not allow him anywhere near the group again. Finally, he decided that he'd stay quiet. After all, the spell had not hurt the two of them when they cast it. And even if something went wrong, there were enough people here at Hogwarts to fix it. Prefect Moore was aware he was making justifications, and weak ones at that. But here was history in the making that would put his name high on the historian's merit list. Saturday morning, as they headed out to breakfast, Emma spoke quietly to Rose. "We want to do it." Rose nodded as she passed the information to James, and got his answer. "James says that we're to meet by the main entrance after breakfast." Breakfast was a quiet meal, everyone busy with their own thoughts about what they were about to do. After the meal was over, James got Prefect Moore and Mercy, and joined the rest of his friends outside. He looked at them, measuring them, and their commitment to what they were going to do. "Last chance to back out," he said quietly, "nobody will hold it against you." He looked at them all again, but nobody moved. He turned to Hangeld. "Would you ask your Fath if we can borrow his cabin for a couple of hours?" James grinned as he handed Hangeld a package he'd had under his robes. "If he seems less than eager, give him these, and he should change his mind." Hangeld looked at the package suspiciously. "It's not wiggling, and it's not big enough to be a dragon egg, so what is it?" James just looked innocent. "It's a gift, from the Montana mountains. It should be right up your father's alley." Rose grinned suddenly. She sent a quick warning to James. "Oh yes. As Rose has reminded me, tell your dad to wear heavy gloves when he opens that pouch." Hange, LD headed for his father's cabin carrying the pouch to one side. The rest of the group looked at James. Emma said, "I have been asked to let you know that we do have a couple of questions about this. First, what happens if something goes wrong?" James sighed. "Rose and I have been thinking about that, and the honest answer is we don't know. The spell worked for us the first time, and this version of it is simply building on what we already have. Doing it that way, instead of creating a whole new link, allowed us to keep most of the spell that we know works, and build on it." James gestured at Prefect Moore and Mercy as he continued. "These two will be there if something goes completely wrong and we all turn into purple hippos or something." Melissa caught a strange mix of embarrassment and humor coming from the trio as he mentioned hippos, and she interrupted James. "Have you turned into purple hippos before?" "Long story," said Rose, "and I believe you had some questions about today, don't you?" Emma was grinning as she pictured the scene, but she asked the next question anyway. "If something happens later, can one or more of us be released from the link?" Tiffany nodded. "I made sure of that. 2 of us trapped in a link forever is enough." James looked at her as her bitter tone registered. She looked back at him and smiled. "I wouldn't trade the soul bond for anything now, you have to admit we were trapped into it." James shrugged. "What was in that pouch anyway?" He opened it up, looked inside, and left in a rush. He was heading for the Forbidden Forest. Hangeld asked. James and Rose grinned as they looked at each other. They turned identical innocent looks on Hangeld, and chorused, "It will be a surprise." "We wouldn't want to ruin Hagrid's surprise for him, would we?" Hangeld rolled his eyes, and Lisa had to laugh. When Hangeld turned an inquiring eye her way, she said, "Rose told me that rolling eyes was common around James, and now it appears we're all going to be looking like Mad-Eye Moody around both of them." At Hagrid's cabin, they closed and locked the door, and moved everything out of the way, so that they would have room for all of them to stand around in a circle. Rose passed out sheets with each person's part of the spell on it, and James and Tiffany walked them through it while Rose set up the physical components they would be using. Prefect Moore was fascinated by the change that came over the twins as they worked. The jokes and humor disappeared and they focused completely on the task. Tiffany was listening to Emma recite her part of the spell. As James finished with Adam, Rose had the cauldron bubbling and everything ready, and James helped her set the cauldron down in the middle of the floor. Tiffany indicated her satisfaction with Emma's reciting, and the group gathered in a circle around the simmering potion. James added something to the potion, and started his part. At the same time, Tiffany added something else to the potion, and started her part. The potion started glowing, and the twins put some more ingredients in the potion, which was Emma and Hangeld's cue to start their chanting. Lisa and Adam started next, and then Rose and Melissa. Daniel was the last one, and as he started chanting, James threw the last ingredient into the pot. As the 9 people continued their chanting, the potion turned silver, and began glowing. The glow continued to get brighter and began to expand, flowing out of the cauldron like a mist. The mist extended fingers to each of the people in the circle, and started to cover each of them. By the time each of them was covered by the mist, it had turned a pure white, so bright that Prefect Moore and Mercy, sitting forgotten in the corner, had to turn their heads away. The chanting came to an abrupt stop, as if all of them lost their voices, and the glow brightened to the point that the cabin was lit up like the sun had come for a visit. The glow didn't fade, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Prefect Moore and Mercy blinked, trying to grow accustomed to the normal light again. They looked at the group. The half they could see the faces of had faraway looks on them. As if they listened to something only they could hear, Mercy thought. She grinned as she realized they were hearing things no one else could hear. 8 voices spoke as one, happy, triumphant. It worked. The single low voice that spoke after that was a shock, that brought everyone to stare at the speaker. Not for me, it didn't. Everybody turned to look at the person that had spoken, and Daniel Creevy looked back at them. Aftermath and changes. Aftermaths. For more than 3 hours, the group went over the spell. Finally, James stopped them. There is nothing wrong with the spell that we can find. We're going to have to take this to somebody that might be able to find what went wrong and how to fix it. James, we both know nothing went wrong. The prophecy says that 8 will become 1, and we are 8. Rose paused and considered her brother carefully. You just don't want to be the one to tell Daniel he's not part of the prophecy after all. Tell you what, sister mine, you tell me. How to explain to Daniel that we've known for nearly a month that he isn't one of us, and we didn't tell him, and I'll do it. James waited for a response, but Rose shrugged. Rose, remind me of this. Next time we start putting things off again. Emma Weasley was staring at them again. I thought we did this so we could hear the arguments you 3 were having. James just looked at her. He reached Ed with the new link he could feel in the back of head. We did, Emma, but the soul bond and the twin bond are on what you might call different channels. When we talk about anything to do with the project, we'll use this one. For the next hour, they cleaned Hagrid's cabin, leaving it a lot cleaner than when they arrived. As they cleaned, James and Rose gave them advice on using the link. The group practiced using the link, finding that a person's mental voice didn't sound exactly like their physical one. They did find one problem James and Rose couldn't help them with. They only had one person in the twin bond, and that was true of the soul bond as well. 8 people in one link, though, tended to make talking annoying, as everyone would hear everything said, even if it was meant to be private. Lisa was the first to figure out how to talk to just one person down the link, and she showed the others. We're going to have to come up with new words, she said dryly, as she tried to explain it. I mean, we're not really talking to each other right now, but I don't know how to put it any better. Hangeld was more interested in how they sent an emotion through the link. That was easily explained, and soon they were all trying it. Mercy and Daniel were still going over the spell, hoping to find anything that would account for Daniel not being linked with the rest, and Prefect Moore was fascinated by the link. He would pull one person at a time to the side and ask them to describe the entire experience. Prefect Moore was getting increasingly frustrated as time went by, as none of them could really explain what it felt like to be linked like that. Give it up, said Rose finally. James and I have been trying to explain our link to our parents for nearly 3 years now, and we still don't have the words. You really have to experience it to understand it. Moore frowned and then blinked. He sat down, and read over his notes carefully, examining the spell. He looked up and directed his next question at the twins. What would happen if I tried the link spell with someone? Tiffany answered that. We're not really sure. The spell you hold uses a link of some type that is already in place, and merely expands on it. Without a pre-existing link, James doesn't think it would work. What about changing the spell, to create the link? He asked next. James and Rose sat down and the rest of the new link could feel their thoughts, but not quite touch them, as they discussed the possibility. James finally looked up, and his face was serious. It might be possible, but what for? We did this for a reason. And I would hope you have a good reason also. I do. The prefects have been discussing the project amongst ourselves, and we want to offer to help. You may be the ones that have to defeat the patient child. But we don't believe he'll work alone, do you? Prefect Moore was watching James, knowing that he would make the final decision. James turned to the rest of the group. What do you think? He's right that we believe there will be others with the enemy, and having somebody to keep them off our backs would nice. If they're willing, I don't see why not, said Emma. After all, it's not as though it's going to hurt us. Adam agreed. Although, I would make the spell you give them, one we can reverse, in case something goes wrong down the line somewhere. Lisa's comment caused a few laughs. What could it hurt James? Wouldn't it be another of those calculated risks you're so fond of? Not to mention that since they know what we face, if we don't let them help us, they might try to work on their own. Angeld was looking off into space as he followed his thinking to the end. They are Gryffindors, and being kept out of something this big would not sit well. I think we could find ourselves working at cross purposes with people that should be our allies. James listened to all the views and turned back to Prefect Moore. We're going to have to work on the spell, and we need to talk to all of you first. I have 2 conditions before I give you the spell. I won't go into them now, but I will need total agreement before we do this. He looked at his watch. Right now, it's nearly lunch, and we need to talk to Professor McGonagall. The group headed back to the castle, and went to lunch. As they walked in, 2 Hufflepuffs were coming out. They saw James and Tiffany, and suddenly turned around and went the other way. James and Tiffany looked at each other and shrugged, not understanding what it was all about. Rose frowned, thinking about Sommet, thing that had been nagging at the back of her head all week. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, and it was annoying. At lunch, the group lingered, waiting for Professor McGonagall to finish eating. When she got up to go, Prefect Moore met her at the door, and they talked for a few minutes. Prefect Moore came back to the group and told them that the professor would see them in a few minutes. Prefect Moore led the group to Professor McGonagall's door and knocked. She told them to enter, and the group trooped inside. The Gryffindor house head looked at them expressionlessly. James stood up and explained what they had done, what had been planned, and what had happened. He showed her the spell, and the adaptation that they had used today. When he was finished, Professor McGonagall raised one eyebrow slowly. Let me see if I have my understanding of this matter correct. You modified an unknown spell, cast it on yourselves with no testing, and now that it went wrong, you want me to fix it. Is that correct? The professor's tone was quite cold. James shook his head. Not exactly unknown, Professor. Rose and I used the spell once before, and it worked perfectly. All we changed this time was the number of people. And it should have worked. It did work for everyone but Daniel. What we want to know is how Daniel is different, and how we make it work for him. Professor McGonagall looked over the spell and the adaptation in silence. When she was done, she asked several searching questions about the creation of the spell, which James and Rose answered. When she was done, she looked up. All of you share the link James and Rose used to have now, is that correct? James grinned as he looked at the 8. A quick thought and they started. James. Well, it's not, Tiffany, quite a good, Rose. As their soul bond, Melissa. But it should, Lisa. Be very effective. Adam. When we start. Angeld. Fighting the patient. Emma. Child's unlinked forces. Professor McGonagall watched the round-robin sentence with barely a raised eyebrow. That is fairly interesting. It will take some getting used to, I imagine. I cannot tell what went wrong for Mr. Creevey, and I think the headmaster needs to see this anyway. Prefect Moore, would you bring this group to the headmaster's office after dinner, please? Prefect Moore agreed, and the group left to continue working with the link. Outside, the group continued to practice with the link. James and Rose showed them how to send a mental image to somebody, and how to use the link to move at the same time. By the time dinner came, the Group was practicing talking to just one person, and Prefect Moore had to call them twice to get anyone's attention. When he did finally get Emma's attention, he was slightly unnerved when all 8 heads looked at him at the same time. That's very spooky, you know. he said. James grinned at him. He sent a few words to the rest of them, and spoke to Prefect Moore. No, that's just odd, this is spooky. As he spoke, the whole group moved as one, falling into a line and heading for the castle, arms and legs swinging in unison without a word being spoken aloud. Prefect Moore watched, and he had to agree with James. The line had become a group by the time they got to the castle, and they went to dinner like any other group of students. James and the rest of the first years had always sat at the end of the table furthest from the teacher's table, and since the Gryffindor table was a bit bigger than needed, this meant there was usually a few chairs empty between them and the rest of the students. Prefect Moore and Mercy had taken to sitting with them, and tonight they were taken back by the change in the group. The 8 linked students didn't speak to each other, although it was easy to see when they were talking to somebody. The person speaking and the person being spoken to would get an absent look on their face until they were done. Figuring out whom they were talking to was also easy, as most of them had a tendency to look at the person they'd been talking to when they were finished talking to them. Daniel put up with it for most of dinner, but finally, he said something. Hey, if you bloody mind readers don't mind, there are a few of us left that can't hear you. How about talking to us also? 8 people looked at him at the same time. He's right, we're being rude, as if we were speaking in a language nobody else knew. Hanjeld said, and for the rest of the meal, they tried to use their voices to talk. After the meal, Prefect Moore took them to the gargoyle that guarded the door to Professor Dumbledore's office, led them up the stairs behind it. He knocked on the door, and when the headmaster bid them enter, they went inside. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flick were there, and there were enough chairs for everyone. After everyone was seated, the 3 professors began interrogating James and Rose about the original spell. When they were done with that, they interrogated all the students that had helped adapt the spell. James, Rose and Tiffany had done the adaptation, and Melissa and Lisa had supplied the 2 spells they had adapted. Explaining the whole thing took nearly 2 hours. And when they were done, the 3 professors went over the spell and all the notes again. When they finished, the 2 househeads went out, and Professor Dumbledore looked at the students left. He started to send Prefect Moore and Mercy away, but James told him not to bother, as they knew all about the project. Albus Dumbledore looked at James. How many people know about this thing now? James frowned. Total, or just here at Hogwarts? Albus indicated the school. You, the 4 househeads, all the Gryffindor prefects and all the first-year Gryffindors. He thought for a minute. And came up with the number. 21 people in all, sir. Dumbledore frowned, and added 3 more that James had forgotten about. Madame Pomfrey, and both Professors Potter as well. James rolled his eyes. We might as well take out an ad, asking for more people. Professor Dumbledore sighed. I think I know why the spell excluded you, Daniel. Daniel looked up, and died the expression on the headmaster's face. I wish it was something that we could fix, but it is not. I believe that these are the 8 of the prophecy. Daniel paled, looking around at the others. But, you all told me I was the 8th one. He protested. I've been studying and everything. Daniel looked around at the 8 students who the spell had worked for, and his face fell. I see, he said softly. I'm just not good enough. Quote. James looked at him, and his eyes were hard. Nobody but you has said that yet, and I am not going to take anything from you. We're already planning on letting Prefect Moore and a couple of others use the spell, and there is no reason you can't join them. Daniel didn't say anything, and after a minute, Professor Dumbledore spoke again. Prefect Moore and who are going to use this spell? James shrugged. I'm not sure yet. He hasn't brought them to us, and Rose, Melissa and I will have to pass them before I allow anyone to use it again, plus I have to change the spell a bit. Albus Dumbledore looked at James over his glasses. If you don't mind, I'd like to sit and watch that. Your talents for modifying spells are impressive, and I would like to see them in action. James grinned and started explaining what the new spell would do, and how they would change it. After about a minute, he turned to Prefect Moore. I can talk to Rose as I need to. Why don't you get the other people you want in your link, and go with Rose and Melissa? Talk to them, and we'll make our decision about your link. Prefect Moore, Mercy and Daniel got up, along with the rest of Chimera except Tiffany. James looked at them, and Hanjeld answered the unspoken question. We've all seen you and Tiffany working, and you'll never notice if we're here or not. We can go work with the link somewhere else." James grinned, and turned back to Dumbledore. He was back in the discussion before the group cleared the door. James, Tiffany and Professor Dumbledore finished adapting the main part of the spell. And James began creating the change that would allow the ape to take the link away. Professor Dumbledore figured out what he was doing quickly. "Do you really think that is something you're going to need?" James stopped and looked at the headmaster. "I hope not. If everything goes well," he said soberly, "nobody will ever know we can do this. However, I would rather be able to do it, and not have to break a link, than need to stop a link and not be able to." He shrugged, looking Professor Dumbledore in the eye. "Uncle Alexander calls it Paranoia 101, and says that even noids have enemies. James, we have the people that want to link or work with us, because not all of them want to link. Are you nearly done so you can talk to them?" James heard two things in that quickly delivered statement. His voice would have fooled anybody but his sister. "Rose, how many people do you have with you? I did hear you say, not all of them, didn't I?" James waited for an answer. After a couple of minutes, he realized Rose wasn't going to answer him, and looked at Professor Dumbledore. "I'm going to have to go, Professor. My sister is UTS again." James got up, and dead out the door, leaving Tiffany to discuss the spell with Albus. Professor Dumbledore looked at Tiffany, and slowly raised one eyebrow. "His sister is what? UTS?" Tiffany grinned as she responded to his look. "It means up to something, sir. I've been trying to figure out when those two aren't up to something." While the headmaster and Tiffany had a quiet smile at the twins' expense, the male half of the duo was climbing the stairs to the 5th floor. James didn't know why they chose to meet on the 5th floor, but it didn't really matter to him. He was more interested in what Rose was hiding. "James, just hear us out before you do anything rash, okay?" Rose sounded nervous in his head. James stopped and sat with his back against a wall. "If you're this worried about it, I'm going to sit here until you tell me what you've been up to that makes you so nervous." "It's very simple. Melissa and I have been quietly recruiting a few people that we need for our project," said Rose quickly. "We've both checked them, empathy and sight, and they are all safe for us until the war begins." "They're not all safe, but we are. I told you to do that, I think, or at least didn't say anything when you thought about it. So why are you so nervous?" James was beginning to get nervous now, waiting for whatever Rose was hiding to drop on him. "Just tell me, sister mine, I'm far enough away that you can escape." "Very funny, James." Rose stuck a mental tongue out at him. "There might be a few more people here than you were expecting. I know you were thinking of 7 or 8 more people helping us, but we have a few more than that." "Is that it? You've talked to more people than you told me about the prophecy." James frowned, thinking about what she had said. "You said that you had checked them all with the sight, and Melissa used her empathy, so they're all going to be useful. What's the problem? How many more do you have?" 15, 16, 42 with us, and Prefect Moore is still after the 5 from Slytherin." Downstairs in Dumbledore's office, Tiffany jumped as anger spiked through James. "James, what's the problem? You can trust her with 20 people, can't you?" She waited for him to agree and continued. "So if she can collect 20 people without making a mistake, why don't you think she could do 40 people with Melissa's help? Actually, Green Eyes, if you had waited, you might have noticed that I was not angry anymore. I do trust the flower child, it just caught me by surprise." James got up from his seat and headed toward the room his sister had gathered her people in. "Although, I would like to hear the logic chain behind you collecting so many people." Rose gave a mental shrug and explained carefully. "It's fairly simple. This war is going to roll over the entire world, correct? We can only be in one place at a time. Therefore, we create and train 6 teams to watch different areas, and that way, we can concentrate all our efforts on finding and dealing with the patient child. We would just run ourselves ragged trying to keep up with everything, everywhere. This is a bit too important to lose simply because we were a bit tired. Sister mine, once again, you have shown why you're the smart one." James entered the 5th floor room where Rose was waiting as he sent that and looked at her candidates. He looked around at the people in the room. As he had expected, The majority were Gryffindors, and the rest of the group appeared to be evenly split between Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Hello everybody. Give me a couple of minutes to catch up with Rose here, and I'll be right with you. James continued to look over the crowd, as they spoke. Okay, Rose, explain to me how you managed to look down enough paths with the sight to collect this many people. I thought you couldn't follow that many paths. I didn't. I asked Prefect Moore to recommend one person that would work with us from each house, and then talk to them first. After they passed, I had them recommend another. And then that person recommended one until we had enough for 6 teams of 6. Rose paused, and then continued. We have 36 people willing to link after we prove T. Hat the link isn't driving us mad or anything, and a few more that don't want to link to a team, but will work support for us. I did have to promise to take care of them until the war is over though. James only had one more question for her. Why are we meeting way up here? Couldn't you find someplace else to meet? Probably, but we need a meeting hall where all the houses can go, and one that is big enough for us all to meet at the same time. Professor Dumbledore said we could use this room, and it has another large advantage. It has another room that only has one door. I thought we could hide that door from anyone that is not one of us and use it for those things we're going to need. Rose's voice dropped a notch, and she was looking at the floor. Is this okay, James? Sister mine. It's more than okay. You are a genius. James matched his words by sweeping Rose off her feet in a hug. Setting her down again, he turned to the waiting students. I assume Rose and Melissa have filled you in on what we're going to be doing here. He watched. The crowd they nodded or murmured an affirmative. Good. Those of you who are going to link, can start watching the 8 of us. We've done the link, and you'll be able to tell. If none of you change your mind, you can link next week. James blinked as the crowd's movement showed him the last person he would have expected here. Mercy, what are you going to do? I'm going to be the Medawitch for Hydra, she said calmly. Somebody has to patch you people up. James raised an eyebrow. Who is Hydra? The answer came from the doorway behind him. We're Hydra. James turned and his face went cold. Daniel, I know what you and Prefect Moore are doing here, but what are these people doing here? Standing there in the door with Daniel and T. He Prefect were 4 of the first-year Slytherins. These 4 and 5 others had been the students that had hung Lisa in a frame on the first day of classes. Daniel spoke up with her. I've been spending a bit of time with them. And I'm going to try to link with them since I didn't get in the first link. Hydra will be Sonia Gebbs, myself and these 3, plus Prefect Gray. James looked around. Quote, it appears that you've all been thinking about this. I assume all the teams have names. Rose spoke up again. Yes, each team chose their own name, and we discussed the name we'd like to have for the whole group, if you and Tiffany don't mind. Rose blushed. Well, I wanted to have as much done as I could before dropping it on you. So, who are we? The Wiffle Bats, or what? James grinned at the confusion in the crowd, as they tried to figure out what a Wiffle Bats was. Rose had the groups line up in the teams they would be in. Hydra you know already. Sonia is going to lead them for now. So, Nya Gebbs was a thin girl with light brown hair and matching eyes. James stared at her, and she met his eyes. Most of the first years avoided looking directly at James after the crab killing as the fight was becoming known. Mercy was the next one, and she was the leader of the support elements, the medics, intelligence, and general helpers that would not be openly fighting. They had named their team Phoenix. The Dragon team was the only one made of a mix of houses. Deborah Valentine of Ravenclaw led 3 Ravenclaws and 3 Hufflepuffs. Ron Stone, a 5th-year Ravenclaw, led the Ravenclaw house team, which was called Sphinx. Zachary Moore, the younger brother of Prefect Moore, led the Hufflepuff team called Unicorn. Griffin was the first team of Gryffindors, led by Emma's oldest brother Arthur Weasley. There was also a Pegasus team from Gryffindor, led by Connor MacLeod, a Scotsman with a thick accent. James looked at the teams and back at Rose and Melissa. Do you vouch for them all? The 2 girls nodded quietly. James stared at them for a minute, and asked Rose what name they had wanted. She told him, and he turned to the group. Welcome to Manticore, people. Manticore, Manticore. The next week was busy for Chimera as they prepared to link the Manticores. James and Tiffany were talking to all the recruits while Melissa, Rose and Lisa worked on the wards they would use to hide the little room off the meeting place. Most of the people had taken to calling their meeting room on the 5th floor Manticore Hall, and the name just kind of stuck. Handgelled, Adam and Emma were king on strategies and tactics for the upcoming Quidditch tryouts, and all of them were still doing their classes of course. Thursday after classes James and Rose were in Manticore Hall when they had two visitors. Emily Kitchen was a third-year Ravenclaw. She was widely acknowledged as the best researcher in Hogwarts, and some of her housemates claimed she had read every book in the library. Jarek Clearwater was another matter entirely. Another third-year Ravenclaw. He was quiet and had an amazing ability to take the smallest clues and put together a reason for them. Jarek and Emily came into Manticore Hall and sat down at the table James and Rose were sitting at. "We'd like to help you with your efforts," was Jarek's blunt opening remark. "When 58 people from all 4 houses start hanging out together, it arouses some interest. I did some checking, asked a few questions, and none of them were talking. At that point, I got Emily involved, and had her check the public records on the ringleaders. That I assumed were you two. 3 things came to light fairly quickly. 1. You two have done something to your bond, and extended it to your friends. 2. Somebody paid a great deal of money to bring you here from America. 3. Both of my parents think the Elric prophecy is happening now, and you have people that meet almost every line in the 8. Jarek finished speaking and watched the twins carefully. "I think we've found the person to lead our intelligence section, Rose, if he passes you and Melissa." James grinned inwardly as he thought. Rose had found meta-wizards, and everybody else they needed. But none of the manticores they had so far were particularly good at digging out intelligence, or spying as James bluntly put it. "Run them through the mill, sister mine, and make sure they understand what we want them for." James looked at Jarek and Emily as he spoke to Rose. Then he got up as Melissa came over and his last words were at Emily. "I understand why Jarek wants to work with us. But why do you?" Emily blinked as she looked at James. "You are an Evans, from America. You are about to wage war across the world. This means you'll be looking into a million different things, and I want to help." James nodded as he thought about what she said, then looked at Jarek. "I know you like finding things out, but you could do that without getting involved with us." He made it a statement, but waited to see what Jarek would say. Jarek took a deep breath, and his response made everything clear. "My mother is Athena Clearwater." Even in America the story of Athena Clearwater was known. Athena had been an Auror during the Voldemort War. She had gotten pregnant and pulled back to light duty until her child was born. During a routine visit to the hospital after the birth, Death Eaters had attacked the hospital, trying to kill some 15 wounded Aurors there. Athena Clearwater had single-handedly held them off, capturing 4 and holding the room the Aurors were in until help arrived. She had paid an awful price for her final stand though, and had burned out her magic. She lived, but was a squib now. James bowed slightly to Jarek. "If you are half the person your mother is, you'll be one of our best assets." Friday all the new people received an owl with the things they had to study, and Chimera was up until late in the night preparing Manticore Hall for the spells that would be cast the next day. As they worked, Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore came in the room. They looked around at the busy students and walked over to James and Rose, who were preparing the final steps for the linking spells to be cast the next day. "How many spells will your group be casting tomorrow?" asked Dumbledore. James looked at the ceiling as he thought about it. "I'm not sure exactly. 6 linking spells, 3 wards, a couple of illusions, a blood bonding, and a couple more at least." Professor McGonagall raised one eye at the news of the blood bonding. "What kind of spell is that?" James shrugged. "A minor one actually. To keep anyone from finding the lab, we're going to tie the doorway's spells into Manticore via blood, and since we are not all blood related, the only way to do that is to use a shaman spell, and do a clan acceptance on everyone. That will give everyone a blood tie I can use to tie all the manticores into the wards." The 2 adults stayed a bit longer, and Dumbledore cast a spell that created a fireplace on one wall. At the request of Mercy and Rose, he also created 2 bathrooms. Dumbledore had one more comment before he left. "I understand the Quidditch tryouts for next year are Sunday, but I have not received the broomsticks that you are supposed to have for those tryouts. Will they be here in time?" James nodded. They will be delivered Saturday morning. Professor Dumbledore, when they are, I'd like to have the Quidditch pitch for a couple of hours to practice. Say Saturday afternoon. We're going to be fairly busy Saturday morning. Quote. Albus Dumbledore nodded, looking thoughtfully at James. Why would you be taking care of everyone's broomsticks? I would think that getting them from their parents would be easier for them. James's face went innocent, and he was just a shade too casual with his answer. I'm sending 10 or 12 owls a week, and sending one more to be copied and sent to their parents. Asking for the broomsticks was no big deal. Albus Dumbledore had been a professor and headmaster too long to be fooled by any innocent look, no matter how good it was. He considered Jam's thoughtfully as his mind went over all the possibilities. He considered James and Robert's intense need to win, and then a stray thought rose up from something he had read about the Evans clan. Your friends going to get the broomsticks they had, or something new? 4 voices started complaining all at once, and only Lisa didn't add to the noise level. The gist was that most of them liked their brooms. And what did he think he was doing anyway? Lisa was thinking instead of reacting, and after a second, she spoke. Excuse me. Her voice was just loud enough to cut through the babble of the other 4. They all turned to look at her, but she was staring at James. What kind of broomsticks will be arriving for us? Silence fell as the wizards thought about that. Hangeld and Adam were looking around. And everybody else had their mouths open and were staring at James. Adam sighed and spoke. I wish I was not the only muggle born here, because I get tired of asking for somebody to explain things that the rest of you already know. Hangeld shook his head. Don't feel bad. This time I have no idea what's so impressive about a Starblade either. Emma turned to them. Nimbus and Fur, Ebold make the finest mass-produced broomsticks in the world. Their brooms are made for anyone to ride though. Starblades are custom-made for one rider, much like a wand only works well for one person. Starblade broomsticks outperform anything else in the world. They're faster, have better braking, and over 100 individual charms for safety, comfort and reliability. Lisa added, it's not a well-known company because each broom takes nearly a month to make, and takes the combined efforts of at least 5 wizards. They also cost about 10 times their weight in gold. Even with that, there is a waiting list about a year long to get one. She turned to James. You and Rose weren't riding Starblades during the junior Quidditch finals. James smiled at her. Yes, we were. However, one of the reasons that I got us all a blade is that you can easily disguise it as any other broomstick, and it can hold a few extra spells easily. We might find that useful in the days ahead, and I figured you might as well start getting used to them now. I'd rather you made any mistakes on a Quidditch pitch than when we're doing something prophecy related. Adam looked puzzled. Wait a minute. Only the people that were trying out for the team were getting broomsticks, so how am I getting one? James looked at him, feeling alarm bells going off. I ordered yours when I ordered the rest. So that all of the 8 would have one. Professor McGonagall will hold yours until the end of the year. Adam and Lisa were staring at James. Lisa asked, did you order one for Daniel as well? James sighed and rubbed his eyes. It's always the smallest things that trip you up. No, I didn't. Rose saw that Adam was our 8th person at the sorting ceremony, but with the bonding and other things, we just never had the right time to tell you about it. Hangeld looked around for Daniel. What you mean, is that you didn't want to tell Daniel that he wasn't one of us. Pretty much, admitted James calmly. By the time I found out about it, and we were certain, neither of us were quite sure how to tell him. I mean, what was I supposed to say? Daniel, we were wrong, and we don't need you. I don't think that would have gone over very well, do you? Chimera looked at each other and had to concede that James was right and that might not have been well received. James ended the discussion, sending the group off on errands to prepare for Saturday morning. He reached for Rose, and found her talking to Jarek and Emily. How do they look? Will they be good for us? Rose conferred with Melissa, and responded. More than good, James. Jarek's father is a senior Auror, and Jarek says he'll help us if we need any information from the Ministry of Magic. Good. Give Jarek the codes and have him give them to his father. We can use an intel source in Europe. In fact, Ask him to ask his father if he knows anyone that might be willing to do a few things for us." James got her agreement, and began going over the spells they were going to cast the next day. The wards and charms were all old spells and he didn't anticipate any problems with them. This linking spell though, was new and untested. He was only going to let one group cast the spell until he was certain it worked properly. He set that one aside and looked at the blood bonding spell. He had lied to Professor McGonagall and Albus Dumbledore. Lied by omission. It was a simple spell, just as he had told them, accepting a person into a clan at the simplest level, much like the blood brother bond that even muggles could use. What James had not said, and the instructors had not known enough shaman magic to figure out, was that to bond somebody into a clan, you had to have a clan first. James was about to blood bond every single manticore into a new clan with him as the head of that clan, and somehow, James didn't think Professor Dumbledore would be too happy to find out that James would be able to draw on that bond and use their power to augment his own. Rose knew, and so did Tiffany, but James trusted them not to say anything. James looked around and drew out the scroll containing the last spell he would be casting Saturday. Looking around again, he made sure that nobody could see what he was working on and went over it again. As he checked the spell again, making sure he knew what he was going to do, Tiffany spoke to him from the girls' dormitory. "I still don't think that is a good idea, James. I know why you're doing it, and I can even agree that it might be a good thing in the abstract, but not in this case. And certainly not with this many people. We've been over this a dozen times. I am going to do it, and I would hate to argue with you for the next 15 years. Like you said, you know why I'm doing it, and I am not going to change my mind." James and Tiffany had in fact talked about this 100 times since he had started adapting the spell for what he wanted. Tiffany didn't like it, and made sure he knew that. But she was willing to let him do it. Not because she agreed with him, but because she could feel his need to do it. James finished checking the spell and put it back in his robes. He checked the time and headed to dinner. Saturday morning 52 people were sitting in Manticore Hall, waiting to cast the spells that would bind them, to each other and to James. Chimera was sitting behind him at the only table they had so far. He made a mental note to get Phoenix on, requisitioning enough tables and chairs for everyone from some of the unused rooms, as well as the bookcases and other things they would need before long. James had spent the last week talking to and evaluating the group. Overall, he was satisfied with them and with what Rose and Melissa told him about them. He frowned slightly as he saw Ron Stone sitting with the people that would make up the Ravenclaw team of Sphinx. Rose saw a pivotal point in their future, 3 or 4 years away. And there were too many paths coming out of that point for her to see anything specific at this time, but 2/3 of the paths from that point had the gray or black feel to them that meant bad things had happened. James had told them all about this, and they had discussed it. Since they were here, James assumed that Sphinx was going to go ahead anyway. James looked back at his team. "Are we ready to begin?" He sent, and got a collective "yes" back. James began pacing slowly as he talked. "After all the teams are linked, we're going to cast a few more spells. I will be casting some of them, but Adam and the others will cast the majority. When we're finished, this hall will still be here, but the door you're going to enter and the room you link in will be gone as far as the rest of the school goes. I'm going to take a bit of your blood, and perform a shaman magic thing. That will bind all of us together and allow me to hide the door from anybody not in our group." Arthur Weasley raised his hand. When James pointed at him, he stood up and spoke. "Why are we hiding that room, and what's going to be in it?" James smiled. "Good questions, but I cannot answer them yet. After you are linked and bonded, I'll be casting 3 more spells on you, one of which will be an oath. After you have taken it, ask me again." This led to a lot of questions as they waited for Hydra to come out. And James answered as many as he could before the oath was taken. When the door opened and Sonya's group came out, James and Chimera grinned at their somewhat absent expressions. All of them recon it from their own experiences with the link. Sonya looked up at James. It worked. Hydra is linked. James set Chimera to teaching the link spell. Since they were on a deadline, James took Hydra aside and cast their oath. Once he had theirs, they could give the oath as well. By lunchtime, only one spell remained to be cast. James passed the silver bowl around with a small knife and got one drop of blood from everyone. Sitting before the door he was about to hide, he took a pair of discs out of his pocket. Unlike the prank discs, these were made of gold. James added the measured herbs to tea. He 60 drops of blood and chanted a short phrase over the bowl. The herbs dissolved into the blood that began changing color. James added a few drops of fluid and chanted another longer phrase. When he was done, the blood changed to steel gray for a minute and then back to red. James set the gold discs in the mixture and began chanting again. The discs absorbed all the fluid in the bowl and suddenly rose and hovered before James. James pointed without breaking his chant, and the discs floated over by the wall. They rose to the top of the door and settled against the wall above the door. A line ran along the door, and when it reached the discs again the entire door shone the steel gray, and then the colors faded away. The 2 discs sank into the wall above the door. James brought his chant to a close and looked at the door. He looked at Rose and smiled. "Told you I could do it." One of the manticores called out, "But I can still see it." Lisa turned her laugh into a cough. Emily Kitchen iced her head from her book and looked at the door, and then the Hufflepuff that had spoken. "You gave the drop of blood, you're supposed to be able to see it." Connor McLeod, the Pegasus team leader, scratched his head. "So, how do we test it to be sure it worked?" Emma shrugged. "Easy. We find somebody and bring them up here." James got up from cleaning her work area. "That will have to wait. Chimera has some work to do up here. But we also have the Quidditch pitch this afternoon. Just leave the little room alone for now." "Now, I don't know about y'all, but I'm hungry." Tiffany and James went out the Manticore Hall door and James looked over the balcony. "Right here, you could look down and see the main floor hall 5 stories below." James grinned as he suddenly thought of rappelling down that expanse of stone. Tiffany looked at him oddly. "Why do it that way? Why not just float down?" James grinned at her as he passed the thrill of rappelling, and the adrenaline rush that came with it to Tiffany. She blinked as she absorbed it. "Do you have rappelling gear here?" "Not yet, but when the War Wizard supplies get here we will," James told her. They smiled at each other as they made plans for one night. After lunch, Chimera waited for Professor McGonagall. When she was finished eating she took them to her office where the Starblades waited. James unwrapped the large package and pulled out the 2 broomsticks not in soft cloth cases. He handed Rose hers and set his aside. He reached for the first broomstick. On the end was a tag, and he read it. "Emma, this one is yours." Emma took the broomstick from James and removed the case. As the broomstick came into view, it shimmered for a minute, and glowed. Emma looked at James for an explanation. "It's set to you, but you might not be exactly the same as when you ordered the broom, so the spells don't seal until you touch the broomstick for the first time." He spent the next few minutes handing out the broomsticks, even Adam's, although he'd have to leave his here with Professor McGonagall. They examined the broomsticks. No 2 were exactly alike, although they all had handles of African ironwood. Some had twigs of willow or hazel, and Hangeld's had twigs of oak and ash. The 7 people that were trying out for the house team the next day took their new broomsticks to the Quidditch pitch. One by one the 7 lifted off. James and Rose were used to theirs, and engaging in a wild game of tag, trying to come close enough to each other to touch the other person without hitting them. Broomstick tag was very hazardous, but they made it look easy. It's the link. They are using their twin link to play tag. It had taken Lisa a minute to realize that they could not be coming that close all the time without using the link. Once she pointed it out, they could all see it. Tiffany was the first to join them, and her sheer exuberance drew the rest in. The broomsticks were forgotten as they opened the Chimera link and chased each other around the pitch. James and Rose had been playing games like this for a couple of years now, and passed advice down the link. They flew for a couple of hours and then Adam sent to them. "Are you guys going to practice these moves we worked out, or can I go inside where it's warm?" They landed and Adam began briefing the chasers. James and Rose were trying out for the beaters' slots, Lisa, Emma and Melissa were after the chasers and Hangeld was trying out for the keeper's slot. Tiffany had given them all grief for a few days over expecting her to be the seeker just because she was a Potter. Until Emma told everyone that Tiffany had been planning on being the Seeker for Gryffindor since she was 6. James and Rose had been pairing off as beaters in the North American Junio R Quidditch Championship for 3 years now, and they were confident they'd get slots. Adam released the golden snitch for Tiffany, and James and Rose spent the time throwing a quaffle at the goals while Hangel blocked them. Adam had a sketchpad, and was showing the 3 plays. After he showed them the play, they would take off and try it several times. Then they would get the quaffle from the twins and try to work it on Hangel. Adam was watching the beater and thinking about the game as the chasers tried to get past Hangel. Tiffany had caught the snitch and was trying to push the limits of her new broomstick. After dinner, James and Rose were called to the headmaster's office again. "What do you think we've done this time, sister mine?" "I don't know. We've been too busy this week for pranks." "Is it about the clan acceptance, I wonder?" "I hope not. I want to hold that as a last-minute surprise." James was frowning as they were led into Dumbledore's office. "Sir, have we done something wrong?" Albus Dumbledore smiled faintly. "I'm sure you have, but that is not why you're here tonight. The househeads are a little upset that they were not told you would be recruiting their students for your project." James looked at Rose. He consulted quickly with Melissa and Tiffany, and looked back at the 5 adults. "We didn't even think about it. I'm sorry, but since you knew about the project and what's going to happen, we just figured whatever we did was okay with everyone." James didn't let his sigh of relief show. Dumbledore didn't know about the final moments, or clan binding yet. "The room you cannot find, sir. We bound to the blood of the 60 manticores, so that we have a place to put all those things and supplies we'll need. However, just in case someone does find it, I put a Pendragon fire ward around the room as well, tied to the manticores first, and if there are no more manticores, the binding will pass to the current headmaster." Dumbledore thought carefully about that. Knowing the kinds of things that would be stored in that room, he was happy to have it well protected. On the other hand, the Pendragon Fire Ward was a potentially lethal ward. "Tell me how the ward is set up." Maybe he wouldn't have to do anything about it, if it was set right. James thought for a second before responding. "If a person who is not bound to Manticore enters the room, the ward will cause a flare of light around them. If they step out of the marked paths, the second warning kicks in, and they begin to get hot. 30 seconds of increasing heat including a second DCR. Burn on exposed skin should get rid of any accidental tourists. If not, the last stage activates, and somebody has to sweep up the ashes." Rose was watching Fox, and spoke almost absently. "Professor, if the ward goes that far, it's needed. First somebody would have to find a room that only shows itself to people that have donated blood to the room. Then it warns you in a way that should be obvious to anyone that sees or feels it. If they continue past the 2nd-degree burn, they're UTS." Albus smiled at Rose's contraction of, "up to something, then we shall allow it to stand for now. In the future, however, I insist that you discuss any lethal wards with me first." James agreed to that, and he and Rose left the office. "All right, James, what doesn't he know about? You did something Professor Dumbledore wouldn't like besides the clan thing." "Well, I didn't exactly accept the Manticores into the Evans clan, sister mine." James could feel Rose waiting for an explanation and tried to avoid her questions. Rose, though, was wise to James, having helped him perfect the very ploys he was trying to use on her now. "James, quit fucking around and tell me." Rose's voice was tightly controlled and James could hear her gritting her teeth. "I created a new clan, with me as the clan head. Dumbledore doesn't know yet, and I'd like to keep it that way. In fact, I'd rather nobody knew that. The special skills and talents that come with it are a bit much to deal with today. At some point though, it might come in handy." Rose blinked. She had studied under the medicine woman of the Florida T-head Indians while James had been with the shaman, and she. True, no one person can. What if we channeled it from everyone, to the 8 of us, and we used it that way? James knew about the hazards of the clan linkage, and had already been planning to avoid dying. After all, it would be annoying to die this week. Besides, while I want to have it in reserve, I really don't want to use it. It reminds me too much of the final strike spell. It's in the War Wizard's spellbook. It takes every bit of your magic, and your life and converts it to a single bolt of force. Nothing can block it, nothing can stop it. However, the caster dies instantly with his or her target. James smiled at Rose and tousled her hair. You don't need to worry about me using that spell, it's not even a calculated risk. James and Tiffany spent most of their night in Manticore Hall, casting a few spells and wards, and clearing out the smaller room. James had already sent for the things he wanted, and that that he had to have the area ready to accept them before they got here. Professor Dumbledore might be a tolerant man, but even he had limits, and cases of war wizard supplies and boxes of Muggle GUNS and ammo sitting around without protection would exceed even his tolerance levels. At the Quidditch tryouts the next morning, the acceptance of the 7 of them for the next year's team was nearly a foregone conclusion. Between the Link, Tiffany's skills, James and Rose's experience and the Starblades, nobody even came close to matching their performances. The rest of the school year passed in a nightmare rush for James and Chimera. Between the prophecy, Quidditch practice, schoolwork and all the other things that came from just being children, only James and Tiffany had any spare time to plant pranks. With the faster aging of the soul bond had come a decreased need to sleep, and Tiffany and James were sleeping only about 4 hours a night now. They spent the rest of the night doing things, not all of which they told anybody about. Matters came to an abrupt head during the last month of school. James had been growing increasingly stressed as the year passed. Simply getting permission for 60 people to go to America had taken forever. They had finally created the Fraternal Order of Manticore, as an educational society. FOM had offered scholarships to some of the less well-off students, and had randomly chosen some people to go to America on an internship. If they went and passed the internship, their expenses at Hogwarts the next year would be paid for. That the people awesome for the internship were all the Manticores was a well-kept secret. A position as assistant librarian at Hogwarts. That would allow him to stay close to the majority of people he was documenting, and give him better access to the research possibilities of the library. James and Rose were in Manticore Hall and Rose was watching James. James was aware of her concerns and he was a little concerned himself. James was falling so far behind in his work that he had cut almost everything he did for fun out. James's problem was simple: tracking the school marks, project works and of training sixth. Why people was running him ragged even with Tiffany to help. He hadn't even worked on a prank in nearly 3 weeks, and his tension level was getting so high that even Tiffany and Rose were walking very carefully around him. That of course, just made him even more frustrated. He was going over the end-of-week training reports for Sphinx when a hush fell over the hall. He looked up and blinked. Albus Dumbledore and Alexander Evans stood in the doorway of the hall. Seeing anyone that was not in Manticore up here was odd enough, but Mr. Evans was dressed in borderer leathers and carrying a large sword strapped across his back. Alexander Evans looked at the wide-eyed kids and decided to test their mettle. "I am going to count to 10. He said in a quiet voice remarkable only for its utter tonelessness. "And anybody still in this room is going to regret it." He pulled the sword off his back and leaned on it. 1. Chimera knew who he was, and they merely loosened their wands, wondering if this was a training thing. Of the other Manticores, James was pleased with their response. The teams formed up loosely, giving themselves room to jump in any direction. Phoenix stayed to the rear with the non-Metawizards in front of the Metawizards led by Mercy. They were prepared for their part as well. James saw, as an adjusted robe showed the first aid pack belted under the robes of one of the Metawizards. 2. The only reaction Alexander got was the team leaders looking at James for instructions. For an instant, James considered pitting Manticore against the Borderer. He quickly nixed that idea. Squib or not, Uncle Alexander was one of the most dangerous people James knew. Years of warfare, Muggle and Wizard, had honed him to a fine edge, and he had often faced dark wizards and giant mages. Alexander was still here, and his opponents were not. Too many wizards saw magic as the end-all, be-all of everything, forgetting or not caring that millions of people made comfortable lives without any magic. Living between the two worlds as he did, Alexander picked and chose whatever he could from both worlds. James knew of at least 2 ways Alexander could incapacitate most of the room quickly. 3. Alexander was watching James. He had seen the impulse to pit his people against Alexander pass across James's face, and then James had shut down. Alexander was not sure which way James would decide. He started planning his actions. Pepper spray grenade over there, another there. He'd need to smoke the room a bit also. Burning, stinging eyes and noses interrupted a wizard's casting ability. And smoke kept anyone that could cast from seeing the target. 4. James finally sighed and looked around. He motioned to Sonia Gebbs, the Hydra team leader. Take the manticores out and have some fun. Chimera will deal with this, and we'll let you know what is going on as soon as we can. Sonia nodded, and turned to the rest of the manticores. You heard him, get going. Hydra was Al, ready heading for the door in response to Sonia's sending. Sonia was the last one to leave, and she stopped before the big borderer. I am Sonia Gebbs, and that is my friend there. Alexander stared at the young girl who knew the borderer ways. Every culture had its own customs, and the borderers were no different. Living under the daily threat of giant attack, many of their rituals were designed to allow hair-triggered tempers and reflexes to interact without fighting every 3 minutes. Sonia had just warned Alexander that hurting James would mean that Alexander would have to deal with Sonia at some point. I am Alexander Evans, and he is my kin. Alexander saw the brief flicker in her eyes before she controlled it. I will add luster to my name to know you, but friends are rare. Sonia half bowed to Alexander and left. Alexander grinned after the girl. She had guts. Her last comment had warned him that she would still hold him responsible for whatever happened to James. He turned to James and evaluated the boy. The aging of the bond was showing up after almost a year, but Alexander was not worried about that. He'd watched James grow up, and to anyone that knew James well, the signs of a temper held only by threads of control were plain. That and the tension tightening the area around his eyes worried Alexander. Would you care to explain to me just how you managed to get dumber at school? Alexander launched his attack, wanting to get this over with. I sent you the books on organizing large groups for a reason. Being able to run a group in peacetime is just as important as the art of war, or any other tactics. Alexander stared at the rapidly flushing boy. Look, a general staff is the best way to do this. Only megalomaniacs and gods can run every detail of a war. And I don't see any signs of divinity about you, boy. James had clamped down on his temper before Alexander ever started talking. So I'm a megalomaniac now, am I? Alexander leaned on Chimera's table. That or an idiot. Look, do you trust Chimera? James stared at him. Of course I do. Then use them. Assign them to watch over a team, and let them deal with the small things. Have you even noticed that people are avoiding you? James blinked. Not really. I've been busy. Nobody said anything either. James was looking at Tiffany while he spoke to Alexander. Is it true? Are people avoiding me? James, everybody in Hogwarts knows about your temper, and the way you've been getting recently. Even Rose and I are being careful around you. Tiffany sent her impressions of the way he's been over the last couple of weeks to him. James frowned, and closed his eyes. You at least should know I would never hurt you. He opened his eyes and looked at her, feeling a twinge of fear for his soul bonded. You do know that, right? Of course I do. However, I don't want to be the one that sets you off either. You wouldn't hurt me, but you might take it out on somebody else, and that would be my fault. Tiffany reached for James's hand. We can't keep on like this anyway. I can feel your tension, you know, and it's affecting me. James sighed, and looked at Professor Dumbledore. I assume you have something to say as well. Sir. The headmaster was grave. I do. In fact, I have a partial solution. Starting today, you and all of Manticore will take Saturday off from the project. No training of any kind. You may work on the regular classes of this school, or simply relax, but no training. Albus stared at James, seeing his instant rejection of that. That is not an option, Mr. Evans. If I catch you training on Saturday, the first thing I will do is remove you from the Gryffindor house team. That will give you the 12 hours a week you spend practicing back, as well as removing one source of stress from you. Albus smiled faintly. Look at it like this. This will give you time to plan and play more pranks. It has been very quiet around the school this last couple of weeks, almost boring. James looked around at Chimera and the two adults. I assume from your lack of comments that you all agree with them. Yes. 7 minds spoke as one. James grinned at them. Alrighty then. It seems I've been put on vacation. Miss Potter, I have an idea or two, would you care to join me in a game? He looked at Rose. I think I might need you as well, sister mine. Feel like testing a new game. Alexander choked. Dumbledore looked at him, an eyebrow raised in unspoken inquiry. The last time those two, he said, indicating Rose and James, tested a new game, I got to spend the night rounding up North American mountain pixies. North American mountain pixies were considered one of the biggest annoyances in the Americas. Standing about 16 inches high, they were chameleons that could assume any color or pattern. They were also fascinated by anything bright and shiny, and they would take it back to their nests to keep. Couple that with an insatiable curiosity, and they could make themselves a bigger pain in the neck than gnomes. James grinned at the memory. Maybe we should have tried another type of pixie, but Rose knew where that bunch was, and we were running out of time. Alexander glared at him. Alexander never had found half the things the pixies had taken, and he was still annoyed about that. You still owe me a new put-outer. Alexander got up, and started for the door. I'll be sending you a few questions on those organizational books. I suggest you not fail that exam. Right now though, I've been invited to eat dinner here, and I have to show Sonia that you're in one piece. Dinner. Now, go. James and Rose knew the tone and the one-word sentences, and they were moving already. Tiffany and Melissa were right behind them and the rest of the 8 were catching up. They clattered down the stairs, and James stopped them on the 3rd floor. He laid out a plan quickly, keeping an eye out for Professor Dumbledore or Alexander. He passed out a few discs after setting the time delay on them. The grinning group headed to dinner. Dinner was nearly half over when the discs went off. 1 minute, everyone was talking and eating, and the next, nobody could understand a word anybody else was saying. Every time somebody opened their mouth, only baby babblings came out. James and Rose grinned at each other. I think we can count this one a success. Rose. The manticores were just as affected as anyone else, and they turned to look at James, who grinned and saluted them. Because of the number of people it had to stretch to cover, the prank only lasted about 10 minutes. Causing James and Rose to discuss how to increase the duration of the prank. On the back of each person's right hand was a small mark, a silver chimera. The next day James assigned a team to each of the 8. Keeping the supply and intel side of Phoenix for himself. Melissa got the Meta-Wizards of Phoenix, Rose got Sphinx. James was hoping that closer contact with them would allow Rose to see whatever was in their future before it happened. Hangeld took over the training for Griffin, Adam was Dragon's controller, Tiffany wanted Hydra, and Lisa was paired with Pegasus. Emma had the last team, Unicorn. The last 3 weeks of school were much more relaxed with the new rules, and James even managed to relax enough that when a potion experiment of Emma's turned Tiffany into a hummingbird, he didn't fly off the wall. He did, however, ask for the recipe for that potion after Tiffany was restored to her normal shape. On the last day, Ravenclaw won the House Cup, mostly because while Slytherin and Gryffindor had beaten them in Quidditch, the loss of points from the various things that had happened had allowed Ravenclaw to keep up and pass them. The Manticores watched the other students leave, and then the transport for America arrived. The Manticores got on the large bus, and a few seconds later a jerk and a loud bang announced their departure. About 4 hours later, another jerk and bang announced their arrival. The Manticores dismounted, and looked around. They stood in a clearing with tall pine trees around them. Alexander and a few others were there, and they passed out port keys. Each group took a port key and activated it. They appeared in another clearing. This one, though, had signs of occupation. Alexander Evans portkeyed in with Chimera, the last group to arrive. He looked around, estimating the group. Welcome to America, and summer training. My name is Alexander Evans, and I am the head instructor here. Alexander got them all facing the same way, and took Emily's book so she had to pay attention. You will note the people in the green uniforms standing around. You will refer to anyone in a green uniform as sir or ma'am. People, I don't have time to be nice. The next few weeks are going to be hell on you. I am going to work you until you can't move, and then force you to get up. In a week, you're going to hate me. In a month, You'll hate me and James for dragging you into this. In 2 months, you'll hate everybody here. When the war ends though, you'll thank all of us that kept you alive. Summer training, the beginning. Summer training. First year. Alexander Evans was in an irritable mood. He looked at the pile of files in front of him. He had everything set up to train the 8 in combined Muggle-Wizard warfare, and then, just 2 months ago, James and Robert had dropped the bomb. Hydra had all 5 of the people recruited from Slytherin, and he made a mental note to ask why they only recruited 5 Slytherins when the other houses gave so many. After the usual information about each person, name, age, sex, house, skills, etc., were 3 sets of comments. James had made the first set about each person as he saw him or her. Rose and Melissa had used the sight and empathy to make the second set of notes, and Albus Dumbledore had made the last set of notes. Between James's blunt black and white viewpoint, the girl's skills and Dumbledore's remarkable insights, Alexander was getting a good overview of each person. Rose's comments about seeing Sonia Gebbs on the borders in a couple of years made him scribble a note. She might make a good borderer, and the borderers always needed replacements. After the file told him who her parents were, Alexander was certain finding Sonia anywhere except the borderlands would be unusual. He was also certain he knew which manticore she was. One of them had half-challenged him during his visit to Hogwarts, using borderer custom. Alexander would bet that had been Sonia Gebbs. Alexander spared a minute to think about Mary Gebbs. He had been a borderer, one of the Rangers, during the Voldemort War. There were 2 kinds of borderers. Almost a LL of the 400 borderers were wizards, and their duty was to keep up the wards and charms that kept muggles out, and kept the giant lands unplottable. The rest of the borderers were like Martin and Alex. They actually walked the border, interacting with the giants and the people that lived there. They were called Rangers, and Mary had been a good one, until the Landis Bridge incident, where he became a legend. 5 years ago, the Skullsplitter tribe of giants had used a ruse to draw the garrison at the bridge out of place. Medlin Gebbs had been the only person at the bridge when they started trying to cross. He had sent for help, and settled in to hold the bridge until it arrived. Mary held the bridge for at least 6 hours. The giants had finally killed Mary, but he had held them up long enough that the returning garrison had caught them just 5 kilometers inside the human lands, and driven them back into their lands. At the Landis Bridge, they found the body of Medlin Gebbs, and 26 dead giants. All slain by bow or blade. No ranger before or since had ever killed so many giants in a single battle, without assistance. Sonia Gebbs came of good stock, and if her performance at the school had been any indication, she was made of the same stuff as her father. Alexander pushed that away, and went to the next group. The Sphinx team's notes from Rose were not good. He read the entire note again. Sphinx has a knot in their possible futures right around the end of 3rd year. There are too many paths and it's too far away to read clearly, but there are 3 main branches coming out of the focus point. In the first, they continue with no changes. The second one has them continuing with at least 2 new people. The third one is the worst. They all stop, with no futures anywhere that I can see. Alexander read that and frowned. Even he knew that no futures meant you were dead, since even the most pessimistic view of the war had it starting in 5 years. What were they going to run into that could kill an entire team? Dragons, griffins, unicorns, created by the Hufflepuff house he saw, and had to smile. He had thought Hufflepuff sounded like something the big bad wolf would do. And he still did. And the Pegasus teams were normal, or as normal as this bunch got anyway. Mercy has everything we were looking for in a war wizard, and more. She's smart, nearly Lisa's equal, and she makes faster decisions, and her defensive tactics are truly inspired. If she would ever drop the pacifistic nature, she'd be an amazing team leader. I have tried, but she's as stubborn as I am. And unless you can think of something, she's going to let all that potential go to waste. Alexander tucked his copy of James's notes away for future reference. James almost never admitted defeat, and having him do so in writing was just too good. He turned his attention to the offensive leader, and here was a name he knew. Everyone knew Athena Clearwater, of course, and Alexander had worked with Jarek's father, Adrian Clearwater, on several occasions during the Voldemort War and on the borders. From the notes, this youngster was assuming his father's role. If he was half as good as his father was, he'd be one of Manticore's best assets. The rest of Phoenix was support personnel, and nothing stood out about them. Alexander looked at the clock. Nearly 0300. No real point in going to bed now. He'd be getting up in a little more than an hour anyway. He began studying the names and descriptions of his new students. Some time later, somebody knocked at his door. "Enter," he called, and the door was opened to allow Martin Twofeathers inside. "Alexander," he said, "what are you up so early for?" Martin Twofeathers was abrasive, rude and condescending, often all at the same time. The only reason Alexander put up with him was simple. Martin had forgotten more about tracking, both Muggle and Wizard styles, than most people would ever know. In addition, it was with his assistance that they had gotten permission to train Manticore here. They were deep in the Flathead Reservation in northern Montana. The Indians rarely came out this far. Nobody else was allowed to come here except U.S. Marshals. And a few spells had taken care of that. "I'm not up early, I'm up late," Alexander answered Martin. Martin just shook his head and told him, "Everything is ready for the kiddies." Alexander stared at him. Martin was just being Martin, referring to the Manticores as kiddies, but somehow Alexander didn't think James would be happy to hear his people called that. "I would suggest that you not let my nephew hear you call his people kiddies. James can be," he hesitated, looking for the right word, then shrugged, "extreme about protecting his friends." Tin grinned wryly even as he nodded agreement. "I have met James, when he was studying shamanism with Rolling Thunder. I was also at the Quidditch finals last year. My niece, Honor Blackwolf, was the blue team's seeker." Alexander sighed. "Then you know the extremes James can go to." Alexander thought about the report he'd gotten about the Mercy incident. "My brother has imbued James with his black and white view of the world, where everybody is either for you, or against you." With that, he got the Pendragon temper from Mary. Martin was taken back as he thought about that. "I had not known Mary was a Pendragon." He thought about it some more and frowned. A war leader with a temper is not a good thing. One that sees the whole world in black and white is worse, and putting the two together is asking for trouble. Alexander groaned. "Tell me something I don't know. The only thing that might save us is that soul bond, and the fact that James will listen to Rose." Alexander thought about that, and amended his statement. "Or any of the 8 for that matter." Martin raised an eyebrow. "James will listen to somebody besides Rose and Robert." Alexander laughed. "You have met him, I see. Actually, James will listen to anyone he respects. The problem is, that's a very short list. It may have grown with the enlistment of the Manticores though." Martin started to say something, and then stopped. He started a couple of more times, but couldn't seem to find the words he wanted. Alexander watched him, and finally, told him to spit it out. "Rolling Thunder tells me that James owled him, asking for the clan creation spells. Do you know why he wanted them?" Alexander blinked in astonishment. He thought about James with those spells, and a chill went down his spine. "Please tell me Rolling Thunder didn't give James those spells." He read his answer in Martin's face. Oh shit, what was Rolling Thunder thinking? Martin just shrugged. "You know the old man. He's so far in the spirit world most of the time that maybe it sounded okay to him." The two men considered what could be done with those spells and sat in somber silence for a long time. A clan leader could use the clan bonds to draw on the clan's combined strength. But clan leaders could do other things as well. Few but the clan leaders and shaman knew what those powers were, but the thought of James with more power than he already had made them both nervous. Martin was the first to break the silence. "When do they arrive anyway?" Alexander looked at the clock on the wall of his room. "In about 30 hours. We'll issue the Manticore uniforms. And then start the next day." "Are you going to break them down first?" Martin asked. "Of course. It's the fastest way, and still the best. When Muggles went in the military used a combination of heavy exercise and strict discipline to break the civilians out of their ideas, and then built them back up in the proper military mindset. Alexander was going to do the same thing to the Manticores, with a bit more care, considering the wide range of ages and physical body types." Martin nodded and the two men sat and planned the first few weeks of the summer training. The students were arriving by portkey, and Alexander watched as they blinked into existence. Chimera was the last group to arrive, and James stepped forward, running his eyes over the crowd. He turned to Alexander. "Sir, all present and accounted for." Alexander nodded and motioned James back to his group. He watched the silent group for a minute, matching faces with the descriptions in the files. "Welcome to America, and summer training. My name is Alexander Evans, and I am the head instructor here." Alexander got them all facing the same way, and took Emily's book so she had to pay attention. "You will note the people in the green and brown uniforms standing around. You will refer to anyone in that uniform as sir or ma'am. People, I don't have time to be nice. The next few weeks are going to be hell on you. I am going to work you until you can't move, and then force you to get up and run again. In a week, you're going to hate me. In a month, you'll hate James for dragging you into this. In 2 months, you'll hate everybody here. When the war ends though, you'll thank all of us that kept you alive. You are here to train. This training is as specialized as any training you will ever get. We are going to teach you how to kill." Silence and pale faces were the only response to his words, and he had their full attention. Choosing one of the manticores at random, he drew his sidearm, and asked him. "You, what is this?" Ron Stone of Sphinx was the student he'd chosen. "Sir, that is an M1911A 1.45 caliber pistol." Alexander nodded. "Very good. You, what is used for?" Sharon Hitchworth was a 5th-year Ravenclaw, and she had the answer, right out of the book. "Sir, the M1911 is used for defense in close quarters." Alexander nodded again. "Right from the book, but not the answer I'm looking for this time." He looked around, and his eye fell on Sonia Gebbs. "You, what is this weapon used for?" Sonia looked at him, and replied quietly, but firmly. "Sir, the .45 is used to kill enemy personnel." Alexander dropped the clip, and checked the chamber as he spoke again. "Exactly. Where is my pacifist?" Mercy moved up. "Here, sir. Stand right here." Alexander turned to the group. "I am about to explain what using one of these weapons does. M4, M1911, whatever, it does not matter, they do the same thing to a body. If I were to shoot Miss Riddle right now, I would point this weapon at her. Taking aim, I would squeeze the trigger gently, and the hammer would fall. The hammer would strike the firing pin, sending it into the primer. The primer would explode, igniting the power inside the shell. The exploding powder would cause a sudden expansion of gases that have to go somewhere. They would push the slug out of the shell, and down the barrel. At about 300 meters per second, the slug would strike Miss Riddle with approximately 1,500 foot-pounds of force." He looked at the puzzled faces. "Think of it as being kicked by a very large dragon, with a foot just 45 of an inch across." He turned back to Mercy. "Impact of the round would cause 3 things to happen. The steel jacket around the slug would fragment, shooting off in 4 pieces, going 4 different directions, and causing damage. Those wounds, however, are purely secondary, as the rest of the slug will flatten out, and begin pushing its way through her body by force. Heart, lungs, ribs. Doesn't matter. The .45 caliber slug will punch through them, break them, or maybe be deflected, which does even more damage." Alexander turned back to the somber group. "The end is the same whichever happens. The slug goes through the body, starting with a hole just the size of the slug. When it comes out the other side, it would leave a hole big enough for your fist. The impact of the round would throw Miss Riddle down, but she wouldn't care. At that point, she would be dead or dying." Alexander looked at the pale students. He had not changed the tone of his voice at all, while he described what would happen. "Miss Riddle, you may return to your place." Alexander waited until she was back in her line, and then finished his speech. "We are going to try and teach you how to keep that from happening to you. At the same time, we will be teaching you to do that to other people. Note that I said, try. I can't force you to do this, nor can anyone else. You are all volunteers, here because you want to be here, and you've been told what we're here for. In a few short years, we will be fighting a war to make Voldemort look like a food fight. You people will be our front-line troops, and my job is to prepare you for that event." He looked at the quiet group, and continued. "In 2 days, you're going to hate us. In a week, maybe 2, some of you are going to want to quit. You can do that any time you want, and it's very easy. Behind me, you can see a path. It is 30 meters long, and covered in white gravel. At the end of it, there is a bell. All you have to do to quit is walk that 30 meters and ring the bell. The students looked at the bell, and the path. Alexander gave them the warning James had insisted on. You will forget everything you've learned about Manticore, the prophecy and what you've learned here. You and your belongings will be portkeyed home, with only some vague memories of having spent time with some friends. You will also lose all the magic Manticore has given, including the link, if you have one. The linked groups paled. The wonder and excitement of being linked never really went away, and after 2 months of the link, nobody could imagine being without one. James suddenly swore under his breath. Rose, I think we goofed. We should have recruited a few people to account for any quitters. I thought about that, but I don't see anyone quitting as this stag. We might lose a few after 3rd year, when the Sphinx event happens, but not until then. Rose was quick to reassure James, who accepted her words and then grinned mentally. Rose, how sure are you that all of us will be back to school as Manticores? James's voice had definite undercurrents of humor and sneakiness in it. Rose thought about it, and replied, very sure. Why? What are you up to, James? Rose just shook her head and warned James to pay attention to Alexander. She spent a minute checking the site, and didn't see anybody leaving. Are there paths leaving Manticore until after the Sphinx event, whatever that was going to be? She frowned, wondering what other forms of the site would be like. She saw the future as a number of paths, and every decision created one or more new paths. But major events, like the Sphinx event coming up, or the start of the war, created so many paths that none of them could be read. Rose sighed, and jumped as Melissa elbowed her. Most of the Manticores were gone, taken by various trainers to get their uniforms. Uncle Alexander was speaking. I'll be training with the elements of Phoenix that are not going to be meta-wizards. Martin Twofeathers will be your team's trainer. Chimera stared at Martin, and turned to look at James. James was still considering Martin. Alexander saw the way James was staring at Martin. Is there a problem, James? Alexander decided to confront James openly. James thought about it quickly. I don't know this person, sir. Will you hold his honor in your hands? Alexander looked at James and Martin. I chose him to train your link, James. Of course I will. Under his breath, he muttered to Martin, if you screw that up, Martin, I'll do things to you that people will be talking about in 5,000 years. Holding honor was a borderer's concept, one of their customs. James had asked if Alexander was willing to vouch for Martin, and Alexander had agreed. Now, if Martin did anything wrong, James would hold Alexander responsible for it. Then there is no problem, James told them. Martin looked at both of them. James might be satisfied, but he wasn't. He drew Alexander off to the side. Look, you said he was just another trainee once he got here. Why are you allowing him to wonder about the fitness of his trainers? You wouldn't take that from another trainee. Alexander nodded. I did say that, and I expect you to train them just as we've planned. However, James is quite capable of screwing this whole deal up. Right now, if he said we're leaving, how many of those kids would follow him? Martin didn't even have to think about that one. All of them, of course. He's spent a lot of time building loyalty there. Exactly. If he thinks these Manticores of his aren't being trained right, or well enough, he'll be gone in an instant. Robert told me that James has the portkeys to take them all back to England already. So, he wouldn't just leave, would he? Without talking to you. Martin was confused. Alexander smiled faintly. Right now, James trusts me. However, I set up this training area, and picked the people that will be training the group. If James decides that this is a Charlie Foxtrot, that trust will disappear as fast as James will. Alexander smiled at his friend. Look on the bright side. At least James won't tear any strips off you if this goes wrong. He'll come talk to me, and you'll only have to worry about me. Alexander looked at the quiet chimeras before lowering his voice. Did James use those clan creation spells? Martin looked at the group. And cast a spell. He blinked at what he saw revealed there. Yes, and more. Give me a second to sort all this out. Martin was using a shaman spell to read clan lines and magical relationships. Sorting out all the links and bonds surrounding Chimera took him a minute. Okay, every one of them has the family bond, to the clan they were born into, except that Muggle-born boy. On top of that, James is linked to Rose and Tiffany in separate links, and to all 7 of the others in one link. After that, he has the clan leader lines to every one of the Manticores, and another link, again to all the Manticores. But that one is thin, not a link I know. Martin regarded the link carefully. I should know it, I think. It has a familiar feel, but I don't think I have ever seen it cast. It's definitely a shaman thing though, something I learned about in training. Martin stared at Alexander, then at James again. He cast another shaman spell, but before he could read it, James and Tiffany's heads whipped towards the 2 adults. Martin wasn't sure what James used, but suddenly all 8 of the students were covered to magical view, as if a translucent bubble surrounded them all. James came toward them, and the bubble detached a piece of itself to keep him covered. If you wish to know something magical about Chimera, I seriously suggest you ask. James's voice was tight with anger. Tiffany and I have spent a great deal of time putting wards around Chimera, and some of them have teeth. He looked at Alexander. Sir, there are no spells cast on any manticore that should affect training. James had been consulting Rose, and she told him that that was the most likely reason for the 2 to have been trying to read Chimera's auras. James was hoping he'd caught Ma Arden's probe before it found all the links. James was unaware that the spell he'd caught was the second one. Now, if there is nothing more, we'd like to get started. James went back to Chimera, leaving Alexander and Martin to look at each other. Do you think that they really have wards with teeth? Asked Martin. I could try some other spells. Alexander shook his head. Trust me on this. No pay. RSON of Evan's blood and clan acceptance will ever directly lie to you. We may not tell you, avoid the subject, or put you off, but we don't directly lie. If James says they have wards with teeth, he means it. Martin stared at Alexander. That sounds like some sort of haze, but Alexander's expression did not invite questions. He turned to look at Chimera. James and Tiffany were looking at each other, and from their faces, they were arguing about something. Rose was looking at James, and her expression was one of wary curiosity. Martin sighed. I assume you had a good reason for giving me this group. Vaguely. We were talking about a break from the border, weren't we? Martin did have a dim recollection of something like that, under the influence of alcohol after a rough month on the border. Yes, we were. Here it is. All you have to do is train 8 kids for 3 months, without killing any of them. Alexander seemed to find this hilarious. Martin turned back to Chimera. They were all looking at him now, and Martin could almost feel them talking with that link of theirs. He sighed again. This was going to be a very long summer. I am Martin Twofeathers, and as James so bluntly pointed out, you don't know me. I am one of the rangers with Alexander, and a shaman of Rolling Thunder's tutelage, Martin said as he got close to Chimera. We're going to issue uniforms right now, and equipment after that. I expect you'll concede I might be capable of leading that, and save any other challenges until after you're properly outfitted. James's face was innocent, but Martin could almost hear his laughter. Sir, Alexander has vouched for you. We assume you are at least as good as he is. Unless there is some other meaning to holding honor. Martin swore mentally as he realized James was going to hold him up to be as good as Alexander, who was one of the very best. On Martin's best day, he might, with a great deal of luck, some cheating, and lots of magic be able to take Alexander on his worst day. And Martin knew it. As far as Martin knew, only 2 living rangers could compare to Alexander, and they weren't here. Martin led them to the issue point, and watched as they got their uniforms and equipment. As they assembled the various items and gear so it would fit into a small pack on their backs, Martin talked quietly to them. Knowing they would be comparing him to Alexander kept most of Martin's arrogance down, although from the look on Melissa's face, she knew where he wanted to be arrogant. Suddenly, he swore to himself. Martin knew about the links, but he was not used to thinking about them. And he'd just realized that he had to assume whatever one of them knew, all of them knew, including his attitude. He finished his sentence and sat there regarding children with something close to panic. How the hell do you deal with 8 bodies that might as well be one person? Martin decided to attack. After all, the best defense is a good offense, or so he'd always heard. When Chimera had all their things ready, he took them to the tent site. The rest of the night is yours, to do what you want. Curfew is at 2000 and lights out is at 2100. I suggest you get some rest. Tomorrow starts at 0400. Martin escaped into the darkness, and walked back to the tent the trainers were staying in. He was going to get even with Alexander for this, if it was the last thing he ever did. Summer's end. Summer training. Alexander Evans surveyed his group. While all of this group would be trained for combat, fighting was not their primary purpose. Jarek Clearwater was the intelligence chief, and he had 4 people who were Manticore's general use people. They might be assisting the Metawizards, pulling guard duty, or anything else that needed to be done. Prefect Gray and Emily Kitchen were, in a common Muggle term, bookworms. They would be looking into the research for the Manticores and documenting everything. Alexander had seen the notes Gray already had, and he was impressed with the young man's clear and concise writing. Emily, he could see, was going to be a problem. Nothing was quite real to her, except her books and scrolls. Every time he took whatever she was reading from her, she found something else, or pulled out a scroll and started making notes. In just 6 hours, he'd already taken 4 books and 2 scrolls from her, and he was beginning to wonder if she had an endless supply of them, because she was taking notes again. Alexander dealt with a minor hassle, and came back to his group. He showed them how to put on and wear the combat gear. These are the rules. Every time you leave your tent, you will be in full gear. I don't care if you're just going to the latrine. He looked at Emily. Yes. Alexander sighed. It's another word for bathroom. Emily nodded, and made another note. Alexander could see a million questions coming from that girl, and suddenly he had an idea. Kitchen, see me after dinner. I'll give you own books that should explain most of what we're doing. However, during the day, you will leave the books in your tent, unless you are specifically told to bring them to training. Is that understood? Emily nodded happily, already wondering what new books she would get to read. Alexander looked at her. Kitchen, in this unit, you don't nod, you answer. You have both a mouth and a brain or you wouldn't be here. Is that understood? Emily blushed. Yes, sir. Alexander turned his attention to the others. All of you will have a different training schedule than the linked teams. They will be studying various combat techniques all day. You will study combat during the morning, and after lunch, you will be working on your specialties. You 4 without a specialty will be learning how to work various things to assist a camp. Muggle generators, wizard shields and other items. Alexander wondered how the other trainers were doing. He keyed the small radio he wore. All Wolfpack units, this is Wolfpack 6. Status report, over. Wolfpack 6, this is Wolfpack Alpha, green over. That was Martin Twofeathers. There were codes for all the various statuses Alexander had been able to think of, and green meant everything was running smoothly. Alexander got green reports from all the team trainers and nodded. So far, so good. Of course, he thought wryly, this was only the first day. The next 4 weeks, you people will be working under special rules. To break all of you of depending on magic for everything, you will not use any magic unless an instructor tells you to. Is that understood? Alexander watched the disbelieving looks spread across the faces of the wizard-born with a grin. People, I am quite serious. There are millions of people in the world that get by without any magic whatsoever. And you're about to learn how they do it. He grinned mirthlessly. At least one of you is going to try me, and let me warn you now, when I catch you, you're going to regret you ever heard of magic before I'm through. Alexander looked at his watch. Your tents are over there, and marked with the team emblems. I really suggest you get some sleep right after dinner, because your day starts at 0400 tomorrow. And every day after that. At the dining tent, which was laid out like the dining hall at Hogwarts, Alexander watched the group. He turned to Martin. How's Chimera doing? Martin shrugged. We haven't gotten past issue and basic rules yet. The prohibition on magic caught them by surprise, but James agreed with your reasoning. He did ask if you wanted everyone to turn in their wands. Alexander considered it, but shook his head. No, I think not. I would rather somebody test us about this, than later on about some rule that might have more serious consequences. Martin nodded. Are we going with a Hell Week approach, or simply basic training? Alexander looked at him. We are using the basic training approach. The 8 are a bit more important. I want to try to break them. Use the Hell Week on them until I tell you to stop. Martin stared at Alexander. Are you sure about that? He asked a bit doubtfully. They're just kids when you get down to it. Alexander nodded slowly. Yes, they are. They're also going to do more for the world than all our years on the border combined, and they will not fail because we were too soft on them. If you start getting too many injuries, I'll give you different instructions, but until then, drive them as hard as you can. The next few weeks compared unfavorably to Tales of Azkaban. They woke before the sun, and by the time the sun rose, they had already done more exercise than any of them had ever dreamed of. Chimera had it the worst, as Martin took Alexander at his word, and tried to break them all down. The other teams were not particularly happy either. One of the biggest problems for the wizard-born was the lack of magic. Most of the manticores that shaved had never done so with an actual razor, and almost all. The women were used to various helpful spells in the morning. Spells for drying hair quickly and completely, blemish-hiding spells and all the other little things you never thought of, until they were suddenly gone. Alexander had to relent on the shaving spell, as the manticores couldn't shave with razors, and they didn't have time to teach them to do it properly. However, after one of the Hufflepuffs was caught using magic without permission, and was punished, there were no more attempts. When he said he didn't know, Alexander made him dig up the entire 10-foot square pit again, and check, then rebury the fly. Alexander told everyone at dinner that night that the next person caught using magic without permission would get it twice as bad, since everyone knew that the trainers weren't kidding about it now. Whichever it was, stubborn pride or trained will, James refused to quit, and refused to let Martin know how close they were to breaking down. He bullied, cajoled, begged and hauled his team upright. His determination burned at them through the link, and somehow, Chimera kept going. Seeing Chimera still going, when they were being pushed twice as hard as the other teams, made it impossible for any of them to quit. After all, if Chimera could do that, surely, we can do this, they told themselves. After PT and breakfast in the morning, they studied tactics, maneuvering, suppo, RTING fires, and a wealth of military terms burned in their heads, as they were drilled until it was second nature. If a happens, then you do B. The same thing, every time. That way, somebody could come from another unit or team, and know what was going to happen. Somewhere around week 6, Alexander and Martin met for a training meeting. Martin was getting worried. Alexander, there's something wrong here. I'm pushing them to my limits. And they keep going. I've been running the borders for 15 years, I've got adult muscles, and 20 times the training. One-on-one, I can take any of them, even handgelled. But as soon as they start doing anything as a group, they're pushing my limits. Alexander frowned as he considered what he'd just been told. On the surface, there was no way a group of even year-old kids should be able to push any adult, let alone a ranger, to his limits. They simply didn't have the muscle for it. That Chimera didn't have some sort of muscle enhancements of a magica. Nature was evident in Martin's ability to take them one-on-one. Alexander stopped, thinking about what Martin just said. Son of a bitch. Martin looked at him, puzzled. Alexander explained his theory. I think they're drawing on the link somehow. You said you could take them individually, and that only when they act as a group, do they push you. Martin thought about it. You could be right, but what does that mean for training? It means all of them get a complete checkup with our medics tomorrow. James may have convinced Melissa to forego reporting anything that is not directly harmful. Like what? Martin asked. Until a light dawned. You think they might be burning bodily reserves. Exactly. Since you can use quite a bit of your body's mass before it becomes a physical problem. James could have talked Melissa into watching it, but not reporting it, as we only told the Metawizard for each group to report anything harmful. Martin had another thought, as he considered Melissa. Isn't Melissa a healer? Alexander nodded, watching his partner curiously. Martin looked at him. Healers can feed energy to ailing patients, I've seen it. Can Melissa, consciously, or unconsciously, be feeding them energy through the link? Alexander shrugged. Who the hell knows? That link is so far above the others that it might as well be a completely new thing. They could be swapping minds through that blasted thing for all we know. Martin grinned, an instant of very real humor. I hope not. I've been sleeping in the male half of the tent. If the girls' minds are in the male bodies. Alexander sniggered. We wouldn't want that. God forbid they decide you're a normal man. They'd faint when they finally saw a normal man. Martin was trying to figure out if that had been a compliment or an insult when Alexander spoke again. Drop the training back to everyone else's level until we find out what's going on exactly, but push them harder on the mental side. If they are drawing on the link, then treat them all as if they were Lisa. Martin groaned, and dropped his head into his hands. Don't mention that name. She's driving me stark raving mad. Martin raised his head, and looked Alexander straight in the eye. If I ever ask to leave the borders again, just shoot me. The next time I'm on the border, I'll attack the whole giant nation, all 10 tribes, before I come off the border again. How is she driving you nuts, anyway? She was always polite to me. Martin looked at Alexander. Ever seen a child in that, why, stage, where all they do is ask you, why? Well, she's still in that stage. Only she's too smart to be foisted off, and to make it worse, you know as well as I do that the only reason we do some things is because that's the military way, or it's border or custom. Martin put his head back in his hands, and spoke through them. Making it even worse, she hasn't been conditioned like we were to accept that as a good reason for anything. She wants to know why it's the way, or the custom. Alexander sympathized with his friend, and then moved on to the rest of the training missions. He spoke to the trainers separately, comparing what they said to make sure he wasn't missing anything. Mercy Riddle was perilously close to achieving sainthood among the trainers he saw. She was so sweet, kind and perfect, according to the comments that he read and heard, that he expected to see her walk on water before the end of training. Alexander felt an icy chill up his back, as he suddenly wondered if all those words were the result of compulsion spells. He sent for Martin and asked him. Martin just laughed. Mercy fixed a few problems here and there, and doesn't ask questions, or say anything when somebody comes to her for healing. She just patches you up, and lets you go. No lectures about safety or responsibility or anything. Alexander watched Martin until Martin began to squirm. Who's running the still? Martin's innocent face wasn't nearly as good as James's, as he replied. Still? What still? Look, jerk off. The only time the whole bunch of you needs quiet help is when, you're drunk, and try broomstick sex, even though nobody has ever figured out how to pay attention to the sex and the broomstick at the same time. B. When we get sideways of a couple of oars, or C when you manage to get a still going. A is hard to believe, because there are only 3 eligible women on this mission. B is hard to believe because there are no oars here. That leaves C, and I think that it's the most likely because I know you all. You Sue. LD make a still out of a straw and 2 pine cones if you wanted. Alexander thought about it for a second. In fact, if you have a still going, there might be a bit of a in there as well. He stared at Martin, waiting for him to say something. Look, after dealing with these people all day, we need some way to relax, and as you just pointed out, it's not like we have a lot of choices in entertainment out here. Martin defended the still, a device for making moonshine, or homemade alcohol. Alexander looked at him. As long as you aren't hammered in front of the students, or on duty, I don't care about that. I just want to make sure somebody decent is running the still. Mickey likes to charge for his shine, and your shine should be classified as a deadly weapon, or a chemical weapon. Martin looked injured. My moonshine is getting better. It hasn't put anyone in the hospital in months. Besides, the recipe is Sonia's. She has Mary's old recipe memorized. Alexander rubbed his eyes. Oh, you telling me that a student set the still up? Martin shook his head virtuously. Of course not. She never touched a single piece. We did all the work at her direction. Martin stared at his friend. What's the problem anyway? She's a border brat, Alexander, and the daughter of 3 of our finest. Mary was her birth father, but Falcon remarried, you know, and now she's married to Shadow Walker. Martin grinned at Alexander. She's pure borderer, you know. The still, and its hidden location, was all her idea. Alexander rubbed his eyes some more. You do realize that anything she knows, James knows, and probably Jarek as well. As well as anyone they told, which might be bloody everybody by now. Martin shrugged. So, as long as we don't get drunk on duty, does it really matter what the kids think we're doing after hours? I hope not, was Alexander's thought, but all he said was, keep a lid on it at least all right. And find Mercy and tell her I want to talk to her. Martin sighed as he walked out. There goes the quiet medical treatment. The next day a thorough medical checkup on the Chimera Link showed exactly what Alexander had thought. All 8 of them were down at least 15 pounds. And none of them had more than 4% body fat. 4 to 5 body fat is what most people come out of U.S. Army Ranger School with. The average, for a healthy adult in America is about 11 to 13. And most people these days aren't that healthy. Dropping 10 in 6 weeks is bad for your system. Alexander doubled their rations, and took James and Tiffany out into the woods for more than 3 hours. What happened out there is a secret the 3 of them would not discuss. Actually, they're not, but it would add about another 8,000 words to this chapter. It'll be a bunny on the side. Raven. The last week was review. And more review. Each team leader was given a precise breakdown on what his or her team needed to study during the school year, as well as the new topics that would introduced next year. So that those that wanted to could get a head start. Martin just groaned when he heard that Lisa had already started reading the new material, along with Emily and Mercy. 8 days until the year started. The Manticores were port-keyed to Hogsmeade for the week of family and friends. They're UTS, said Lisa, and somehow, I'm not sure the families are ready for what James and Tiffany call humor. Of course they are, said Rose with an absent look on her face. First, James has been up to something since birth, and second, he's shielding me so tightly that I can't even get a feel for what he's up to. So, how do we stop them? Sonia wasn't worried about what they were up to, merely about stopping whatever scheme they were hatching in that warped double mind of theirs. Hangeld snickered. You're kidding, right? James is a whiz at hiding a prank. Everybody in school, including Professor Snape, knows we're Chimera, but has anyone caught James planting a single prank? Adam disagreed. I think we can stop them from planting one. After all, we know his methods through Rose, and we're got 58 manticores to use, to keep them busy all week. Emma grinned wryly. Well, it'll be interesting anyway. Adam and Rose consulted for a few minutes. Okay, said Rose, if they're going to get everybody at one time, it's going to have to be a meal, and there are only 2 of those. Where everyone will sit down at the same time, the barbecue Wednesday, and Friday night's dinner. James won't interrupt the dinner. Father has some business to announce then, and James won't dare disrupt that. The capital letters in business were clear, as was the reverence Rose said the word with. Melissa looked up from her scroll. Are you trying to say that there is a line James won't cross, for a good prank? Various disbelieving faces waited for Rose's answer. She raised an eyebrow, and then shook her head sadly, giving a mock sigh as she did. Please, you all keep teasing us about our lack of regard for money. But we do know how we got it. Plus, Father taught us most of what we know about pranks, and he's got years more experience. Rose grinned at the enlightened expressions around her. Trust me, James will not interfere with business. Father's revenge would be terrible. Lisa had a sudden thought, one she shared only with Adam. Adam, we need to have a conversation with Mr. Evans. He could help us repay the twins for a few pranks. Adam grinned at her, and sent a mental agreement. With a plan and a schedule, the group broke up. Until the week was over, at L. East 2 manticores would be watching James and Tiffany all the time, even at night. James and Tiffany were in fact UTS. They had a great prank already, but every time they came near the food, there were people watching them. By Tuesday afternoon, they were getting very frustrated. They were walking around Hogsmeade, trying to ditch the 2 tailing them. Unfortunately, Rose and Melissa were not that easy to get rid of. James was considering the problem as they walked. Tiffany was leaving it up to him, and was looking through James's memories. One of James's ways to relax was a Muggle thing. Books called Epic Fantasy, and Tiffany was looking at one of them in his memories. She found a scene in the book, and called it to James's attention. James, would this work? James looked at the scene. No, Barbecue is a finger food. Tiffany looked at James's memories of American barbecues, and noted something. What about this? She said, pointing something out. James considered it, and grinned widely. He swept Tiffany up in a hug. Perfect, and I think we can even use our guards to make it work. James was used to hugging Rose, and it took a few seconds for the fact that the warm soft body he was holding tightly was not Rose. He set Tiffany down and the two blushed at each other, before turning back towards the Manticore campsite. The next morning James wandered over to Rose and offered to help make potato salad. Rose stared at him suspiciously. What are you up to, James? Rose blinked and looked around. Where's Tiffany? James sighed. I'm not up to anything. There are about 300 people here, but only 4. Maybe 5 of us know how Mom makes her potato salad, and I thought I'd help. Tiffany is already helping, folding napkins with Sonia. Rose was still suspicious. James, then with the shield he had over the links between them, still had that feel, that air of UTS. Besides which, James's cooking was roughly on a par with Hagrid's baking. That is, you could eat it, if you had to. But you'd rather feed it to your worst enemy. Rose finally gave in, to a point. You can help Angeld and Adam lay out plates and utensils. They'll be watching you, so don't try anything. James smiled sweetly. I know they will. And after the families are gone, we're going to have a long talk about Chimera using Manticore for a personal project. He left, heading for the long tables everyone would be eating at today. Tiffany was babbling mindlessly. It was deliberate, but it was still the sort of mindless chatter that makes listeners want to strangle you. Sonia Gebbs had the glazed look of a woman trying to stay awake in Professor Bin's History of Magic class. Sonia was an active girl, always in motion or doing something. Between the repetitive folding of the napkins and Tiffany's babbling, she wanted to be somewhere else. Anywhere else. Sonia, why don't you go and get us a couple of trays to carry the napkins out to the table with? Tiffany was casual about the question, not even stopping the folding she was doing. Sonia was so happy to be able to do something, she was nearly running when she left the tent. She already had the trays, and was on her way back, when she realized she'd left Tiffany alone. She hurried back to the tent, but Tiffany was still folding napkins when she burst back in. Tiffany looked up at her sudden entrance, and giggled at her. You thought I was going to be gone, didn't you? Sonia's blush answered the question for her. I thought about it, but you know my Yank, he'd use me in a potion if I left something unfinished, and we still have a few more napkins. Tiffany got that absent look, and when she came out of it, she looked at Sonia apologetically. James says you have to be more careful with guard duty. Guarding anything is almost always boring. But you can't let your mind, or feet, wander. The two girls finished the napkins, and delivered them to the tables. At 1,400 hours, the Manticores and their families began heading for the tables. Robert and Alexander had been hard at work at the fire pits, and now barbecued everything began weighing down the tables. Spare ribs, hamburgers, hot dogs, chops, corn, it was all there, and there were 4 kinds of homemade barbecue sauce to pour over it all. While most of the meals had been more traditional for the country they were in, James, Robert and Alexander had insisted that it simply was not summer without a barbecue. Adam, the fan of anything Western, had agreed, and when Martin and a few of the Wolfpack team had added their thoughts, it was arranged. Everything seemed normal to Rose, who was sitting across from James for once. Until about halfway through the meal, when she caught James looking at his watch, in a casual way she knew all too well. James, what are you up to? James looked at her, and for the first time in 3 days, let his shields drop. Nothing at all, Rose. I promise, we're not up to anything, anymore. Rose caught the one important word in that sentence. What do you mean anymore? Quote. Rose's only response was a time and soft laughter from James and Tiffany. 20 seconds, sister mine. Rose was looking around and Chimera was just getting the word, when the air around the tables seemed to shimmer for a second. When everyone could see again, every single person at the tables had become apes. Not just apes, but grape-colored apes in baseball caps. The emblem on the front of every cap was the winged flame. Even as people started jumping up, and from the sounds, some were starting to scream, the air shimmered again, and the apes were gone. Everyone that knew the signature looked at James and Tiffany, who had changed with the rest of them. James was calmly handing Tiffany some more ribs, and he looked up at close to 100 accusing stares. He picked up his burger, ready to eat it, and at them all. Next year, I'll get the color right, I promise. Second year, Chapter 1. Albus Dumbledore looked around the hall as Professor McGonagall ushered the first years in for the sorting ceremony. He was mildly surprised to see that the Evans or Chimera had not pulled any pranks yet. After the near-daily chaos of their first year, he was halfway expecting them to have started with the pranks already. He looked at the already seated returning students. Unlike the years of the Voldemort War, all of his students were back this year. Albus still felt a slight regret that he had missed the departure of Fred and George Weasley. From all accounts, they had made one of the more dramatic exits from Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore watched the sorting. While keeping an eye on Chimera, James was evaluating each new student, and from the looks on Rose and Melissa's faces, they were using their talents to read the students as well. Professor Dumbledore saw the looks and flurry of hand signals passed to the Ravenclaw table after Sun Tzu, Mei Ling, was sorted there. He made a mental note to find out what was so interesting about a Muggle-born Asian witch from London. After the sorting, the headmaster made the announcements. The Forbidden Forest is just that, Mr. Fitch has added more things to his forbidden list, entire list in his office. All those announcements that happened every year. This year though, he had an addition. There would be a Halloween ball for the third year and up students. With all that said, let's eat. James was thinking about the new Ravenclaw. Given that he was in a foreign country, engaged in training and funding a paramilitary force of wizards, in violation of probably a million Ministry of Magic rules, James was seriously paranoid. The young girl, Mei Ling's son, Sue, had the name of one of the greatest strategists of all time. That was interesting, but not important. What was important was that he could not be touched with Melissa's empathy, or Rose's sight. Trying to touch her with magic was impossible, and that made the Noid in James very nervous. He scribbled a note on a piece of paper to ask the headmaster what he knew about Mei Ling. James spared a glance for Drake Rohan, a new Hufflepuff that could be a friend or an enemy according to Rose's sight. James was going to make sure that those two were at the top of Jarek's list tomorrow. James smiled at the thought of Jarek's files. Tiffany, James and Jarek were the only people in Hogwarts that knew Jarek had a file on every being in Hogwarts. Right down to the ghosts and house elves. James was paranoid for a reason. Jarek had learned professional paranoia at his father's feet. Adrian Clearwater had been, and still was the head of Auror Intelligence. Jarek even had a file on himself. Yeah, but can we trust his file? Tiffany was laughing at his thoughts. For an instant, James let himself consider the fact that JRRICK could take out or insert anything that ended up in the files. James, relax. You have Rose and Melissa to keep tabs on all the manticores, even Jarek. James sighed, and scanned the manticores out of habit. No matter what house they were in, or what team, the manticores were easy to spot. A long summer of heavy PT and harder training made them much more physically fit than the rest of the students. And they had an air about them of self-confidence. That, and the fact that all the manticores had fallen into Chimera's habit of sitting at the far ends of the tables made them easy to find. James began thinking of what they'd be doing this year, and he had to grin suddenly. Lisa Malfoy was not a morning person, and her reaction to having to get up an hour and a half before breakfast to do the daily PT had been amusing to anyone that didn't live in her room. Lisa had been known to hex happy people who came in her sight before breakfast. James and Alexander had introduced her to the joys of coffee over the summer, and now, you only had to avoid her until the first cup was gone. Tiffany, who was an incurable morning person, was already planning to get Dobby to deliver a pot of coffee to Lisa every morning. Last year, James had been forced to fly in the girls' room window to release Tiffany from a dozen different hexes. He could have flown up the stairs, but using the window eliminated the chances of running into a non-manticore girl in the hallway. James was trying to figure out how to ask Professor Dumbledore for a meeting after the meal without letting everybody know about it, when he had a thought. During the first year, the professor had known about things that nobody told him. James had considered the problem, and the most likely way for the professor to find out what was going on was a spell, or series of spells that allowed the headmaster to listen to any conversation in Hogwarts. Since there could be dozens of conversations going at any given time, there had to be some sort of trigger that brought a conversation to his attention. James decided to test his theory. "I know this is cheating, Professor Dumbledore, but I need to see you after dinner." James spoke low enough that Tiffany wasn't sure she'd heard him at all. James watched the professor, and was not surprised when the headmaster looked his way and nodded slightly. What did surprise James W. as the professor using the Manticorian hand sign for rally, and the one for 2200. James sat back and considered these two bits of information. Professor Dumbledore could hear any conversation he chose to, and he knew the hand signs. "Rose, we need some anti-eavesdropping spells in the hall as soon as we can find the spell Dumbledore is using." Rose rolled her eyes at James. "Why, all he has to do is ask if there is something he wants to know about Manticore." Rose was certain that was a waste of time. "2 reasons, sister mine. First, I want to be certain nobody else can use those spells. Second, the idea of anyone listening to me and Tiffany late at night gives me the creeps. And what are you two doing that you don't want anyone listening?" 2. Rose inquired, in a tone that said she thought she knew already. "Not that. You know I like to brainstorm out loud, and I don't want all our secrets floating in the air for anyone that can use that spell." Rose finally agreed to look into it, or have Emily do it. James went back to thinking about all the things they had to do this year, until he was elbowed from both sides at once. He pushed down the instant anger, and looked at his twin, and Tiffany. "It's first night. Save some work for tomorrow." The thought was a joint sending from both the girls. Rose's tone was sarcastic, while Tiffany's was merely exasperated. "I've already started playing, can't I do some work?" Tiffany, of course, already knew what he was talking about. Rose looked at him. She spoke aloud, but in a low tone. "What do you mean, James?" James grinned, and made an elaborate display of checking his watch. "You'll find out in 9 minutes, he said. Rose checked her watch. It was 9 minutes to 9. "Who's going to get it, and what prank is it?" "I don't know who all is going to get it. But the prank is a variant on our color capers disc." James was watching his watch, and the crowd with an air of anticipation. Rose had a sudden premonition. "James, how did you activate it?" "I didn't. I didn't even touch it." "Did you notice the free samples of candy on the train?" Rose groaned. "Please tell me those aren't ours." "Well, yes they are," James said, looking surprised. "I thought it was about time the green flower had some candy pranks, and gemstone color candies looked like a good first offering." The gemstone color candies were in various jewel shapes and colors, and made of a hard candy you could suck on for hours. The fact that you would turn the color of your candy was merely a fun bonus. "James, I think everyone on the train tried at least one." Rose paused significantly, including Professors Moody and Snape. James froze, and his eyes went from his watch to the staff table. He opened the link to Chimera, and poured the story down the link. "Does anyone know if Professor Moody has a sense of humor? I already know Professor Snape is not going to be happy." Rose grinned at her brother. "I think you're about to find out, brother mine." James checked his watch again, and watched the minute hand move over the 12. He looked up in time to see the entire room explode into color. Anybody that had just one of the candies as a solid shade of whatever color he or she had eaten. If you'd eaten 2 or more, you were vertically striped, in as many colors as you had eaten. One poor fellow at the Hufflepuff table was 6 different colors. James looked up at the head table. Professor Moody was solid red, but Professor Snape had eaten 3 of them. He was striped red, blue and green. On the back of everyone's hand was a signature that nobody had seen before. It had Tiffany's crimson flame for a base, but it had 2 blue wings rising from the sides. Rose was the first to figure it out. "What's with the new signature, James?" James was watching Professor Snape try to break the prank with a certain pride. After all, a good prank shouldn't be that easy to break. He replied to Rose absently. "I overheard a couple of Manticores talking about figuring out how to tell everyone they're a couple, without being obvious." James suddenly noticed the dead silence in the hall. He looked around, and groaned. With the exception of Tiffany and himself, every single person that had come in on the train was at least one unnatural color, and every one of them was staring at him. He glanced at the rest of Chimera. Even they were colors. Hangeld had apparently tried 4 of them, and the rest of Chimera was 2 or more colors. Mr. Evans, Professor Snape said, since you seem to be the only normally colored person here right now, maybe you can explain this rainbow of students. James winced at the silky menace in his voice. James stood up and surveyed the colorful crowd. It would appear, sir, that somebody has pulled a prank. James was projecting innocence as hard as he could, and a newborn baby couldn't have matched the look of innocence on his face. Professor Snape appeared to be turning more colors under his candy colors, as his temper flared. Would you know the names of these perpetrators, Mr. Evans? James had never outright lied. He might avoid answering, not say anything at all, or leave things out, but he never outright lied. He thought for a second. Sir, the gemstones color candy is a new green flower prank. He looked around again. I believe this was the first public test of the joke before being added to their line. It would appear, he said earnestly, that it's a complete success. Laughter rippled through the hall. I hope it wears off soon. The speaker this time was Professor Moody, who was staring at James. Sir, with very few exceptions, most of the green flower pranks only last about an hour. James assured him. Professor Moody was about to say something else, when Professor Dumbledore caught his eye. I think this would be a good time to end this meal. Prefects, please escort the new students to their houses. Good night. The headmaster ended the discussion, as laughing students began the walks to their houses. Sonia caught up with James. I am so glad the first fell on a Friday this year. That means Hydra has all day tomorrow to pay you back for this. James grinned at the tricolored Sonia, and then a challenging gleam grew in his eye. Care to bet on tomorrow? He said. Sonia had bet with James before. What terms, and what's the bet? Simple. If any manticore can catch and hex Tiffany or I anytime between sunup and sundown tomorrow, you win. If no one can find us, we win. James smiled, mocking at the manticores crowding around to listen. Of course, if Y.O. are all too scared, he let the statement trail off suggestively. The bet, Sonia reminded him. James looked at her and then grinned. Earned it could blow off all the training that day. You didn't have to do early morning PT. Even James couldn't run you ragged on a playday. The manticores came back quickly with their agreements. James had just one last thing to say. Tiffany and I will not go anywhere that any manticore can't go. And you will not use the Marauder's map, or Rose's site. You will use teamwork, skill and brains to find us. As everyone went to their houses, the only person that looked worried was Rose. Melissa looked at her. What's with you? We have 58 manticores, the Chimera link and your twin bond to find them with. That's exactly what bothers me. James has only lost 3 bets that I know of. And he always makes it look like the odds are in your favor. Rose was trying to find the flaw James had in mind to take advantage tomorrow. Melissa thought about it, as they climbed the stairs to Gryffindor. I still don't see how they can win. Rose nodded vigorously. That's exactly the point. James wouldn't have bet if he weren't positive he could win. What do they know that we don't? They were still thinking about that as they passed through the portrait hole behind the fat lady. At 2200, James and Tiffany were outside the hidden stair to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle moved, and Professor McGonagall escorted them up the stairs. In the office, they greeted Fawkes, and found seats. That was an interesting display at dinner. Professor McGonagall's face was as prim as ever. Except for the faint curve to one side of her mouth. Professor Snape will not be happy when you start potions with him. James shrugged. Nothing anyone can do about it now. I think that the green flower people didn't expect any professors on the train. Professor McGonagall gave James a sharp look. Professor Dumbledore told me who owns the green flower. James grinned wistfully. If I had known that there were going to be that many victims, I would have gone with my first impulse, and used the manticore colors. Professor McGonagall looked at him. Manticore has colors. Tiffany nodded. All the teams do. Manticore is silver on black, and Chimera is gold on black. James took up the recitation. Sphinx is dark red, Hydra is dark green, Phoenix is scarlet, Unicorn is pale blue, Griffin is white. Dragon is tan, and Pegasus is light green, all on black. He grinned. I'm thinking of making flags for Manticore Hall. Professor Dumbledore turned the meeting to business. What is Manticore's interest in Miss Sue? James and Tiffany got serious. James explained how she couldn't be touched with magic. The headmaster considered that thoughtfully. She was also the only person that did not change color exactly at 9. I happened to be looking at the Ravenclaw table when your prank went off, and her change was at least 6 or 7 seconds behind everyone else's. James narrowed his eyes. I can't believe that she just happened to get the only faulty color candy in the entire school. That means the prank didn't work on her either, and she changed her own color, so she wouldn't stand out. Professor Dumbledore objected to that. She's a muggle born first year, she shouldn't be capable of that kind of magic yet. He considered it further. Yet, she did change late, and as you say, the chances of her getting the one improperly charmed candy in the entire bunch are slim. That would mean that she's not what she seems to be, and is hiding something. James nodded. That's why the Ravenclaw Manticores will be watching her. I need to know what she is hiding, and who, if anyone, she's working for or with. James thought about the girl, wondering if intimidation would get the truth from her. But Tiffany vetoed that idea. I think we'll just have to assume she's somebody's agent, until we find out differently. Watching her will be good practice for the Manticores anyway. Much like tomorrow's game. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Interesting bet. I assume you have something planned, or else it looks too easy for the Manticores. James glanced sharply at the headmaster as he was reminded about the spells. We do. In fact, you might want to watch the fun. Although, I have to say our trick isn't as good as the one up your sleeve, Professor. Dumbledore sighed. I had not realized the depths of your paranoia, or the retention you have, or I would have been more circumspect about using that knowledge. I trust you will keep it a secret. James no. His assent even as he gave the professor a sly smile. Of course, although I will be trying to shield Manticore Hall. Professor Dumbledore smiled faintly. I had expected no less, and I trust you. You will not abuse your knowledge of those spells. They are for the headmaster's use, not paranoid Manticore leaders. James sighed, but shrugged. Since I haven't even found the spells yet, it's a moot point, but I won't use them. He changed the subject before Dumbledore could specify no Manticores using the spells. Sir, what do you know about Drake Rohan? Professor Dumbledore looked at Tiffany. His father is Richard Rohan. Rohan had taken half-truths, rumors and pure fantasy and written a book implying that the friends, Harry, Ron and Hermione were closer than most friends, and used He to create a biography of Harry that was quite bizarre. Hermione had used the book as the base for her 4th book, Inside the Voldemort War, A Survivor's Tale. She had pointed out each error, every mistake and straight-out lie, giving the proof as she went. Her book had made Rohan a laughingstock, and cost him his job at the Daily Prophet. This had eliminated his spying, but he was still trying to cause trouble to them. James closed his eyes and considered this development. He reached for Rose, and found her getting ready for bed. You've got the Manticores tomorrow, so you'll have to deal with this. You need to get a hold of all the Manticores as soon as possible. James explained about Drake, and who his father was. So until we know his father isn't using him in another of his schemes. I don't want any Manticores talking to him at all. Rose sent her agreement and a question back. What do we do if he's already talking to the Manticores in Hufflepuff? James was thinking about the same thing, and beginning to get frustrated. There isn't anything we can do. We should have broken the links up, for communication across all the houses, but we didn't. Since we didn't, we don't have any other means of commo with them. James paused, as he thought about their options. We'll just have to see what happens in the morning, and deal with it then. I think we can contain him though. James spent a minute telling Rose about a couple of minor things he wanted the Manticores to do tomorrow, while he thought about the problem that they had right now. We have to set up some type of commo between the houses. I would feel a lot better if I could talk to the Hufflepuffs right now. Gryffindor can talk to Slytherin, via Daniel and the Hydra link, and the Dragon link connects Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. But we need to have commo with everyone. James had been talking aloud as he spoke to Rose, so that Professor Dumbledore had an idea of what was going on, but the head Master actually had a couple of ideas for James at that point. You might, Dumbledore suggested, try the ghosts or house elves. They can go anywhere in Hogwarts, and some of the ghosts are quite helpful, if they're properly approached. James passed that on to Rose, even as Tiffany reminded the headmaster that the house elves couldn't enter Manticore's lab room. That's becoming annoying too. Emma's experiments are getting messy. Since the crazy Yank is funding her potion experiments. Dumbledore looked at James. Emma has, I believe, turned herself and handgelled into wolf people, tree people, and large rocks. She has changed their shape, size or color so many times that I have a note here from Madame Potter, stating the hospital wing's intention to ignore anything they do to themselves, unless they don't have hands to fix it. As with the rock thing. James had finished talking to Rose, and was smiling blissfully. I know, she's already saved me a fortune in prank research, and that's why I'm funding her. Flower children, and I am a werewolf, are selling quite well, and we have good expectations for the Rockaway prank next month. Professor McGonagall shook her head. You're in school, leading 60 students in your project, learning the information you're teaching them just one step ahead of them, and still you continue the pranks. I truly do not understand that. James shrugged. It's simple. The Green Flower funds this project of ours. The more pranks we have, the more money we have to draw on, and money is power. That applies to wizards as well as muggles. Muggles are simply more open about it. Professor Dumbledore had known, of course, that the lab was hidden, but he had not considered that it might be hidden from the house elves. He spent a few minutes trying to find the room using various spells and items. He was aware of James watching him avidly, trying to see if he could pick up a new spell or two, but Professor Dumbledore wasn't worried about that right now. He finally stopped, and frowned. I had not realized that the room was that well hidden. I know where it is, and I still cannot tell it is there. Professor McGonagall was confused. Pardon me, but are you saying they made part of Hogwarts disappear? Tiffany explained about the room they had converted into a lab research area, and how James had tied it to a shaman spell, so that only the people that gave blood to the spell could find the room. Basically, he simply made it unplottable, unless you were part of the spell. James nodded. Actually, most shamans could find it fairly quickly. But there are only 2 people in Hogwarts that know the shaman magic. Since I trust both of them, I didn't bother with any further concealment. Professor McGonagall looked at him. So you and Rose are the only 2 that could find the room if something went wrong. James grinned, but shook his head. Not Rose. She was studying the medicine woman things, not shamanism. Tiffany, though, knows everything I know about it. The professors pursued the shaman question. Professor McGonagall asked, what does Rose do with her studies? James put his hands up. I don't know. Her medicine is a different thing, and strictly for women. I don't know anything about it, other than she deals with areas of magic I don't. She covers fertility, both animal and plant, healing, seeking and seeing, both the future and at great distances. And herbal studies. Professor Dumbledore asked, what does shamanism cover then? James looked up at the ceiling. Wards, bindings, totems, the spirit world, defensive and offensive magic. The 2 professors looked at each other, and back at James. What kind of offensive magic? Was the next question. James frowned slightly, and sighed. He made a strange little gesture, as if he was drawing a knife from a sheath at his waist, and suddenly, there was knife in his hand. Dumbledore saw a classic Bowie-style knife, with a blade that glowed a bluish-gray. The professors stared at the knife. Everyone in the room, including the portraits, could feel the magic that radiated from the knife. James unconsciously fell into the tones he used when lecturing Manticore about something. This is a simple weapon. It's formed of raw magic, and is not real, like a steel knife is. It cannot cut wood, paper or anything material. It will wreak havoc on Muggle electrical or electronic systems, magical wards or other cast spells, and living bodies. He cleared his throat and continued. As you know, a spell is a framework that makes a piece of reality work the way you want it to. Such as transforming a pillow into a pig. This will cut that framework, destroying the spell. If it's stronger than the spell, if it's not stronger, then the knife will be absorbed into the spell, making the spell that much stronger. It works the same way on Muggle electronics. Computer chips just fry at the touch of magic, and so do circuit boards. Professor Dumbledore was more interested in the part James had left out. What does it do to living bodies? James sobered, and put the knife away, much as he had created it. Passed through an arm or leg, it causes paralysis for anywhere from an hour to a week. It does the same thing passed anywhere through the body except the head or heart, and for much the same reason it disrupts Muggle things. The body is a finely tuned electrical system. Electrical impulses carry the messages of the body everywhere, and this will disrupt that network. The professors waited, staring at James until he sighed. Passed through the brain or heart. It disrupts them for up to 20 minutes. Up to 20 minutes, said Professor McGonagall dryly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't you be dead, and disrupted, forever? James shook his head. If you're lucky, CPR and a couple of other Muggle medical things can keep you technically alive until your heart or brain starts working again. And if you're not lucky, as you put it? Asked Professor Dumbledore quietly. James looked at the professors, and his eyes, and Tiffany's eyes were haunted. If you're not lucky, you're dead, yes. I have to say though, that it would have to be a damn imp. Ordn't thing before I'd use this on a person. When I was taught to make it, Rolling Thunder, my instructor, made me stab a deer with it. James closed his eyes, and Tiffany put an arm around him. The knife you see, is formed of magic, and held in that shape by my will. If I stop thinking about it, or let it go, it disappears. When you stab something, you can feel it, in a vague way. I felt that deer's brain quit, and it's beyond words. James was shivering. Dumbledore asked quietly if James knew any more offensive magic. No, sir, I'm only an apprentice. The higher level magics won't be taught to me until I pass the shaman tests. Albus Dumbledore smiled faintly. That relieves me no end. James and Tiffany stared at him, not expecting even that gentle teasing. James recovered, smiling at the professor. You could help me with my studies, sir, if you and Fawkes would consent to me working with Fawkes. Fawkes raised his head and fixed an eye on James, even as Professor Dumbledore invited further explanation. Fawkes is a phoenix, a living representation of the firebird, one of the strongest totem beings. Working with Fawkes would greatly increase my totem bonding skills. I would rather, Dumbledore said dryly. You didn't bond with my familiar. It's not that kind of bonding, sir. It's a senses thing, allowing me to see the world through Fawkes's senses. It can't be held for more than an hour or so. James smiled at a thought, and Tiffany grinned. I've been working with my owl, Tamarian, but she's a lesser totem, and I've done as much as I can with her. Professor McGonagall had seen the smiles. I don't understand what's so amusing about that. Tiffany's face was red as she explained. Let's just say that the other denizens of the castle do some strange things when they think all the living are asleep. Quote, Professor McGonagall stared at the pair. I think I will leave it at that. I'll probably sleep better tonight. James continued the conversation. Anyway, I've done all I can do with a lesser totem, and now I need a greater totem, or a mythical totem. Fawkes is a mythical totem. James looked up hopefully. Unless you will let me get a dragon. Professor McGonagall had a coughing fit, and the headmaster's eyes widened slightly. Private ownership of dragons is forbidden. The headmaster reminded James. James grinned impishly. True. However, under Ministry of Magical Creatures rules, an educational facility may keep one dragon for research and educational purposes. I'm sure Hagrid would be happy to take care of it for you. The headmaster considered the idea of letting James and Hagrid have a dragon on the grounds for almost 3 seconds. No, I don't think so. James sighed in mock disappointment. I didn't think so, but I thought I'd ask. How about a bear? Professor Dumbledore looked over his glasses at James. I'll consider that. I'll speak to you about it in a week or so. The four finished their discussion, and the students left. Albus, you're not seriously thinking of letting them have a bear on the grounds? My dear Minerva, said Albus, compared to some of the things Hagrid has tried to keep, a bear would be harmless. Not to mention, he said, after a minute's thought, I would rather James kept the habit of asking me before he brings dangerous or powerful things on the grounds. Professor McGonagall frowned, and she Thought of something from the last couple of moths of last year. There was a certain rise in the number of spells the students in Manticore knew after they joined. Why is that? Professor Dumbledore smiled faintly. I would imagine that James pushed them into studying as hard as he does. Plus, having the 17 volumes of the Pendragon clan spellbooks to study would be a great inducement to study. There's only 13 Pendragon books, Professor McGonagall said, before catching the look on Albus's face as he handed her a book. Aren't there? She looked at the book in her hands. Bound in black leather, it had the rising dragon symbol of the Pendragons, and the number 16 on the spine. She looked at Professor Dumbledore. I'm almost afraid to ask how they got these. Professor Dumbledore smiled slightly. Simple. Mary Evans was born Marilyn Pendragon. Professor McGonagall frowned. She should know that name for some reason, and then it hit her. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you saying that the Evanses' mother is the Pendragon's missing heir? The one that everyone has been seeing everywhere for the last 20 years. At the headmaster's agreement, she lowered her head into her hands. You are quite aware what will happen if anyone finds out we have Pendragon blood here, aren't you? Media, sightseers, people wanting to meet them, use them, all kinds of trouble. She looked up at Albus suddenly. You said once that you were considering giving James his own house. Is that still an option? She asked plaintively. Dumbledore smiled gently. Can you really see James as a househead? The Transfiguration professor rubbed her eyes with one hand as she considered the thought of James Evans with the authority of a househead. The image made her shudder. Then can I take a sabbatical for the next 6 years? Professor Dumbledore was looking into the distance. My dear Minerva, why would you miss this? For once, we have advance warning of the evil, and we're not walking into the situation like Voldemort, where we lost so many people because we didn't know about him. He sighed. At least tomorrow should be interesting. I would be careful about moving around tomorrow though. At the professor's quizzical look, Dumbledore smiled. James and Tiffany against all of Manticore. I'll bet all my wool socks that there are going to be pranks everywhere tomorrow. Professor Dumbledore didn't know it, but that statement was going to become successful prophecy. Second year, Chapter 2. James and Tiffany were very busy for the rest of the night. James had plans for the Manticores that would be looking for them involving a great number of pranks. Since he didn't want to get any students just wandering around, he tied all the discs he laid out to the Manticore links. Annette, someone with a link came in range of the disc would activate. James was busily strewing the discs in every place he thought a Manticore would search for them tomorrow. Tiffany was outside, at the top of the North Tower. She was placing a strange doohickey. Tiffany grinned. She'd found that word in James's memories and it was just too funny. That James thought of as a three-dimensional holographic image inducer. And looking up all the different words and terms had kept Tiffany busy for more than an hour. It was a simple toy really. You took a wizard picture, in this case, one of James and Tiffany flying. Put it in the holder, and set the activation wards. When the wards went off, the picture would be recreated at pre-assigned places, and look like the real thing. The image would seem to come out from one place, fly around a bit, and go behind another building. James had already planted one in the main stairwell in Hogwarts. Cartoons. James was running around still setting traps. He looked at what she was seeing, and the picture in Tiffany's imagination. That's a wonderful idea, but we can't use it as a green flower prank. Why not? It is not like most wizard-born would recognize them. And the few Muggle-born would think it's funny. James sighed and began trying to explain copyrights, trademark infringement, and various other things to Tiffany, when he barely understood them himself. Dawn found James and Tiffany in their first hiding spot. They had 4 more in case the Manticores actually found them, but James was counting on the simplicity of the site to keep them safe. He had actually given Sonia 2 clues last night, but James was certain they had gone unnoticed. Then they were in trouble. All of the hiding places were based on that idea. Breakfast found Rose giving instructions to the team leaders in the hall. Rose and Adam had been up late into the night, making plans for today. They had broken the teams up, so that they had 10 groups of people searching. The team leaders stayed with Rose, and each group of searchers had at least one linked person, so they had commo with the control group. Each group was instructed to find and maintain contact without losing the two until the other groups arrived. Rose and Chimera had shielded the links to the soul-bonded pair while they laid out their plans, and when they were finished, Rose opened her shields looking for James. The tidal wave of emotions pouring through the link nearly floored her before she got her shields back up. She lightened the shields, examining the surge that beat on her shields. "Don't open to them," she warned Chimera, "they're in the rapport, and wide open." Melissa tried her empathy, but it was just as bad, if not worse. Adam was not surprised. IK knew they'd have something in mind to block the links. Set the teams to looking. Rose was looking at Lisa, who was not only awake at an hour she hated, but alert. "Why are you so cheerful this morning?" she demanded. Lisa smiled. "An event that had never happened before 1000. That darling Dobby brought me a whole pot of coffee this morning. I nearly kissed him." Rose tried not to picture that, Eve. And as Chimera made notes to do nice things for Dobby as long as he kept bringing Lisa the coffee. With everything in place, the team left on their assigned missions and the hunt was on. Every inch of Hogwarts was searched. And then searched again. The early reports of the couple being seen in the stairwell were optimistic, until 3 different groups reported seeing them in 3 different places at the same time. Rose took the command group to the stairways, and since she suspected what she'd find, the hickey was quickly found. Along the way, the manticores also found the traps James had laid everywhere last night. Soon there were multicolored and shaped manticores running around everywhere. Some had strange odors rising from them, and a few were actually glowing. Emma's WN fearlessness was working against her this morning. She'd triggered at least 9 different booby traps, and was currently an orange and pink striped ape with purple polka dots. The facts that she smelled like roast turkey and was only 1 meter tall was not improving her mood any. Sonia Gebbs and Ron Stone were the only ones that had not been caught yet. The manticores broke for lunch, although Rose and Adam didn't eat much. They were busy refining the search plans in light of the traps and what they'd covered already. Halfway through lunch, Rose felt James pushing at the shields over their twin bond. She opened them carefully. "Hey, sister mine, how goes your day?" James's voice was cheerful. Rose's answer was short, and not nearly as cheerful. She felt his laughter, and his next comment made her swear again. "Anyway, we just thought you'd like to know that we're moving, and you'll have to start all over." Again, Rose's verbal reply soured her milk, caused the manticores to back away from her. And a portrait that spoke Lakota to faint. At the head table, Albus Dumbledore was very glad that no people in the school could understand what Rose was saying. The headmaster spells T had allowed him to listen to anything said in a public area of Hogwarts, also translated it into the native tongue of the headmaster. He recognized some of what Rose was saying as having a borderer's feel, and concluded that the twins must have learned to curse from Alexander. He winced slightly at one phrase, implying that James was a homosexual necrophilic with bestiality tendencies. He decided he'd have a quiet word with Rose about her language, even if only he could understand her. At the Gryffindor table, Lisa was staring at Rose in confusion. This was a James-type outburst, and not at all like the quieter Rose. Acting on a hunch, she pulled her wand and cast a finite incantium at Rose. Rose stopped cursing abruptly. She blinked, and then gave a short curse, which was more her style. She started feeling around her chair, and came up with a disc, marked with the winged flame. She turned it over, and read the markings on the other side. "It's an emotional overload prank. It intends I face whatever emotion you're feeling when it activates." The manticores relaxed, as they realized that Rose was not going to suddenly explode on them. Some of them nearly exploded though, after Rose relayed her conversation with James. Adam was cursing now. "We should have thought of that, and left sentries. We could have taken turns coming to lunch." After lunch, an angry and very determined grow up of manticores set to searching with revenge in their hearts. The laughter from the other students didn't help any, and the various plans in their heads would have made Voldemort run away in fear. With those attitudes, it's probably a good thing that Manticore didn't find the duo before the sun went down. They went to dinner, sourly anticipating James and Tiffany's remarks and jokes. In the main hall, The two had not shown up by the time the dinner started, and Rose lightened her shields again, trying to attract James's attention. The rapport was so heavy that she had to rebuild her shields. She lightened them slightly, feeling the rapport beating on her shields as she tried to touch James. When nothing worked, she realized what had happened. James and Tiffany had sunk so deeply into the rapport that they couldn't break out of it. James and Tiffany are lost in the loop, she reported to Chimera. Melissa, get the Marauders map from our room, and meet me in Manticore Hall. The two girls left the table, while the rest of Chimera passed the news to the Manticores. At the head table, Dumbledore had already noted the absence of the hidden pair. Rose and Melissa's sudden departure, and the speed at which they were moving told him something was wrong. What happened next confirmed that. After they passed the news to the rest of Manticore, Chimera got up, moving just barely slower than the girls had been. A second later, Mercy followed, and Phoenix followed her. Hydra and Sphinx got up, and that was the end, as the rest of Manticore followed them. In just under 2 minutes, all the Manticores were gone. Albus turned the main hall over to Professor McGonagall, and followed them up to Manticore Hall. When he got there, he took a minute to look around. He had not been in here since he created Rose's window for her. And he was mildly surprised at the amount of work that had been done. The main room had bookcases along 3 walls, with just 3 gaps, where the lab and bathroom doors were. The last wall was covered with charts and formulas, some of them wizard stuff, like the 50 basic magical herbs, and others being some sort of muggle things he wasn't familiar with. There was also Rose's window in that wall, near the corner, and right above Chimera's table. Dumbledore smiled faintly at the window. Unless she was writing, Rose preferred to sit in a windowsill. Manticore Hall, however, was an interior room, with no windows. James had approached Professor Dumbledore the year before, and the result was a window overlooking the Forbidden Forest. Since it was a magical view, the fact that the Forbidden Forest was on the other side of the castle didn't matter. When James had moved the tapestry that he'd covered it with, and Rose had first seen the window, she'd stared at it for a minute. Then she'd absently kissed Professor Dumbledore's cheek without a word. A minute later, a number of cushions had appeared in the sill, and Rose was happily fluffing them. "Sir, would you care to join us?" While the headmaster had been looking around, Rose had seen him, and was now standing at his elbow. She offered him a chair and swept the maps and lists that were fought over from the day's hunt off their table. Every team had their own table, although Phoenix actually had 2, and Chimera's was big enough for 15 people. Melissa came in the hall about then, and laid a battered scroll on the table. Dumbledore recognized the Marauder's map. Rose touched it with her wand, and muttered the charm that activated it. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." She checked the map for a minute and then looked up. "According to the map," she announced, "they're in this room right now." A murmur started in the hall, and everyone was looking around. Professor Dumbledore looked around again. The only things in the hall were the bookcases and the tables. He didn't see any place for a Niffler to hide, let alone 2 people. Rose still had her wand in her hand after using it on the Marauder's map. And she looked up suddenly. She pointed her wand at the highest part of the ceiling and cast the finite incantium spell twice. As the Manticores and Professor Dumbledore watched, a curious sight was revealed. High above the floor, just below the ceiling, hovered 2 stationary broomsticks with some sort of netting strung between them. James and Tiffany were lying face to face in the netting, and James's upper hand was running a brush through Tiffany's hair in an automatic motion. Rose sighed as she looked at the twosome. "You know," she said in a conversational tone that did nothing to disguise her relief, "we could leave them there." The Manticores turned to stare at her in surprise. "Think about it," she explained. "We spent all day looking for them, and they've been in the hall all along. James is not going to let us forget that for at least a year." She looked at the pair hovering at least 5 meters off the floor. "Does anyone have a broomstick in the hall right now?" There were several broomsticks in the hall, and Rose had Lucy Berger, a 5th-year Hufflepuff from the Unicorn team, fly up there. "Just take the brush from James's hand, and see if that works," Rose advised. Lucy maneuvered into position and took the brush. Nothing happened for a minute, as James's hand continued its repetitious motions, and then it stopped moving. James and Tiffany stretched, Tiffany's voice was equally languorous. That's okay, we'll just improvise. They smiled at each other, and snuggled closer together, totally unaware of their audience. James was King Tiffany's hair when Rose interrupted them. Geez, James, will you two get a room? James looked down through the netting, which Rose recognized as a hammock. He surveyed the manticores, raised an eyebrow to see the headmaster, and finally focused on Rose. Tiffany had taken one look at their audience, and was now hiding her face in James's robes, and he could feel the heat of her blush. Why, as you should be able to tell by now, this works just fine. James and Tiffany began separating, and descended from the ceiling as the older manticores were eyeing the hammock and broomsticks with great interest. James O'Neill, a fifth-year Ravenclaw in the Sphinx team, spoke up first. James, I'll forget every prank you've ever played for a copy of the spell that holds the broomstick still, and for one of those things you were lying on. Carrie Newton, another fifth-year Ravenclaw in Phoenix, blushed. The two of them had been going out for over a year, and they'd been caught snogging at least a dozen times. James grinned as he landed. Why would you need to do that, when the spell is part of Manticore's training? His voice slipped into his lecturing tone. I keep telling you. The successful warrior thinks outside the box, improvises, adapts and overcomes obstacles in his or her path. Emily Kitchen looked up from her ever-present book. It's the Consisto spell, isn't it? The one we'll be using next year to hold still during ambushes. A.N. Consisto standstill, be it a. Source. Oxford Latin Mini Dictionary, 1997. James bowed in her direction. Correct. I'm glad to see somebody is studying. The headmaster sighed, as he pictured 30 Manticorian couples hanging from the ceiling of Hogwarts like invisible bats. Since everyone seems to be in good health, I suggest you return to dinner. That suggestion was met with enthusiasm, and the Manticores were headed back downstairs nearly as quickly as they came up. Professor Dumbledore came up to Chimera in time to hear the end of a conversation between Rose and James. Fair enough, sister mine. You don't mention that we got lost in the rapport, and I won't mention that we spent the whole day literally in the room with you, and you couldn't find us. Making sure the rest of Manticore was gone, Chimera got ready to go. Professor Dumbledore walked with them. I don't suppose you'd discourage the use of that spell, would you? He asked James, but Tiffany answered. No, he won't. I won't let him. Tiffany blushed furiously at the professor's look, but held her ground. We're taking a big part of their lives, sir, and they deserve whatever happiness they find along the way. Some of them aren't going to survive to find any afterward. She paused, and thought. If it becomes a problem with a couple, we will naturally talk to them. Professor Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling again. I hope, Miss Potter, that you do not have cause to regret those words. All of Chimera felt the glee that rose in Tiffany. She smiled hugely, and said, calculated risk. Professor. She giggled, and confided to the air. I've been waiting months to be able to say that. Chimera was laughing as they entered the main hall, and even the Headmaster smiled to hear James's favorite expression from Tiffany. They made dinner in time for almost all to eat their fill, although Hangeld was still a little hungry. Being half giant, and a growing boy, he was nearly always hungry. And Emma swore he had a bottomless pit for a stomach. James took pity on him, and handed him 2 muggle things. Hangeld inspected them curiously. What exactly is a Snickers? And why are they king-sized? He asked as he tried to figure out how to open them. James shrugged as he showed Hangeld how to open the wrappers. I don't know why they are called Snickers, but they're king-sized. Because they are twice the size of a normal Snickers. Hangeld took a bite of one, and chewed it. Not bad. I was afraid I'd have to eat the last of Father's rock candy tonight. The rest of the group laughed. Hagrid's rock candy had been known to break real rocks, and could be used as a doorstop, since it was impervious to weather. Eating it was a Gryffindor secret. Ey used it to get out of a class they weren't ready for, as eating it usually meant a trip to the Meadowing to have teeth fixed. Late that night, after everyone else was in bed, James and Tiffany were sitting in the Gryffindor common room. Tiffany was reading, and James was watching her. They had been soul-bonded for a year and a day now. They were 12 by the calendar, but the aging had their bodies at 14. And both of them were beginning to feel the pull of puberty's hormones. James was watching Tiffany. Something about her face was becoming fascinating to him, and he could sit and watch her for hours at a time. An idle thought crossed his mind. He looked at Tiffany again, and was wondering how people kept from bumping noses when they kissed. He was trying to picture the two of them kissing, when, "Do you mind?" came across the soul bond. James blushed a deep red as he realized that he'd been daydreaming about kissing, and well, maybe a bit more than kissing Tiffany, and she could hear every thought. "Sorry, Green Eyes. I didn't mean to do that. Mother was right, that is all boys think about." James grinned at her. "No, it's not, or you wouldn't be complaining about my dreams." Tiffany blushed as he reminded her of the latest problem they were finding with the soul bond. Tiffany was definitely not ready for the sexually explicit dreams of a boy going through puberty. "You can't say anything. You have a bigger reaction to that thing." James shuddered. Tiffany had reached puberty over the summer, and began bleeding. She'd had 2 of them so far, and the whole feeling of bleeding. The side effects and the pads had James freaking out. "Green Eyes, we're going to have to talk to somebody about this. Melissa means well, but she just doesn't know enough yet." "I know, but who? It's not like anybody has ever done this before, you know." Tiffany was blushing still, and with his thoughts turned towards the monthly thing, as James called it, his face was matching hers. "So whom would we talk to?" James shrugged and smiled at Tiffany. "I thought I'd let you find out. Melissa is in Xavier after all. She should know somebody who can help, or know somebody who knows somebody at least." Tiffany had to concede that James had a point. The Xavier clan had been metawizards and healers for 1600 years. Widely acknowledged as the finest medical experts in the wizard world. Even their squibs were sent to Muggle medical colleges, so they could bring back new information for the vast pool of clan knowledge. Tiffany nodded as she followed his thinking. "I'll talk to her tomorrow." The next morning found all the Manticores out doing PT before breakfast. PT would be 6 days a week, just like anything else, with only the mandatory day off that had been decreed the year before. They exercised as teams, and there was a friendly, but fierce competition to be the best in the monthly PT tests. Hangeld usually took the strength part of the test, but he was too slow in the run to take the overall standings. The rest of Chimera was still too young to compete against the fully developed muscles of the older students, and Arthur Weasley, Patrick Cornwell and Alex G. Runyon usually swapped the honors for the men, depending on who had the better day that month. Honors for the women had gone to the same girl every time so far, Michelle Flint. She was a 7th-year Hufflepuff in the Dragon team, and was a Muggle born. She had been into exercise before James and Rose had come, and had a large head start physically on the rest of the women. Deborah Valentine and Ariel Fairstone, of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor though, were catching up quickly. After breakfast, Manticore went to work. James talked to Jarek about Mei Ling and Drake, and Jarek was hard at work in minutes. Tiffany set Emily to researching eavesdropping spells, and sat down for a quiet talk with Melissa. James was reading a book on tactics and looked up to find an hour had passed. He looked around the hall, and stopped when he saw Melissa sitting in Rose's windowsill. He looked at Rose, and she was writing something at the table, right by the sill. She looked up at Melissa and laughed at so. Mething Melissa had sent over a private link. Rose had caught one of the Finnegan twins in her sill about a month before the end of last year, and for the next month, since neither of them would admit to being the one she caught, she had hexed both of them every time she saw them. Finally, they had come to James, to ask her to stop. She had never given them a chance to apologize, and there was A.R. Umauer going through Manticore that she was researching a person-to-pillow transfiguration that would be permanent. Chimera were the only people who knew that Rose had started that rumor because she felt they'd learned their lesson. Decisions. Maybe so, but given the way people are, if it does happen, we need to be prepared. James was worrying again. Tiffany saw. "Dude, like totally take a chill pill. It's like way not cool." James winced, but had to laugh as Tiffany tried to imitate the California surfer accent and slang she'd found in his head. "I say, your words are quite improper for an educational society. I think we should be right to exclude you." It was Tiffany's turn to laugh, as James mangled an upper-class British accent as badly as Tiffany had the surfer one. James got up. and was walking around the hall to stretch stiff muscles when he heard some of the manticores talking about the new winged flame signature he and Tiffany were using. He joined them, explaining how combining two signatures meant a couple. Unlike the side-by-side signatures that meant people working together. The Jade Rose and Blue Eagle of the twins was an example. There were soon a large group of people talking about it, and James had an idea. He called his owl, and when Tamarian arrived, sent her off with a note and a small jingling bag. He entered the lab, and paused to watch the potions area. The lab was a long rectangular room with the door in the center of one long wall. There was a 2-meter wide walkway there, so that you could moor along the whole room without entering each area's wards. There were 6 separate areas in the lab. From left to right they were the potions lab, the charms wards area, the armory, the war wizard area, which was empty still. They would not start getting that stuff until next year. The transfigurations area and the library. Each area had its own wards, keeping any accidents or mishaps in that area from spilling over to the next. Looking into the potions lab, James was quite glad the wards were there. Do you need help, or can you take care of this yourselves? One of the human-shaped shrubs in the potions lab turned to look at him, or at least he thought it did. There were 4 human-shaped shrubs standing in the potions lab. The one looking at him was covered in multicolored hyacinths, and the large handgel-sized mass was a rose bush, although nature had never created such colors for her handiwork. James didn't recognize the ivy bush or the orchids. No, we've got the antidote brewing already. Thank you for asking, came Emma's voice through the link. James grinned at her, and asked for a bit of the potion and the antidote. Emma agreed, and James entered the charms area of the lab. Robert and Mary Evans had spared no expense in setting up Manticore with the very best of everything. All 17 volumes of the Pendragon spell books were here, along with the Evans clan books, an Aur spell book, and the guides to training war wizards from both America and Europe. They shared space with more than 20 other books that James was fairly certain private citizens shouldn't have. He frowned at the thought of books you shouldn't have, and made a mental note to check the wards around the codex again tonight. James went back into Manticore Hall and wandered from table to table talking to the Manticores until Tamarian returned from Hogsmeade. He took the pouch she was carrying and looked inside. He grinned and looked over at the Chimera table where Tiffany was sitting. She knew what he was doing of course, but let him do it his way. James spent a minute with Tamarian, and sent her off to the Ollery where Rose's owl Athena was. He went to the Chimera table, and sat with Tiffany. Sonia Gebbs and Deborah Valentine were there talking to Rose and Mercy. And that was exactly what James wanted. I have a couple of things for you, Green Eyes. He reached into the pouch and pulled out a silver charm bracelet. Placing it around her wrist, James told her, this one is not a romantic gift, merely a friendship thing. On the bracelet, he placed a small charm, of his Blue Eagle signature. When he was done, he smiled at her, and spoke a bit more softly. This one though, is not about being friends. He took a gold chain from the bag, and placed their signature, the winged flame one, on it. He put it around her neck while the other girls watched. Deborah and Sonia were telling their links about it, and by the time Tiffany was wearing both of the gifts, most of Manticore was watching. James grinned at Tiffany. Would you care to do the honors with the next one? Tiffany smiled back and held out her hand for the pouch. She turned to Mercy. We have something for you, and I think you'll be able to tell who gave them to you. She gave Mercy a charm bracelet, and in short order, Mercy had a blue eagle, a crimson flame and a jade rose on her bracelet. James had consulted with Tiffany and Rose while he was in the charms lab. And now the two girls gave a bracelet to each of the women in Chimera, except Rose, who got hers from James, as well as Sonia. All of the bracelets had the trio's charms, and Adam threw a biscuit at James. Great. Not everybody has money to be buying a bazillion charms, you prat. James smirked at him. Well, if you had to buy them, I might be worried. Since they're spells though, and posted in the charms area, I'm not. Your only excuse for not giving any person you like a charm is laziness. Somebody from the back of the crowd spoke up. Not everyone has a signature either. James looked up and shrugged. So, pick one. The rules are simple. One emblem, one color. If you and somebody else have the same emblem, they have to be different colors. You can't use house symbols or team animals and that's it. What's the bracelet thing? Came another question from the rear. Already, some people were heading for the charms lab, and James watched the manticores discussing the signatures and charms happily. Mission accomplished, James, asked Tiffany. Not yet, Green Eyes. Giving them a personal signature was only half the game, as you know. James needed a personal signature from E.A.C.H. Manticore for a project he was working on. Rose, what was the name of that Magicrystal dealer, the one Father got that quad set from? James asked her. James waited while Rose thought. Finchley, Jacob Finchley, she sent. Why? James explained what he had in mind. Rose agreed it would be a good thing, but sent a warning. This is going to take a huge bite out of our funds, you know. James grimaced. I know, but unless you can find me 60 good radios that work around magic, it's the only thing I can think of. Rose shrugged and began writing a letter to their parents. She outlined what they were doing and what they needed. She planned to let their father buy the Magicrystals, certain that he could get a better deal and get them quicker. She thought about what James wanted to do and winced. This one deal was going to cost more than all of their first year's expenses together. With Manticore pleasantly occupied picking signatures, or making charms, James went to the team leaders and told them that he would need a list of everyone's signature. When he was done, he picked up a book about the Voldemort War and began reading. The book detailed some of the survivors' accounts of how they escaped Voldemort. And the writing was quite graphic. The Death Eaters had never been known for restraint, and the stories of torture and pain were incredible. James, will you put that away? It's disgusting. Tiffany was talking to Melissa about that problem again, and she had enough on her mind without James pouring tales of blood and pain into her head. James grinned as he put the book down. And what would my lady prefer? Telepathic horses, vampire citizens, or intelligent empathetic dragons? Tiffany giggled down the soul bond at him. Vampire citizens, please. Not all of the books in the hall were prophecy-related. There was one whole section of wizard-written novels, and a large collection of something muggles called fantasy, and the wizard-born called humor. Tales of vampires as tax-paying citizens. Magical telepathic horses and intelligent dragons with empathy could keep any wizard laughing for hours. Adam had nearly disappeared for a week when a complete set of Louis L'Amour and Max Brand showed up. There was also a small, but growing section called science fiction, and its followers were very avid about it. Lisa had quietly quashed their plans to build a magically powered moon rocket, pointing out they'd have to take all of the people in each of their links. She was still watching that group, as they were very intense about their obsession. There were also a large number of books that nobody was ever seen reading, but that were being worn out anyway. These books had pictures of muscular, virile men holding women who couldn't seem to stay completely dressed. James, Rose and Tiffany had been working on a prank with those books, but Melissa had found out about it. Melissa had calmly informed the trio that if her hands turned red, she would introduce the three of them to a muggle medical technique called suppositories with the book in question, and then left. Rose had looked up the medical technique, and they had dropped that prank. Not all of the muggle reading was fiction. The Art of War, the Book of Five Rings, and other classic strategy texts shared space with military manuals like FM 7-8, Infantry Platoon and Squad Maneuvers, and books on reasoning, logic, traps, and ambushes. Jody Beale, a fifth-year Hufflepuff, was the armorer, and responsible for all the weapons and muggle materials for the prophecy. Many people worried about Jody. He was entirely too ecstatic about the weapons. Jody had spent the entire summer learning about them, and had magical copies of them that he was forever taking apart and putting back together, usually with his eyes shut. James was one of the few people that did not worry about Jody's obsession with the weapons. James understood wanting to excel at something, and Jody, although wizard-born, was nearly a squib. He knew the spells, but simply lacked the power to work most of them. Even his Wingardium Leviosa only worked if the item he was trying to lift weighed less than 5 or 6 kilos. Jody was hoping to pass the owls this year on knowledge. He was the person people went to when they wanted a particular book from the Muggle world. Since he was ordering texts and other Muggle things regularly, it was easy for him to include some fiction as well. The only puzzle was the romances. Nobody would admit to buying them, or bringing them into Manticore Hall, but they were there, and they kept growing in numbers. Adam had once joked that they were actually alive and breathing. Even Emily, who had been known to read anything that would hold still for her to read, had never been seen reading one of them. James grabbed one of the Vampire Citizen books, and sat down near Tiffany. She shifted enough that they were touching, and James began reading. Adam and Hangeld came over and sat down near the pair. Hangeld broke the silence. "What sort of prank are you going to pull at the ball?" James looked up, confused. "What?" he said, before a vague memory of the headmaster saying something about a ball for Halloween this year. "Nothing. It's for third years and up, and pranks are just no fun if you can't observe them working." Hangeld riposted, "But we can be there, if a third year asked you, or you ask a third year. Adam and I have already been informed by a couple of girls that they'd say yes if we asked them." James and Tiffany looked up, startled. James made a couple of inquiries through the links, as he unconsciously scratched an itch on the back of Tiffany's neck. "Wait, both of you have been approached about going to the dance, and all the girls, except Tiffany. Why hasn't anyone asked Tiffany?" James was mildly upset at this slight to Tiffany, although the thought of her going without him was disturbing. "Or approached James," was Tiffany's question as she adjusted something in James's robes that was poking her in the side. She felt the same way about James. Hangeld and Adam just stared at the duo for a minute. "You're joking, right?" Adam said, still staring at them. "You two scratch each other's itches, and not even being in potions can keep you two from touching if you can reach each other." Hangeld chimed in, "You're stuck with each other anyway. Nobody in school wants to face James's anger if he doesn't like them asking Tiffany out." Emma looked at them from the corner of the table. "Not to mention, the whole idea of asking one of you to do anything without the other one is just too weird." Quote, "The two of them thought about that for a few minutes." Tiffany spoke in mock indignation. "You mean I'm stuck with this yank?" James protested that. "Hey, I'm he one that has to put up with a Brit that can't speak proper English." As the two of them started a light-hearted bickering about which of them spoke proper English, Adam caught Hangeld's eye, and made a circling motion at his temple, indicating the couple. Hangeld nodded his complete agreement that the two were nuts, or bonkers depending on your brand of English. The two boys noticed the sudden silence and turned back to James and Tiffany. The two spoke simultaneously. "Nobody but me calls her nuts. Nobody but me calls him bonkers." In just a few short minutes, there were only 5 manticores in the hall. James and Tiffany crossed to the 3 remaining people and grinned at them. "How come you 3 aren't running?" Rose grinned at James. "I know you, and your habits. If you had really been going to use those discs, nobody would have seen them." Melissa didn't even look up from whatever she was writing, and James and Tiffany looked at Mercy. Mercy just smiled at them, then looked at them with big sad eyes. "You wouldn't use them on me, would you?" she said, adding a tear and a quivering lip to her forlorn look. James covered his eyes with a hand. "Oh, stop that," he said. Fanny was watching their friend's performance. "Nice work," she congratulated Mercy, "but how do you add the tears on command like that?" Mercy was airily smug. "It's a gift." The girls all giggled as James stuck his tongue out at Mercy. They chatted a while longer and ended the day. The next few weeks passed quietly, with Manticore falling into a routine. PT, school, Manticore studies, and whatever hobbies the Manticores had. For Chimera, and the other Manticores that were on house teams, there was Quidditch practice as well. The charm bracelets became a serious fad among the Manticore ladies, although they never caught on among the men. Mercy was the only person surprised at the number of charms she received. By the Halloween ball, she was on her 4th bracelet, as each bracelet only held 20 charms. Mercy was a quiet, sweet girl, always willing to help anyone, Manticore or not. The Slytherins were the only people that didn't like her, and they simply ignored her, which she said was a vast improvement over the way they had treated her before James applied what he called direct action to her situation. Emily and Melissa started a joint project that had James and Tiffany feeling like lab rats, as they were documenting the soul bond from the beginning. Since neither of the researchers had the slightest shred of modesty about what they asked when researching something, some of the blunt and direct questions about bodily changes and effects of puberty left James and Tiffany blushing for days. James received his list of Manticorian signatures, as well as several packages from various places, and one Sunday, Chimera kicked everyone out of the lab, and spent the day in there. Even Jody could feel the amounts of magic they used that day, but hints and even direct questions went unanswered. Professor Dumbledore didn't let James have a bear, but did allow a wolf. Hagrid was almost impressed with the wolf, as James had enlisted the help of Martin and Alexander. They sent him a huge timber wolf, standing nearly 4 feet high at the shoulder, and weighing about 220 pounds. Once all the team names in Manticore became common knowledge, Chimera's plan to hide their pranks went straight out the window. The best they could hope for now was not to be caught planting any pranks. 2 days before the ball, Dobby brought James 2 ancient house elves. They had been thrown out when they could no longer keep the house of their owners. James accepted them, and soon Twiggy and Snarf were familiar sights around the hall. They could still deal with cleaning the 2 rooms, and only Rose and Tiffany knew that James would have accepted them even if they couldn't. James wanted to hunt down the people that had thrown them out after a lifetime of service, and do things to them, as he put it. But the 2 house elves, being a lot smarter than Dobby, wouldn't tell James who the family was. James' blood bonded them into Manticore and they became the first non-human Manticores. James had so many quiet requests from Manticores for the Muggle hammocks that he finally just bought one for everybody. Richard March received his with a sigh, when Rose, who had given it to him, asked what was wrong. They found out that Richard was dating a Muggle girl. Since they went to different schools, Richard didn't see himself getting much use out of his hammock. Melissa, when she found out he was dating a Muggle, was full of questions for him. Did her parents know? Did she know? What were they planning on doing if one of their children was a Muggle, and the other a wizard, and dozens more? Professor Moody got even with James for the color candy prank by using James to demonstrate a few hexes in class one day. The pictures circulating school after that were priceless, and everyone had a favorite. James as a furry snake with donkey ears was a particular favorite with Chimera. Professor Snape, on the other hand, got his revenge by taking points from James every chance he got. Emma could usually deflect the professor, as she was the best potion student in 2nd year. As long as she followed a potion recipe, Emma made perfect potions. Her continual experiments were fast making her and her usual partner, Hangeld, school legends. She had an incurable urge to tinker with potions, trying to make them better, stronger or different, much as James did with charm spells. However, if one of James's experiments went wrong, it usually just didn't work. If Emma's experiments had a choice between not working and blowing up, they invariably blew up, leaving chaos in their wake. So far, Emma and Hangeld had been flowers, wolves, rocks, and various things less definable. They had been so many colors, shapes and sizes that Madame Potter, the Medi-Witch since Madame Pomfrey had retired at the beginning of the year, was refusing to change them back unless they didn't have hands to do it themselves. James was so impressed with her experiments that he kept her in supplies on the condition that she give him anything that might make a good prank. The Halloween ball was, in everyone's opinion except Peeves, the biggest disaster since the Triwizards tournament during Harry's stay at Hogwarts. Chimera, since James and Tiffany weren't going to be there, declined all offers to go, and were in bed, except for James and Tiffany, who were quietly cuddling in Manticore Hall. With Chimera declining to perform pranks they wouldn't see going off, some 25 different Manticores decided to take up the slack and perform a prank. They planted their pranks, and having all been trained the same way, they all set their pranks to go off at the same time. Promptly at midnight, 25 pranks went off simultaneously. The result of so much magic, and effects of so many spells created a magical surge that nearly overloaded the main hall and even caused the ceiling to flicker. 40 students, including 15 Manticores, were caught in the backlash of magic. And the resulting mess took more than 4 hours to clean up. 2nd year, Chapter 3. November passed in much the same manner. In early November, Zachary Rollins was caught in Lucy Berger's room. Both of them were caught in their birthday suits, and if it had not been a group of Manticores that caught them, there might have been some serious consequences. Just before the holidays started, a half-giant borderer called Blacklegs because of the black leggings he habitually wore, showed up, and was easily persuaded to give classes in borderer and giant customs, and the terrain of the border areas. When Sonia Gebbs showed up for the classes, he gave her a strange look, but didn't say anything. Blackleg's primary purpose though, was to start teaching Hangeld about elemental magic. Hangeld soon had the basics down, and all they needed now, was for his type of elemental magic to manifest. 3 days before the holidays, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor faced off in the first Quidditch match of the season. After being linked the year before, Ron Stone and the Sphinx team had tried out for the Quidditch team, and been chosen easily. Terry Boot Jr. was the seeker, and the two linked teams had one of the longest matches in Hogwarts history. Ravenclaw used Terry as the seeker, and with their chasers and keeper linked, very few shots got through their defenses. Gryffindor was using the same ideas, but they had Adam to direct from the ground as well, and were slowly pulling ahead. 7 hours and 29 minutes into the game, the snitch finally made its appearance, and Tiffany broke off the Wronski feint she was trying on Terry. And with the superior speed of the Starblade, she caught the snitch almost before Terry knew it was in sight. The final score was Gryffindor, 220 points, Ravenclaw, 80. The next match would pit Hufflepuff against Slytherin. Gryffindor was enjoying a novel experience for them this year, with nearly a third of the house too busy doing Manticore things to get in trouble. And that being the more active third at that, Gryffindor was actually tied for the House Cup points led. A few pessimists thought that wouldn't last, but they were enjoying it while it lasted. James just grinned and said it was a good thing Chimera had stayed out of the Halloween prank disaster. While Manticore had caused the mess, the actual perpetrators had been evenly spread over the houses. So all the houses lost the same amount. Professor Snape's point revenge on James for the color candy incident was slowing down, but the points he took were more than offset by something that had Chimera very confused. They were all doing equally well in every class, and most of Chimera was doing much better in class work than they normally did. James was actually doing quite well in potions, which had always been his worst class. James simply didn't have the patience to read and follow detailed instructions. Transfigurations, where you had to use your Imaginat, Ion and Will to cause a spell to work was his type of class. Rose was exactly the opposite, but she was suddenly doing quite well in Transfigurations as well. Melissa finally admitted she needed help, and sent an owl to her parents. They sent an elderly healer named April Erskine, who had made the study of different links her life's work. She put James and Tiffany through a series of tests, then James and Rose, and then all of Chimera. After she had studied the links, and the spells that had created the various links, she gathered Chimera to explain her findings. James and Rose had adapted a spell to increase the sensitivity of their link. Since when they adapted the spell, they only had the twin bond, they had not limited the spell, or specified a bond to strengthen. When Chimera cast the linking spell, the spell, having the power of all 8 to draw on, and 2 bonds already in place, had linked Chimera using the soul bond, not the twin bond. That is what increased the power of Chimera's link and why they were doing so well in all their classes. Medowitch Erskine had found that they could draw on the talents of each person in the link. She thought that with practice and time, they would be able to draw on each other consciously, not just unconsciously as they were doing now. The second fact about that Chimera link nearly led to blows between Chimera. Chimera's link, unlike the links of the other teams, could not be broken. Between the prophecy, and the use of the soul bond as the base for their link, it simply could not be broken, except, April theorized, maybe by death. For nearly a week, while they argued, Manticore watched apprehensively. The Saturday before Christmas James and Rose got permission to use the Room of Requirement, and Chimera spent the day in there. When they came out, they were talking to each other again, and they slowly returned to what passed for normal with them. While Chimera fought Professor Dumbledore had had several long talks with April. Talks that relieved him of a vague worry he'd had since he found out about the Chimera link. James would not be able to use the Chimera link to use Emma's Warlock or Hangeld's Elemental Magic, because you could only use the link to draw on something if you were capable of it, and both those talents required certain physical things that James simply didn't have. Families were not the only ones hearing about Manticore. James and Tiffany were of course, mildly famous for the soul bond, the first one in over 100 years, and the only one currently in existence. Add that to the pranks, and off are stories circulating around school about James, and rest of Chimera, and is it any wonder that the students not in Manticore all had their favorite tales of Manticore? One of the people hearing the stories was Cornelius Fudge, as his grandson was a student at Hogwarts. Carrie Fudge was a Hufflepuff, and only knew the Fraternal Order of Manticore cover story about the Educational Society. Minister Fudge paid a visit to Hogwarts over the holidays, but several Manticores saw him enter the school, and warned the rest. By the time Professor Dumbledore and Minister Fudge got to Manticore Hall, it was a picture of innocent study. Lisa Malfoy and Adam Brooks met the two at the door, and gave a tour, while extolling the virtues of the order. They gave a very convincing performance of earnest young students only interested in expanding the frontiers of knowledge, a phrase Lisa used without cracking a smile, although Adam had to cough down laughter. Since the soul bond was common knowledge, Fudge insisted on meeting James and Tiffany. Lisa led them to Chimera's table, where James, Tiffany, Rose and Melissa were sitting, pretending to study something. Actually, they were planning a prank. Professor Dumbledore was slightly nervous about James, but he was very polite. At least, he was until Minister Fudge said, "It's a pity you had to leave your home to get a good education, but the North American School of Wizardry will get better after they drop that alternative magic junk. If that Shainism magic was so good, the natives wouldn't have lost, would they?" James and Rose stiffened. Having studied that Shainism, and having a Cheyenne grandmother on their father's side, they most certainly did not agree. Tiffany grabbed James's arm, as he was about to pull a disc out of his pocket. "James, you can't put a donkey head on the Minister of Magic." "Yes, I could, if you'd let go of my arm. That fat freak just insulted my country, both my peoples and my shaman magic. Let go, and he'll be lucky to have just the donkey head." Tiffany continued to try to calm James as the minister said his goodbyes, never even noticing the sudden tension. On the other side of the table, Melissa was talking just as fast to Rose, who was considering how Fudge would look with a fish's head mounted on his neck. The minister and Professor Dumbledore walked away without anybody changing shape. The minister's parting comments as he left the school, however, made Albus Dumbledore wonder if he should hex the blind fool. "Wonderful group of students you have there, Albus, even the two Americans. Fancy my grandson thinking there's something strange about them. It's too bad about them having that Riddle girl, and the Malfoy one, but I guess they had to, under their charter. You know about that type of person though, and you'll do what needs to be done, Albus." Professor Dumbledore, Mercy's guardian, and Manticore supporter, blandly informed the Minister of Magic, "Yes, I will do what needs to be done, again." Minister Fudge put out his hand. "I owe you an apology, Albus. I thought this was another of those Dumbledore's army things, and I was wrong." The headmaster took his hand, agreeing that this was vastly different than the DA. For one thing, he reflected dryly, DA had never had one of the largest fortunes in the world to draw on, or such explosive personalities to lead it. Harry Potter had simply never been as obsessed as James Evans, even at the worst of times. Albus Dumbledore watched the minister leave, wondering again how the fool had managed to hold on to his job as long as he had. He went back to Manticore Hall in time to watch some of them take down the illusions that had concealed the things they didn't want the minister to see. He looked at the charts and maps on the wall behind Chimera's table again, waiting for James and Rose to come out of their mental conversation. The twins had matching expressions of anger and evil glee on their faces. And Dumbledore spared an instant's pity for Fudge. Sometime soon, something embarrassing was going to happen to him. Albus could see that as clearly as if he had Rose's sight. "Your minister is somewhat biased." The headmaster turned to see Rose regarding him with eyes that were much cooler than normal for her. "Cornelius Fudge has several character flaws. Being biased is only one, and not the biggest at that," he replied. Rose nodded, and her eyes lost their focus as she followed paths Albus couldn't see. Dumbledore waited, watching her until she came back to the present. "No matter. He won't be a problem after the opening of the war," she said, and Professor Dumbledore could almost see her dismiss him, and Father and James have plans to collar him before then, if necessary. "Professor, R. Dumbledore frowned slightly as he sat in the chair reserved for his use at Chimera's table. What do you mean, collar, him? He asked. Rose looked at him, and he could almost hear Robert and James's voices in her next comment. I think, sir, that you might be a little upset, were you to know what we would do. We have to assume you love your country as much as we love ours, and we wouldn't want to unduly distress you. That whole statement is not reassuring at all, you know, he replied dryly, as he watched James scribble a few more notes on a sheet of paper. Professor Dumbledore frowned at James. You are aware that pulling that many jobs and that much capital out of this country could cause a depression. Of course we are. It wouldn't be much of a threat if nothing would happen. Hopefully, Freakazoid Fudge will stay blind and stupid until first strike, and then he won't matter at all. James sighed. It's not like we want to destroy anyone except the patient child after all. Mr. Evans, I realize you have some problems with the Minister of Magic. Nonetheless, he is the Minister of Magic, and you will respect the office, if not the man. Is that clear? Professor Dumbledore's voice was firm and his eyes pinned James. James looked at him, rebellion showing in his eyes, and then looked away as it faded. Yes, sir, I will respect the office. The unspoken statement that Fudge, the man, would get respect when the sun rose in the west Albus chose to ignore. After all, he'd felt the same way for nearly a quarter century now. He looked around the hall, noting with some surprise that there were a number of non-manticores in the hall. He questioned Rose about it, but Emma answered him. Some of the older manticores have friends that aren't with us. Cutting all those friendships would be suspicious. So we just watch what we say around them. Emma grinned at James. Although our resident Noids nearly had heart attacks at first. James looked up from the notes he was making again. Hey, even Noids are right sometimes. He protested mildly. Seeing the quizzical look on Professor Dumbledore's face, Lisa spoke. Noids is just slang for paranoid, and James and Jarek are our resident Noids. Lisa smiled sweetly. If I did that, you would get upset with me, and I like my body parts right where they are, thank you. James looked wounded. Please, I think I'm just a bit more creative than that. James went from relaxed to focused in an instant. Rohan is safe as far as we can tell. He is not a plant of his father's anyway. James reported, we've got a couple of manticores keeping an eye on him. But nothing has happened yet. Dumbledore nodded, and asked about Mei Ling. James frowned, and started looking around the hall. Let me get Jarek for this, I'm not sure I understand it completely. Give the headmaster your report on Mei Ling, said James. Jarek turned to the professor. Sir, on paper, Mei Ling is exactly what her school paperwork says she is, a muggle-born witch from London. Jarek scratched his chin, and Albus smiled faintly. He'd seen Jarek's father do the very same thing when he was thinking about something. Apparently, skills weren't the only thing Jarek was getting from his father. Dumbledore turned his thoughts back to what Jarek was saying. My father says her paperwork is perfect, too perfect is the problem. Professor Dumbledore invited an explanation. Sir, as different people and agencies create new paperwork on a person, human error ensures that there will be a mistake or two, here and there. It always happens, and racking down those little things is a large part of intelligence work. Usually, it's a simple mistake, completely innocent. Sometimes, it's a flaw in somebody's cover. He paused, thinking about it. For example, according to the files from America, James and Rose have funded eco-terrorists in the Muggle world. James and Rose stared at him. We have. When? Asked James. James winced. Actually, I've been trying to forget that. So you did get Mom to send them something? Yes, she sent them a few dollars. Rose said absently, smiling at the memories of the unicorn and the lumberman. James nodded. While sending her a warning about saying anything, he glared at a choking Tiffany, and she hid her face. Jarek stared at the twins. A few dollars. That is not how I would talk about $10,000. Most of Chimera and the headmaster stared at Jarek, not knowing what that was in galleons. Jarek saw their confusion and explained. $10,000 is about 625 galleons at 16-to-1 exchange rates. James and Rose were the targets of multiple stares again. Tiffany just giggled. Now you know how I feel. These two have no concept of money as we know it. Rose shrugged. We've been through this. We have always had a great deal of money, and it's a tool we use, like a wand. It's only money after all. Hangeld spoke in his rumbling voice. Do you even know that many families live on less than that? James grinned at him. So I shouldn't tell people Rose and I spent over 400 galleons creating the Slippery Souls prank. Silence met this comment until Adam, who was more comfortable with pounds, finished converting the 14-to-1 ratio. Bloody hell, he said incredulously, you spent 5,600 pounds on a prank. James shrugged, echoing Rose. It's only money. The collective eye rolling that met this statement had Tiffany laughing again. Give it up. The mega money twins here will never understand. The group went back to listening to Jarek. Anyway, the group you donated to also funds another group called Nature's Protectors, and they tend to be extreme, spiking trees and ruining machinery, things like that. Jarek grinned at James and Rose's expressions. So, according to your files, you two have ties to eco-terrorists. He paused, looking around the table. Emma here has a couple of minor things. Adam is missing an entire year of school records. And Hangeld's name doesn't match in a couple of files. He took a deep breath. The point is, everyone's files are like that, except Mei Ling. Every date, every line, everything in her files is perfect. My father says that is a very good sign that they were all created by one person, at one time so that they could be checked against each other. Professor Dumbledore nodded, following the logic of the report. So the very fact that they are perfect is a good indication that something is wrong. Jarek nodded. My father says that it is a good sign of rookie or untrained intelligence people. Professor Dumbledore nodded again, thinking about that. Adrian Clearwater had been head of Auror Intelligence for nearly 20 years, and if he felt there was something wrong with Mei Ling's files, Albus had enough respect for him to listen. His next question was blunt. What are you planning to do about it, James? When Tiffany started to speak, he held up one hand. I asked James. Robert Evans had told Professor Dumbledore that James and Rose would not directly lie. Albus had also noticed that James let other people answer for him, and that some of those answers were a bit strange at times. James hesitated, and chose his words carefully. For the moment, nothing. We know there is something strange about her, but not what. We need to know who she's working for, what she's here to do. And how she reports before we can neutralize her. And if she's an agent of the patient child. The headmaster asked quietly. What will you do then? James's smirk was decidedly evil. Nothing. As long as we know who the patient child's spy is, we can make sure the spy only learns what we want the enemy to know. And if she's a plant from somebody else? Inquired the headmaster. James's eyes were bland, showing nothing, but Professor Dumbledore caught the worried look Tiffany sent her soul-bonded. I will do whatever it takes to protect Manticore and my people. I understand your point, sir. He said, and looked at the professor again. I hope you understand mine. This time, his eyes didn't leave the professor's eyes. James wasn't challenging the headmaster, merely making sure he knew that James felt as responsible for the Manticores as Dumbledore did for the denizens of Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore nodded slowly. Keep me informed about the situation. It was not a request. Jarek, make sure the headmaster gets a copy of your weekly report, would you? Said James. Jarek sighed, but agreed. Professor Dumbledore opened his last topic for the day. I have been thinking, and I am concerned about the lab. While I agree that the things in there should be restricted, the idea of a room in Hogwarts that I can't find, but others can get into, is disturbing. Tiffany's thoughts touched on the last such room, and the trouble caused by the Chamber of Secrets. James thought about it, and sighed. The only way to fix that, sir, would be for you to join Manticore. And donate a drop of blood to the spell. He hesitated, looking at Jarek. Jarek grinned thinly at James. I already know about the clan binding, so you can speak freely. James raised an eyebrow. What gave it away? Jarek flushed. You have a whole range of magic I don't understand, so I've been looking at the books you brought with you. The clan binding is in one of them, along with all its effects. Professor Dumbledore injected a question. Would you mind telling me what you two are talking about? James told the professor about the shaman spell, and the clan binding, with James as head of the new clan. You have the clan leader's powers. The comment was not a question. James shook his head. Not the powers yet, merely the potential. I'm not ready to assume the full power yet. James was as honest with himself as he was anyone else. Between my temper and the stress of running Manticore, I'm not sure I need those abilities right now. Professor Dumbledore frowned as he thought of what he knew of the clan leader powers. No, James didn't need those skills right now. He considered the lab, and what joining the binding would mean. He weighed the choices, and considered the alternatives. How do I join Manticore? He asked quietly. James stared at him for a minute, and when he spoke, his voice was serious and formal. Is that your choice, made of your free will? Professor Dumbledore said it was, and James spoke quietly. Then let's figure out what oath you will swear, because the standard Manticore oath might conflict with other oaths you are under. As they turned away to talk, James sent a message through the link. Rose, prepare the hall for ritual, would you? James and the professor talked, while all the non-Manticore people were gotten out of the hall. And the doors were shut. The Manticores knew that something was up when the doors were shut, and they waited, watching Tiffany and James. James finally looked up. Rose, he called across the hall. Is Manticore Hall secure? The doors are shut, and except for the headmaster, every person in the hall is a Manticore, replied Rose formally. When James spoke again, it had the feel of a spell. And Professor Dumbledore could feel magic swirling in the hall, as James invoked whatever they'd done to the hall. All witness, all witness. One is here, who would join us in good faith, and who would be an asset to us. His name and character are known to all of us. Is there anyone that would say nay? Nobody moved or spoke, although many of them smiled at the professor. Is there an young that will hold his honor in their hands? James asked, and before he could finish, everyone he could see was standing. Stand forth, and be known. He finished the ritual. James turned to the professor and pulled a small silver knife from his robes. May I have your hand, sir? Professor Dumbledore held out his hand, and watched as James made small cuts in his hand, and then the headmaster's. They clasped hands, and James chanted something in Lakota while Dumbledore felt the swirling magic grow around them. James let go of his hand, and pointed out the small golden disc that marked the door. He directed the professor to rub some blood on the disc. He did so, fascinated by the swirling, living magic he could feel, but not touch. A flickering thought, about looking into shaman magic, as shunted aside as he watched the disc glow, absorbing his blood. The glow died, and a door appeared in front of him. Welcome to Manticore, Professor. James said, loud enough for everyone to hear, and a cheer rose. James spoke quietly. Under the cheer, I don't suppose you have 5 more candidates for a link? He said, smiling impishly. Professor Dumbledore just looked over his glasses at James. He knew about the links. Both the benefits, and the restrictions. James just grinned again. I didn't think so, and it is only fitting that the leader of the Order of the Phoenix be in Phoenix. James looked at the crowd, searching for someone. Mercy. He called, and waited. When Mercy joined them, James smiled at her. Mercy, Professor Dumbledore is a Phoenix, but in a liaison capacity. Mercy looked confused. What does that mean? It means whatever you two decide it means, but you and Jarek will continue to run Phoenix. James said. Mercy thought about it for a minute, and then glared at James. What it means is that you haven't got a clue what to do with someone you can't control, and you're dumping it on me and Jarek. James considered that, and smiled brightly. Exactly, he confessed, although, mostly on you. Since you've known him longer than the rest of us, I have faith that you'll work something out. He considered the two of them thoughtfully. For now, he suggested, you could show him the lab. And teach him the signature spell, and record his signature when he chooses one. He started to turn away, then stopped. Don't forget to fill him in on the charms as well. I have the feeling that he'll be getting some. Get his measurements and picture at the same time. Also, give him the first year books and study materials. Professor Dumbledore looked over his glasses at James, who merely shrugged. Sir, do you really want an 11-year-old knowing more about what we're doing than you do? It might lead to doubts about your infallibility. James grinned at the headmaster. Look on the bright side, at least you don't have to worry about pop quizzes or PT. Mercy groaned. Professor, if you'll follow me, we'll get started before this yank nutter gives me a pop quiz. Mercy led the professor into the lab, and James returned to his chair. He was idly wondering if he should extend the liaison position to the rest of the Hogwarts staff when Tiffany interrupted his thinking. Do you really want Professor Snape able to enter the lab? If he finds out we're better stocked than he is, we'll never get rid of him. James smiled at her as she sat down next to him. And his hand was playing with her hair almost instantly. You just don't want your parents up here, he countered. She smiled as she rested her head on his shoulder. To use one of your Yank phrases, like you do. Not really. I have to assume they might be a little uncomfortable with some of our ways. James relaxed, mellowed by the touch of his soul, bonded in a way nothing, and no one else could do, even Rose. Thinking of her, he looked, and she was in her window. He raised an eyebrow to see Melissa sitting there with her, and the two staring at each other as they sent over a private link. He sighed, and began thinking about how this would affect the prophecy and the manticores. Because of the heart's mate line, James had figured that the 8 would make 4 couples before the end. What he had not figured on was an uneven number of boys and girls. He considered the lines again, seeking a flaw in his logic. Travails, sorrow, and loss shall be their fate, unless within each other they find heart's mate. He sighed again, watching Rose and Melissa laughing at some private joke. He was fairly sure of which people would be couples already, and Rose and Melissa would have consequences he wasn't sure of yet. James quit worrying about it. It's still a couple of years away. Tiffany was getting tired of listening to James worry about things that wouldn't happen for years and years yet. I have to worry about it, Green Eyes. First, she's my sister, and the person that hurts her is going to test my self-control more than anything but an attack on you could. James was seriously worried about that. Just the thought of somebody hurting Rose or Tiffany was enough to make him angry, and when it did happen, he wasn't at all sure he'd be able to control his temper. Plus, we have to consider how the manticores will take it, and how it'll affect them. James was scanning the hall as they talked, and he grinned as he saw Jarek and Sonia in a corner, talking animatedly. Sonia had grown up on the borders of the Jauntlands, and Jarek wanted to know everything about people. He was interrogating her as intensely as if she was the patient child. Thought of patient child brought him to a private project nobody at Hogwarts knew about, except Tiffany. Before you ask, no, there's still nothing. James nodded, and moved Tiffany's very willing body around in front of him. She was handing him the brush even as she settled into position, and they sank into the rapport that was a wonderful side effect of the soul bond. Emma watched them for a minute, and sighed. You realize, this would be the perfect time to pull a prank on them, except for one thing. Chimera looked at her, except for Rose, who grinned. Sure it would, she sent, if you were willin' to deal with James when he figured out how you used their rapport. They thought about that, and Angel put their thinking into words. Not even James could calculate the risk on that. The rest of them grinned. Not to mention, after the loop incident, we've been learning some control. Chimera stared at the two, deep in their pleasure. That had been Tiffany's voice in the link. Actually, and this was James. We've found a way to use the rapport to combine our thoughts, and it seems to make things clearer, and problems easier to solve. Emma regarded her with a grin. That's going to keep her busy for the rest of the day. She turned to Angel. Would you like to help me? I found the most interesting potion recipe, but I don't know what it does. Angel sighed, even as he stood up to join Emma. If I'm not back by dinner, somebody come rescue me. The two friends went into the lab, still bickering about which of them had caused the last potion to explode. Lisa watched them, smiling, and sent a thought over the Chimera link. Which of them is crazier, Emma for trying to mix any two substances, or Angel for helping her? Laughter spread across the link, except for Emma. WHO sent an image of her sticking her tongue out at Lisa. Chimera turned to other things then, as the new assistant librarian, William Moore, came up to consult with Rose about the history he was writing. He'd been prefect Moore last year, and most of Chimera was surprised to find he had a first name. Arthur Weasley, Emma's oldest brother and the leader of Gryffindor's Griffin team, looked at the Finnegan twins. Rose is busy. Would you like to try out the window seat again? The twins studiously ignored the laughter in the Griffin link. One of them had been caught in the windowsill, and the resu LTS had been entertaining for everyone but them. Since neither of them would admit to being the one that was in the sill, Rose had simply hexed both of them every time she saw them. They had been different sizes, shapes and colors. They had glowed, smelled and sometimes had 2 or more effects at one time. Rose never gave them a chance to apologize, and when the rumor started floating around Mant Icor that Rose was researching a person-to-pillow transfiguration that would be permanent, they had finally gone to James to beg him to get her to quit. Only Chimera knew that Rose had started the rumor. Figuring they'd learned their lesson about her seat, Arthur grinned at the memories, and made a mental note not to get caught in Rose's window. He went back to studying the Muggle book on tactics James had assigned the team leaders. He glanced at James. Arthur admired the younger boy, but wouldn't have traded places with him for anything. The short life of the soul-bonded was common knowledge in Manticore, and despite his money and talent, only Jody Beale wanted to be him. Arthur admitted to himself that the kind of dedication that it must have taken to come to Hogwarts, knowing that you'd probably be sentencing yourself to a short life, was beyond him. Even if Manticore won, those two would be gone soon thereafter. And that was without considering that temper. James had torn a strip off of Arthur one time, and that was a memory that still made him shudder. That, however, was not the worst. James had given him 5 of the pictures, each with a griffin's head still, and taken the pistol. "You will not do any more training," he'd said, "until you bring me a letter, from you, to each of these people's mothers, explaining how sorry you were that you killed their children through stupidity." It had taken 3 days to write those letters, and when he brought them to James, James had told him to keep them, and handed him 5 more letters. These had been James's letters to the mothers, and they had cut Arthur quite as badly as his own had. When he'd finished reading them, James had looked at him, and said his final words on the matter. "Don't be the one that makes me write one of those letters." Arthur wasn't worried about making James write one of those letters. He never wanted to have to write a letter explaining a child's death to his or her mother again. He went back to his study of tactics, determined that he would not be the one to cause somebody to die. Michael had seen Arthur reach under his robes, and like all of Griffin, he knew what was there. Unlike the rest of Griffin, Michael had read all 10 of the letters. He had come away from that with 2 thoughts. He never wanted the responsibility of the team leader position, and that Yank was crazy. A good kind of crazy maybe, but crazy. Anyone who would take responsibility for this many people, knowing some of them would die, was simply barking mad in his opinion. Michael looked at the Griffin team, trying to figure out who would lead if anything happened to Arthur. Brian Crockford was a nice guy. Brave, true, and a complete pushover in the nice department. Not a bad friend, but he'd be a terrible leader for this kind of thing. He'd be great leading a charity, but this wasn't exactly a charity now, was it? Harold Bones was not a pushover, but he thought too much. He'd spend so much time getting every detail right, that the war would be over before they did one mission. Given any choices at all, he would thoroughly explore every single option until he was sure he wanted to do one. Michael S. Huttered at the thought of one of the Finnegan twins leading. They had the eternal optimism of a pair of 6-year-olds. Everything would be okay, and always would be, as long as they tried, or so they thought. Michael frowned as he realized that Griffin didn't have a backup leader in case something happened to Arthur, and he made a mental note to talk to Arthur about it. The holidays saw the first year of what would become a Manticore tradition. Last year, the boys of Chimera had pelted the girls, and started a snowball fight that had lasted until dinner. This year, the girls repaid the favor, getting Ron Stone and Richard March of Sphinx as well. The only Chimeras not involved were James and Tiffany. Since they couldn't hide plots from each other, they tended to stay out of the male versus female games. Within the hour, Manticore was embroiled in a snowball war that pitted Chimera, Sphinx and Phoenix against the rest. Mercy and Phoenix had created a snow fort, and were protected from the worst. With Adam leading the mobile attacking force, the two sides were closely matched until Deborah Valentine of the Dragon team took control of all the teams. All the defenders were in the fort, and 3 teams were making runs at the fort from 3 different directions when Griffin and Unicorn disappeared under snow. Everyone came to a stop, looking for the source of the attack. James and Tiffany were sitting on their broomsticks, surveying the group below. As the two teams began popping up from the roof, loads of snow James and Tiffany had dumped on them. The pair hovered just over their heads. "Tiffany, darling," James said in a snobbish-sounding voice, "there are snow people living over here." "What is the neighborhood coming to?" was her equally snobbish reply. The addition of a Moby Lair wing changed the odds in the defenders' favor, until more broomsticks began arriving. Within the hour, almost everyone was mounted, and the battle was rejoined. Mercy led the defense on the ground, with Jarek repelling the land attacks. Adam used the two mobile teams in relays, using one close to the fort to repel air raids on it, while the other team made feints and attacks on the enemy. The battle continued raging until Professor Dumbledore catch James's attention. James flew to him, and the headmaster spoke to him. "Lunch is in a bit, and Mr. Finch has informed me that dry, snow FR.E.E. clothing is the preferred uniform in the dining hall." James grinned, still flush with the adrenalines of battle. "Yes, sir." He pulled his wand, and sent blue sparks drifting over the battlefield. Manticore reacted to the recall sign as well as James could have hoped for. Within 3 minutes, all the teams were lined up in front of James. "People, good work. Now, lunch is in 30 minutes, and I have been informed that dry, snow-free clothing is the uniform of the day." James looked around, and smirked. "Lucy, Zach, that does not mean birthday suits." The couple blushed as laughter rolled through the crowd. Dismissed. Except for Chimera, waiting on James, Manticore headed for their rooms to change. Professor Dumbledore looked at James. "Well, impressive, Mr. Evans. Your training is paying off." James bowed to the headmaster. "I will pass your words along, Professor." "Thank you." James turned his head, regarding Chimera. "Last one upstairs has to help Emma with her experiments for a week." 8 broomsticks headed for the main doors and disappeared inside. Professor Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall standing nearby. "Would you remind them that flying indoors is forbidden?" Professor McGonagall was looking after Manticore with a somber expression. "Are we doing the right thing here, Albus?" she asked in a quiet voice. "I was watching them today, and they remind me of a pack of wolves. Fierce, loyal and very dangerous." She turned to look at him. "Tell me something. If they became dark wizards, could they be stopped?" Professor Dumbledore considered the question gravely. "If that happened, it would take a great effort to stop them. What worries me, however, is not them going evil, but how far they will go to win." He moved closer to the Transfiguration Professor. "James and Tiffany have gotten a source from Jarek's father, and they're hunting the patient child. James is planning on just shooting him when they find him, even if he hasn't done anything yet." Professor McGonagall flinched. "That's murder." "Yes, it is." Second year, Chapter 4. Christmas morning, Emma woke Rose, Melissa and Tiffany up caroling, and their laughter woke Lisa. A few minutes later, James flew in the window and took pictures of 4 beautifully decorated trees, before releasing the girls from Lisa's hex. Lisa sat on her bed, with her wand in one hand, and her coffee cup in the other. James was very polite. "When you're ready, Manticore is gathering in the hall. There are a couple of things I need to give everyone." Lisa stared blearily at James, and then looked in her coffee cup. 15 minutes yank. If you get out of my room so I can bloody well get dressed." James carefully hid his smile until he was out the window. 30 minutes later, the last Manticore straggled into the hall, and the doors were shut for only the second time this year. All of them, even the ones that had left school the preceding year, were here, along with Albus Dumbledore and Alexander Evans. "I know most of you have families waiting on you in Hogsmeade, so I'll keep this short. I am about to give each of you a gift. A gift, and a ring. Don't lose the ring, as you're paying for its replacement. And the Manticore signet rings are 850 galleons each." An instant of frozen silence exploded into talk and shouted questions. James held up a hand, and waited for silence. "Each ring has a small magicrystal in them, all cut from one stone. The scrolls you will get with them explain how to use them. You can talk to any one Manticore, your whole team, or everyone at once. Friends, they are equipment. Don't play with them too much." James called each Manticore forward to receive their rings. The rings were simple yet elegant in design, with the Manticore symbol on the face, surrounding the magicrystal. On the left side of the ring was the team symbol and the individual signature was on the right. Each manticore also got a Muggle-made Swiss Army knife with a couple of wizarding functions added to it. Each knife was engraved with the signature of the recipient. When James was done, Sonia stood up. "Excuse me, but Manticore has some things for Chimera as well." She pulled a scroll from a bag and began reading it. "For Lisa, in recognition of your extreme talent." Lisa's gift was a book of brain teasers. The wizarding book could be written in, and when you thought you had an answer, you wrote it in the book. If you were right, the book turned blue. If you were wrong, it turned red. For Hangeld, in light of his accepted hazardous duty, Hangeld got a potion-proof poncho, which might save him from Emma's experiments. For Emma, in hopes she doesn't turn us all into frogs or something. Emma's gift was a small red leather case, which held a traveling potions kit. It also traveled well, because every time you tried to open it, it grew legs and ran away. For Adam, in hopes that somebody can finally win something against him. This was another book, full of the worst strategies of the last 300 years. For Melissa, simply because nothing else fit. Melissa opened her gift, to find a quill. She stared at it, and then at Sonia. She tried it in her notebook, and looked at what she'd written. Sonia grinned at the expression on her face. "I might have forgotten to mention, it only writes in Sanskrit." The laughter in the hall was general by now. When the laughter quieted, Sonia turned to James and Tiffany. Finding a gift for the crazy Yank, and the Brit Nutter was hard. After all, they already have a brush and a hammock. She paused for the chuckles to stop. Finally, after much debate and long thought, we decided on this. James and Tiffany opened the thick package to find a photo album, with the first 2 pages empty, and one page of pictures for each manticore. The manticores were listed in order, and followed by the Wolfpack trainers and Professor Dumbledore. We assumed that you could figure out who the first 2 pages are for. James looked at Tiffany, listening to something she said, and then grinned at the manticores as he dismissed them to their families. "Thank you all, but you're still paying for the rings if you lose one." Dinner in Hogwarts that night was a small affair, as most of the manticores were staying the night in Hogsmeade with their families. James and Rose were sitting with Emily Kitchen and Jamie Clinton of Phoenix. The rest of Chimera was scattered, with Emma, Hangeld, Tiffany and Melissa joining their families. James blinked, and looked around the dining hall. "Sister mine, where are Adam and Lisa?" "Their families didn't come, but they're not here either." Rose glanced around the hall, and then tried to touch Lisa and Adam with the Chimera link. The 2 of them were shielding tightly, and she couldn't figure out what they were doing, until the feel of them alerted her. "James, touch them with the link, and tell me what you think." James reached down the link, and studied the pair for a minute. He smiled suddenly, and relaxed. It took a minute to figure it out. He confessed to Rose, "If I didn't have Tiffany's memories of us, and the way we feel, I wouldn't have." "How did you do it?" "Far be it for me to suggest you're not quite bright, brother dear." "Keep it up, flower child. I want to test the 40 feathers prank anyway." "Is it finished? What do you think?" From there, the conversation between the twins became a discussion of pranks and ideas for pranks that would market well. The 2 of them were so engrossed in the topic that they forgot about Lisa and Adam, and the feel to their shields that said they were up to something. One of the students in the dining hall was Mei Ling, and after dinner was over, James took advantage of that to invite her and the 3 or 4 other students up to Manticore Hall. Mei Ling was a short Chinese girl with shoulder-length hair and strange eyes. James and Rose ended up talking to her for a couple of hours after the others had gone to bed. They found her to be very perceptive, with an oddly adult sense of humor and a large store of historical knowledge and trivia. Around 2300, they were the last 3 in Manticore Hall. And they were sitting around the fireplace, in a relaxed silence. Mei Ling looked up at James from the flames she'd been staring at. "I think," she said quietly, "that we should talk. I think you have as many questions for me, as I have of you." She smiled slightly. "Shall we trade information? I'll explain why magic doesn't affect me, and you can tell me why you're building a private army using military skills." James watched the fire, and thought quickly. He liked the girl, but without Rose and Melissa's ability to tell him if he could trust her, he wasn't sure if he wanted to tell her about Manticore yet. Mei Ling seemed to know what he was thinking. "You don't have a lot to tell me, you know. The Fraternal Order of Manticore is a cover for an army. You have 6, possibly 7 combat teams, with support elements, including the staff of Hogwarts. However, you do not have the support of the Ministry of Magic. James sighed. Would you mind telling me what gave us away? Maybe I need to rethink the openness of our training. Mei Ling smiled, and began ticking off points on her fingers. PT in the morning, classic habit of the military for centuries. Groups of people, walking in step, and keeping the same measured stride. Groups that watch everything around them, and sit or stand in positions that allow them to cover each other. Most important, I watched the snowball fight, and the use of military terms and tactics was quite apparent to anybody watching you. James raised an eyebrow as he thought about what she'd said. Tell me how an 11-year-old from Low Endon's South Side knows military terms and tactics first. It was Mei Ling's turn to stare at the fire. She began to speak softly, and she talked for more than 2 hours. Mei Ling's Sun Tzu is my name, but I am neither 11 nor from London. I am the granddaughter of Sun Tzu, who wrote The Art of War. James stared at her, wondering if she was crazy. Sun Tzu had lived more than 2,000 years ago, which would make Mei Ling at least that old. Rose was watching her carefully, trying to evaluate her on her tone and body language. Yes, I am a bit older than I look, and that is my mother's fault, and my curse. My father did not have the prestige of my revered grandfather, nor did he have the intelligence that allowed grandfather to navigate the murky waters that were politics then. In my 10th year, he was executed falsely, as part of a convoluted plot. James looked up intently. A wizard, Mei Ling, or some sort of shaman. Bloodline spells are easy to do in clan relationships. Mei Ling shrugged. We didn't make a distinction between them in those days. If you could do magic you were a wizard. Mei Ling continued her story. The two of them sacrificed my brothers, and used he end of Sun Tzu's line to kill the magistrate, all the men who lied about father, and the executioner. Along the way, they also destroyed their families, killing everyone with any of their blood. Aunts, uncles, siblings, cousins, parents, children, they all died in a single night. James and Rose looked at each other with the hair rising on the back of their neck. That was truly an evil spell. Air attention was brought back to Mei Ling as she spoke again. Mei Ling looked at twins, and smiled wryly. I understand his point, that the deaths did not add up, or constitute equal justice, but I have long wished he'd kept his mouth shut. The Emperor's wizard agreed with him, and chose me to serve justice. He cast a spell, granting me immortality, so long as my work is not done. I will remain as you see me, until I have done good to equal the evil they did. They killed 653, I have to save that many before the curse is broken, and I can age and die normally. Mei Ling stretched, and reached for her chocolate, long since grown cold. Taken a sip, she moistened a dry throat and finished her tale. So far, in all this time, I have saved but 31 lives. She looked at the twins. Most people do not listen to children, nor allow them to risk their lives. In the place I come from, it was even worse, and 3 times as bad since I am a girl. Rose choked. Great. Somebody who wants rescue things as bad as you do, James, and with even less reason to be afraid. I'm going to have gray hair before I'm 25. James was thinking about the story. That does not explain why magic doesn't affect you. It will, but it takes a great deal of power to push a harmless spell through the curse. Anything that would hurt me can't be pushed through the curse at all. James blinked, and then looked at Mei Ling with a new light in his eyes. Does that include the unforgivable curses? Mei Ling stared at him. I don't know. Nobody ever tried to use one of them on me, that I know of. She looked at Rose, who was staring at James, and then directed her attention to James, who was lost in thought. What is he thinking of? She asked Rose. Trust me, you don't want to know. Mei Ling blinked at them both. Right then, I'll just be running along now. James looked at her. Don't you want to hear about the paramilitary army I have? Mei Ling shook her head. Not if waiting to hear the tale means you're going to be casting curses on me. I've been cursed once, and that was enough for me. James shook his head now. No curses, I promise you. At least, not yet. I have some friends that would just love to study your curse, and see if they could break it though. Mei Ling stared at him, a tiny light of hope shining in her eyes. Can they do it? I would be most grateful. James shrugged. As to their ability to break it, I don't know. However, even if they can't, there are other options, and I have the time and the money to try most of them. Do you want me to start? James stared at the girl intently. Mei Ling was not a fool. What am I committing to here? James and Rose took turns filling Mei Ling in on Manticore and the prophecy. So you want me to help you? And in return you will try and help me break this curse, so I can age normally or at least die. James looked startled. Why would you want to die? There is a lot of living that you could do, if you could age normally. Mei Ling sighed, and for a minute, her eyes were old, and infinitely weary. I have seen, and experienced things I would forget. Life is not always a blessing. James thought about all the things that could happen to a person over 2,000 years, but shook his head. I will not help you die. Live, yes. Age, yes, but not to die. Mei Ling looked at him. You offer more hope than I have had in 300 years. Maybe you can show me joy in life again. Rose spoke for the first time in a while. What are you doing in school anyway? I would think that you knew most of this stuff already. Mei Ling shrugged. I go back to one school or another every 100 years or so, hoping that something new will allow me to break the curse. James was planning. Tomorrow, we set Melissa, April and Emily on this, as a priority. He grinned, and added, I think we'll tell Prefect more about you, and tell Jericho and his father were right about you. Mei Ling looked puzzled. Prefect who? James looked abashed. Sorry, last year he was Prefect more. The assistant librarian is one of us, and a historian. I would be the cursed one if I failed to introduce him to someone who has witnessed 2,000 years of history. The three talked about things a while longer, and went to bed. The next morning found Mei Ling in the hall telling her story to an avid group of manticores. Moore had nearly had a heart attack when he found out her age, and was busily trying to decide whether to write her history, or question her about the things she's seen and lived through first. The three researchers James had assigned to her curse had consulted for a couple of hours, and then dragged Mei Ling off to the lab for tests. Since they needed a lot of power to push spells through the curse, they recruited Adam to cast for them. While they were poking and prodding, Moore was asking her questions about where and when she'd been over the years, so he could outline and research what was happening in that time and place. Jarek was smugly happy to find his father had been correct. Mei Ling had created all the records at once, before using magic to put them in place. Professor Dumbledore had listened to her story gravely, and promised his help as well. He had left Manticore Hall and returned a short time later, and was watching the three researchers test the limits of the curse. When Mei Ling had come in this morning, she had handed James a load of scrolls, and wished him luck with them. When he asked what they were, she had grinned. Nothing much, only my grandfather's notes on strategy from his entire life. James was now sitting at Chimera's table, reading and making notes on the scrolls. Tiffany had tried to distract him a couple of times, but he was generally acting like Emily. And even that Sally didn't get a response out of him. Tiffany sighed as she looked at her obsessed soulbonded. The day she'd arrived at Hogwarts for the sorting ceremony, she'd known about the prophecy. But she's been more concerned with the state of her robes than the state of the world. Bonding with James had been a serious shock, and she'd nearly gone completely mad. Tiffany's easygoing, friendly nature had met James's obsessive paranoid nature and clashed badly. It was only the hidden side of James's personality that had saved them both. Under the Pendrago, temper and obsession lay a compassionate boy who had spent his childhood rescuing anything that needed help, from wounded wolverines to eagle chicks, and everything in between. Every time Tiffany thought of that side of James, she had to smile, and look at the unicorn incident again. Do you mind? Came an exasperated thought from James. Not at all, Tiffany said brightly, that has got to be the funniest thing I ever saw. James flared up in embarrassment again. I swear, if you ever tell anyone about that, I'll tell everyone about your crush on. Tiffany interrupted him hastily, even as she colored in turn. Never mind, I already said I wouldn't. At dinner that night, Mei Ling stopped by the Gryffindor table on her way to the Ravenclaw table. Your researchers are very intense, was all she said before continuing. Melissa and Emily were still making notes at the table, and April hadn't even come to dinner. Adam looked worn out from casting spells through Mei Ling's curse and more wasn't at dinner either. Hangeld, who, been with his father most of the day, looked at James. What did you do to Mei Ling? I set Melissa, April and Emily to investigating her curse, and told more about her age. Emma looked after Mei Ling. She's going to kill you, you know. She'll be hunting you in 2 days. James grinned. I'm not too worried. It's going to take at least a month before he can get away from those 4 long enough to take a bath. Laughter ran through the Chimera link. With James poring over the notes, the 3 working on Mei Ling, and more doing his own thing, Mant. Icor and Chimera passed the rest of the holidays quietly. 3 weeks after the holidays, Slytherin met Hufflepuff in one of the shortest games ever played at Hogwarts. The Hydra link had all 3 chaser slots, and the keeper as well. With those advantages, Slytherin dominated the match from the start, scoring 4 times in 6 minutes, then the snitch practically flew into the Seeker's hand, and the match was over. It had lasted less than 9 minutes total. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff would meet in March for 3rd place in the Quidditch standings, and Gryffindor would meet Slytherin for the Cup in April. The loser of that match would play the winner of April's match for 2nd place in the standings. Just before Valentine's Day, the researchers brought their findings to James. Nothing could do would break Mei Ling's curse. They had some people to owl, but nothing could be done at Hogwarts. The problem lay in the curse. The wizard that had cast it had tied the curse to Mei Ling's soul. And trying to alter or remove it caused her so much pain that they had to stop. Mei Ling received the news philosophically. I have been trying to break this curse for 1,000 years, another few years won't matter that much. And at least Manticore gives me the respect I earn. With Chimera and the leaders of Manticore being among the youngest of the Manticores, respect was given to you based on your actions, not your age. In that environment, Mei Ling's age, wisdom and experience counted for far more than her apparent years. On March 1st, Chimera sat down with the team leaders and evaluated the first-year students. They were looking for replacements, and extra troops in case the patient child had a larger army than the 7 teams could handle. The Manticores in each house had been evaluating the new students all year, and now they were ready to offer up any names that might be good for Manticore. Mei Ling was automatic, and Ravenclaw had one more candidate, a half-Vila girl named Lavina Edwards. Gryffindor wanted Jerry Rabin and Andrew Sandusky. Sonia had just one candidate from Slytherin, a cousin of hers from the Borders, named Mary Gibbs. Hufflepuff had the strangest nomination. They wanted to recruit Drake Rohan. Why Drake? Asked James mildly. The Unicorn team leader, Zachary Moore, explained. Drake's a good kid, and smarter than we thought. He's already figured out most of what we're doing. And he approached us. He wants to do things, not write about them like his father. James considered it briefly, and then looked at Rose. What do you think? Rose found Drake's path of now, and followed it forward as far as she could. He'll be good for us, but not in a link. He'll be a phoenix, in research, or as an auxiliary. James looked at his notes. Is that it then? He asked, frowning at his notes. 6 first years. Deborah Valentine, the Dragon team leader, spoke up. I have one more, but he's not a first year. James looked up, catching the strange note in her voice. Well, who is it? Dirk Clave. An uncomfortable silence fell over the team leaders as Chimera drew a blank on the name. James looked around at the team leaders that wouldn't meet his eye. Okay, he said. Somebody tell me why Mr. Clave is so bad. Deborah jumped to his defense. He's not bad, just a little different. James looked at the others, who were still avoiding his eyes. Different how? He sometimes talks to people that other people can't see or hear. Deborah admitted. James blinked, and then raised an eyebrow at Deborah. I may be mistaken, but in America, talking to people that aren't there is not a good thing, in either the Muggle or Wizard world. He paused and then asked, why would he be good for us? Deborah looked around, and then sighed when the other team leaders just waited. He may talk to people who we can't see, but somehow he knows things as they happen. When the Quidditch finals were in Bulgaria 2 years ago, he knew the final score in which team won in less than 5 minutes. Long before anyone else in the school. James looked at Rose and Melissa. They talked over the link for a few seconds, and then James shrugged. Send him up, and let Rose and Melissa talk to him. Zachary was biting his lip. He started to say something, and then stopped. Rose was watching him. "Spit it out, Zach. We won't shoot you for asking." He bit his lip again, and then started talking. "I have someone I want to nominate, but I can't justify it." Everyone was watching him now. He's not a link troop, and he's not anything really. He's shy, nervous and completely lacking in self-confidence. Zachary looked around at the faces and shrugged. "The kid's not real bright, and he needs help, but I can't do anything for him, and I can't find any reason to recommend him." James raised an eyebrow. "He can't be that bad, even Carrie Fudge isn't that bad." Zachary blinked at James. "Carrie Fudge is who I'm talking about." Rose was looking down the paths, and frowning. She already knew that Carrie would be invited to join. James had been feeling sorry for Carrie for a long time now. Gryffindor had had a couple of classes with Hufflepuff the first year, and had care of magical animals with them this year. The slightly clumsy and shy boy had roused James's pity to the point that he's taken to collaborating him during the occasionally dangerous class. James ended the silence. "Bring him up here. Let the three of us talk to him. James, he's not important to the prophecy she sent. In fact, he's not important in any path I can find, and if he joins us, of his paths end during first strike time." James considered that, and gave Rose a mental shrug. "Calculated risk, sister mine. He needs help." Rose smiled inwardly. "Another rescue brother mine?" she asked. "Do you know what would happen to your reputation if people ever found out you rescue strays?" James grinned at Rose openly, and his next sending was to all of Chimera. "Speaking of rescues, anyone up for a little adventure in the Forbidden Forest tonight?" 6 voices tried to talk down the link all at once. The gist of the sendings was that James was nuts, the forest was off limits, and what was the mission? "I was practicing totem magic with Nightrunner early this morning, and we found an injured unicorn in the forest." Nightrunner was the name of the wolf James had gotten from Alexander and Martin. "Nightrunner has been keeping an ear out all day, and I thought we would go and take the unicorn to Hagrid tonight. It'll be fun." Lisa's voice sounded loud in the skeptical silence that comment brought. "What if we get caught?" Second year, Chapter 5. Late that night, 2 windows opened in the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and 8 shadows flew out of them. They weren't really shadows, of course. But since they were dressed in the dull black manticore uniform, that is all anyone would have seen. They landed just shy of the forest. "I have something for all of you. And don't let anyone know you have them," sent James. He opened a sack he'd been carrying, and passed each chimera their pistol. "What are you doing with these?" asked Adam, as he took his and checked the safety. "I thought we had to leave all the muggle things behind." The 8 were checking the weapons and loading them as they listened to James. "Think about it. Alexander taught me paranoia. Did you really think he's leave us completely unarmed, in case of an emergency?" Nobody had any questions, and they lifted off, staying about 10 feet off the ground. James reached for Nightrunner, and linked with the wolf long enough to make sure the unicorn hadn't moved during the day, and then released him to go hunt for his dinner. He found Tamarian and called her to him. She settled just over his head, and he used her night vision to watch the forest ahead. It was a little disturbing at first, seeing the world in shades of black and white, but he was used to it by now, and they went on. Tiffany was doing the same thing, but watching the back trail, so that nothing could follow them. Her owl was a local forest owl, that she had started practicing with, after she figured out how to do it from James's mind. Most of the group was limited to the reports from James and Tiffany, and the various sounds and lack of sight had them jumpy. After all, this forest was forbidden because it was dangerous, not because it was dark. Rose was looking down the paths of now, just a few seconds ahead of when they actually were, so she could give warning of anything that might happen. Rose was the first to see the clearing. And what waited there? "James, there are centaurs in the clearing ahead." James sent Tamarian ahead, and then around the clearing to see if they could get around without intruding on whatever the centaurs were doing. "You can come out. Humans, we know you're there, and we want to talk to you." James wasn't sure which centaur spoke, but he was certain that Chimera was the only group of humans in the forest tonight. Giving an order down the link, he moved forward, leaving Chimera behind.